my view, there's no coincidence that he's playing great footy because he prepares really well and he trains as hard as Toby, as hard as all these guys we talk about being great trainers. His speed on the training ground is exceptional, and he trains with speed. Therefore, he's going to play with speed. That's how we treat it. So he's been wonderful for us again this season. I'm not sure what his numbers are going to say. They're probably right up there with career best, but he was a little unlucky competing with all those other mids for the All-Australian, but he's certainly in the conversation, which is a great reward for him. But again, he plays a brand that I think is really suited to finals. He's got that real explosive breakaway speed, and those guys tend to stand out in finals. So I'm really looking forward to him taking on St Kilda.
And to think Lingy couldn't find a spot for Steve Coniglio or Lockie Whitfield and he's All-Australian. Hey, Adam, that's a conversation for another day. We always appreciate your time. Can't wait to see you on Saturday. Good luck as the Giants take on the Saints.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
So Adam Kingsley chatting there, the coach of the GWS. You can hear interviews such as that on The Lead each and every Saturday from midday. Join Matt Clinch and the team. We are T-minus 50 minutes from the start of the AFL Finals. Collingwood and Melbourne is coming up. The next voices you'll hear: Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. Simon Goodwin to join them in the pre-game. It's Grandstand AFL. The finals start now.
And here we go, in 10.
The team from the News at 6 are back with new stories and new battles.
Please welcome the golden couple of news.
Can we expect a newsroom wedding?
It's time the truth about her emerged.
If she can't, we talk replacement.
The critically acclaimed series returns.
Maybe you're not the marrying type.
I don't function without you.
Anna Torv and Sam Reid in The Newsreader.
It's going to be huge.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals.
Qualification period's done.
One of 8 teams to qualify.
You're playing the best at this time of the year. You have to be at your best.
You've got to live in these moments.
These are the moments you play footy for, I guess, playing the finals and big moments.
High expectation, but high pressure, and then it's just about execution. That was the regular season done. I want to make sure we have a great September.
These are the moments where we come alive.
To turn the lead around, the drop punt is gone.
Just got to take your chances and back your players in, back each other in.
These are the moments where we show who we are.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal. Oh, that is hot.
It's a bit scary playing finals, but you earned the right and you just got to embrace the opportunities.
Cutters stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. How good is this kid?
That season is now done. A new season begins and a challenging season begins.
These are the days when the kings are crowned.
You got to write your own story, right?
Snapping from the boundary line. King Charles, a third.
I'm just looking forward to what's coming. Just can't wait.
This is our time.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill. One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow.
He can race towards the top of the goal square and set the stadium alight. Can you believe it?
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
Spills to Cameron. Charlie swivel snaps and goals. Spins around and buries it.
Kicks to half forward. What a show he's put on tonight.
Here it comes, here it comes.
The big man rises and snaps and goals. Kicks from inside the centre square. It'll bounce and bounce through for a second. He's just a miracle to watch. Right foot strike. He's got it.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
And he veers out to the right, goes back.
Something big is coming.
What a game he's having.
Grandstand AFL.
There by, the arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for
The Saints captain comes in and delivers with nerves of steel.
Here it comes, here it comes.
Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star.
What a game.
Brilliant. He's gone.
Right peg against the bench, trying to draw it back. It's there.
Grandstand AFL. AFL. The first qualifying final, Collingwood versus Melbourne, live from the MCG on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It is the month that makes forever teams, and the lights just seem to shine the brightest at the Melbourne Cricket Ground in the month of September. The time has almost arrived. It is Collingwood versus Melbourne, the first qualifying final, and for one of these two teams, a home preliminary final awaits. For the other, the path back to the G on grand final day will either go through Brisbane or Adelaide if it extends that far. We are guilty in this industry of overhyping things, but it's not lost on us the significance of the 4 quarters that are in front of us tonight in the context of the premiership race. Collingwood versus Melbourne from a drenched MCG. The heavens have opened and it is bucketing down with the puddles starting to form in the aisles on the concourse and on the outskirts of the MCG. There is no late change. Jack Ginnivan is the tactical sub for Melbourne. So he gets to come into the Collingwood team, while John Noble, after 83 games, was the brutal omission at selection last night. He'll play no part this evening, and Bailey Laurie is the sub for Melbourne. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. The best newsbreaker in footy, Mitch Cleary, to join us on the boundary line. And our grandstand AFL experts for finals footy. Our 2 number 1 picks, champions of the game, in Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. First year, Murph. Great to have you with us at the MCG on such a night.
Yeah, thanks, Corbin and Lids. Good to be here, Clinchy, as well. This is what we all play finals or play football for, is finals feeling. And coming here is a bit of nervous tension walking in here today, to be honest, Lids and Corbin. I was a bit excited. I thought I was going to play myself, but just speaking to a few of the Collingwood supporters walking in, they're a bit nervous too. So it's all to play for, obviously, tonight. And big stage here. It's very, very wet, as you did say, which I'm not sure who it sort of helps going into tonight. They're both very physical sides, and they both play a real brutal style of football anyway. So, yeah, that's going to be, it's all happening here very shortly.
Collingwood are going in, Lids, with 2 ruckmen. So Darcy Cameron and Mason Cox to play alongside one another. There's no room for John Noble. Oh, it's a brutal call. 83 consecutive games, played every game under Craig McRae, but he won't be there tonight.
Yeah, I feel for the kid. You could see the heartbreak on the news last night, and it's not ideal that where you see footage of that. But look, it happens every year. There's someone who misses out and doesn't quite get their opportunity, but. You speak about being able to be a good teammate and knowing that your opportunity, you've just come out of the side, but that doesn't mean you're out for the rest of the final series. We know Collingwood are going to get a minimum of 2 games, so yeah, he will. He'll be hurting, no doubt, but he'll be trying to be a great teammate, as I said. And you spoke, Murph, about you're not sure who it suits. I think it actually suits Melbourne better, even though they're taller and they like to catch it from defence. They play a more front half game, whereas Collingwood like to light it up from their back half. And in these sort of conditions, you've got to play a little bit straighter and get it on the boot and go forward with the footy. So they're not going to be able to play that handball-happy type game, I don't think, and come out the front of stoppage, which potentially leads itself to a D's victory. But they'll still make it an absolute contest. I saw Jackie Chris this morning, actually, just to catch up with him really quickly, and he said, mate, we've trained so well over the last couple of weeks. We're feeling fresh. We're ready to go. So I'm really confident, which makes hopefully a great game for us.
Just some breaking news coming through that lightning in the area has actually forced players from the field during their warm-up. So the warm-ups have been delayed here at the MCG as rain is falling. We haven't seen any flashes of lightning so far, but the warm-ups have been delayed. So at the moment we're just watching it rain here at the MCG. And I'm not sure if that pushes back the start time. We're meant to get underway at 20:07 local time. That's Australian Eastern. The teams are in. Ginnivan and Laurie are the 2 subs, but no warm-up being conducted at the moment. Just on the Melbourne team, Merv, so Michael Hibbert and Tom McDonald, they're 2 premiership players back, but they haven't played a whole lot of footy recently. We'll hear from Simon Goodwin in just a moment, the coach of the Ds. For Hibbert, this will be his first start since round 15, and for Tom McDonald, he hasn't played at AFL level in 14 weeks.
Yeah, they're both experienced players. They've got that on their side, so you don't have a young player coming in or an inexperienced player coming in who hasn't played at the level for quite some time. Tom McDonald has done it on the big stage before anyway, so I'm not too worried about him. Hibbert obviously played in their grand final side a few years ago. he'll be well and truly suited to these conditions being a bit slower as well. So I think it will help those guys. No, well, he's not the quickest bloke going around. He's into his 30s, Lids, so we all know you slow up a little bit once you do get in your 30s. Well, you get them doing your calf every 3 weeks.
Because I'm so quick.
Oh, fair enough. But I don't think it'll have any ill effects on those two senior blokes coming back into the side.
Good news is the players are just coming back out now, so both teams bursting out up the race to continue their preliminary warm-up. Just from John Ralph from the Herald Sun off Twitter, the AFL is on standby for potential lightning tonight. If it is within 10 kilometres of the stadium, the game would be stopped for 20 minutes. Then it would recommence when safe. There is no cut-off restarting the game. So that's from footy boss Laura Kane, obviously, would make the call on that. And that's from John Ralph off Twitter. So we could be in for a long night if there's a little bit of lightning around. Just repeating, no late change at the G for Collingwood and Melbourne. Our coverage of the first qualifying final here on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch is with me to call the footy tonight. He's down at the Demons Race as it continues to rain downstairs. Clinchy.
Thank you very much, Corby. The Melbourne coach, Simon Goodwin, has been good enough to join us. We're in the race because it is heaving down at the MCG. The first time in 34 years these two sides have met. What's the build-up been like for you? Are you feeling the excitement and the anticipation as part of your playing group?
Yeah, look, you can certainly feel the excitement. You know, this is why you play the game, for us to be involved in these type of games on this type of stage. So, you know, we're well prepared. We've prepared for these conditions as much as anyone throughout the year. So we feel like we're well placed and we're ready to go.
Your team as selected for this match?
Yeah, as selected for this match. So Bailey Laurie will be our sub. So, you know, played really well against the Swans in the last round. So he'll provide some impact when he comes on.
It feels like you've had challenges throughout the season where you've been missing pieces from your midfield, whether it's been Max Gawn or Clayton Oliver, Tom McDonald in recent weeks from your forward line. Does it feel like you're all starting to get the key pieces in the first week of the finals?
Yeah, look, I think we've had our challenges throughout the year. There's no doubt in terms of personnel, but it's given us a chance to really experiment and look at what we need moving forward. And our coaches have been really brave with some of our selection calls and how we've set up, especially ahead of the ball. And we've been able to find something. So Tom McDonald comes in tonight to play his first game for a long time. So we're keen to see what he does.
5 goals in the VFL, alongside Bailey Fritsch, who's been in a moon boot for a bit. Are you confident enough that they're going to be able to get through the match?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tommy's one of his great strengths is his capacity to have really high endurance. So he'll be fine. And Bailey's trained for the majority of the week. You know, he's trained from Saturday, did main training on Monday and again yesterday. So he's fully fit and ready to go.
What are the lessons, I guess, you take from last year, having unfortunately lost in straight sets in the finals? You're now back into another finals campaign, having qualified 4th, but you did beat Collingwood the last time you two sides faced off.
Yeah, look, I thought last year, our form heading into the finals wasn't super, and there was certainly a lot of expectation in terms of needing to deliver in finals. This year's a little bit different. We feel like we've been able to build throughout the year. We certainly understand that the game in finals is about winning more moments, and in both our finals last year we were in those games for a long period of time. We just weren't able to execute at the critical moment. So we've spent a lot of time working in that space this year, and we feel like we're ready.
When you're the coach of the team, you're in charge of the footy team, but also the whole club. What's it been like for Jake Melcham? Obviously, the emergency back in 2021, but to suffer that injury and to see his side now preparing for finals.
Yeah, look, you know, I've coached Jake for 14 years, and it was an emotional time after the Sydney game. You know, he's worked so hard to be a part of success and want us to play some elite finals footy. And you know, it was a real tragedy in Sydney for his knee to blow out the way it did. You know, but you know, it's been he's been around the club the last couple of weeks. He had his surgery on Tuesday. He's going to sit on the bench and be another coach for us tonight and be a part of our group. So he's a big part of us still.
In your eyes, what's the key to beating Collingwood tonight?
Oh, there's no doubt their ball movement's elite from the back half of the ground. You know, they score the most from the defensive midfield part of the ground. So our ability to win territory and keep it there and turn the ball over will be critical in the game.
You spoke about Brodie Grundy during the week and the maturity of the industry. How's that sort of been received? Obviously, Brodie's name always gets mentioned whenever you speak to the media because he's a key value that's not playing at the moment. Have you sort of been able to settle with his expectations for this season?
Yeah, look, we've had some great conversations, Brodie and I, over the last month, you know, around, you know, where he's at, how he's feeling in a whole range of different areas. And, you know, there's been some really mature conversations about what it looks like. He's just determined to continue to train hard, prepare as best he can and be a part of this group, you know, in this finals campaign. And, you know, as I said, we're a mature industry. We know there's going to be talk out there. We know that he's got a 4-year contract still and he's still a part of our footy club.
Do you have a theme or a narrative heading into tonight's game, or is it more around process and what you've done throughout the home and away season?
Oh, no, we've had a theme all year, and that's been building as we head towards finals. But I probably won't share that till later on in the campaign. See how we go. But you know, a big part of our thing is about winning more moments, and that's been a big part of our footy club this year.
And I guess the other part from King's birthday was the 8 goals 18. They can make it a bit easier today for you if you're able to kick straight in front of goal. But in all seriousness, how does the conditions change the game plan at all? You know, Collingwood's ability to move the ball has been their strength. So does it make it easier to restrict that?
Oh, no, it can actually make it more challenging at times because of the ability for the ball to skid. So we're prepared for this. We've actually played in wet conditions 6 or 7 times this year, and we feel every time we've got a little bit better grasp on what's important. Some things strategically will shift slightly, but, you know, we'll start the game as a wet weather game.
Left of centre one to close with Adam Uze's been part of the Richmond coaching appointment. What have you seen from him in terms of whether he's ready to take that opportunity?
Yeah, look, he's a great footy person. You know, he's got great knowledge of the game. He brings a great calmness to a group of players, and he's a fantastic coach in his own right. And, you know, we've been, you know, absolutely over the moon if he was lucky enough to get the Richmond gig, and, you know, we're really proud of him.
Do you know where that's at?
No, I've got no idea.
And if he was to get the gig, would you be happy for him to continue throughout the finals campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's a professional. You know, he works incredibly hard. He's a Melbourne person through and through. You know, he played his whole career here, so we've got no qualms with him being able to see his job out.
In terms of your backline, obviously it's been the key with Stephen May and Jack Lever, but Jack McVee's been another one who has come in with no finals experience and just looks so settled in those one-on-one contests. What's sort of been the message to guys like him who are experiencing their first finals?
Yeah, you just don't need to do anything different. Just be you, go out and compete, do what you do and do what you've done all year. And he's been an extraordinary player for us this year. His ability to win contests, but not only that, be able to use the ball and provide runs, been exceptional. So there'll be no different for Judd tonight. Just play the way you have been and get to work.
As always, Simon, we appreciate your time. Good luck. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Simon Goodwin, the coach of the Melbourne Football Club, of course, premiership coach in 2021. They went out in straight sets last year. They're trying to win their first final since their 2021 grand final premiership victory, of course, tonight against the Magpies. It is a wet affair. Matt Clinch downstairs. He'll duck inside the Collingwood camp in just a moment. I hope Clinchy hasn't got the umbrella up downstairs because off the SMS, Nathan, who's in the CBD, so that SMS number 0437 774 774. There's definitely lightning in the city. Real light show, full on, from Nathan a short time ago. So it's a little ominous.
Yeah, I saw a little flash across out the back here, but we can't see behind us, obviously, towards the city, so maybe that's where it is.
There's a lot of hardcore football people, sort of a lot of old-timers that have followed the sport for years and seen what it takes to win in this month and this time of the year, that are big on the Demons in particular and how balanced they look as a lineup. They're in form, having won 7 of their past 8 games. What is it about Melbourne that you think will hold them in good stead over the next month that you've seen?
Oh, I think it's how they set up defensively, their ability to restrict and choke down on teams. But they've got strength in all lines, bar probably their forward line, and that's been their question mark for a long period of time. And you know, Jake Melksham going out of that side, Bailey Fritsch obviously in a moon boot not that long ago doesn't help. But you know, Max Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver in the middle with Viney in there crashing in. He licking his lips today, Jack Viney. He'll bust someone open, and then their back line is just so sound. You know, Lever and May. They set up so well. Rivers has taken his game to a new level. Salem's just the cream on the top. You know, his ability to use the ball and get loose, and that's the same with Bowie down there as well. Like, he's an underrated, really good user of the footy, and if you allow him just to run free, he'll catch you up.
I think because their midfield and their defence are so strong that the forwards don't look anywhere near in the same sort of category, which they aren't. But there's still some pretty handy players for the football. We've seen a fair bit of Christian Petrarca this year playing deeper forward. Cozzy Pickett, Todd McDonald, I think is a very good forward. Just hasn't had a look in. So they've still been trying to work out their right balance. Bailey Fritsch has been one that's come back.
Been great all year too.
Yeah, I agree.
Neil Bullen plays his role.
And I think these conditions will suit some of those smaller forwards as well. So I think I'm pretty boyish about the Demons' hopes this year. I tipped them at the start of the year, Colin. I know we like to go back to the start of the season about some tips and a few Brownlow medal tips and the rest of it. But they were my number one tip at the start of the season, and I've still got them right up there at the moment. I feel they win tonight. I just feel they've got too many winners across the board, and Collingwood, look, it wouldn't surprise me if Collingwood win, obviously, but I think that's why a lot of experts have Melbourne still on top.
Just repeating, no late change here at the MCG. So the 2 tactical subs, Jack Ginnivan for Collingwood, means Noble doesn't play at all. He's not in the 23, having played the last 83 games for the Magpies. And Bailey Laurie's playing his first final. It's just his 5th game of footy. So he's going to start as the tactical sub for Melbourne. It is raining. There has been a bit of lightning in the area. But the 2 teams are out there conducting their preliminary warm-up. The teams are in, by the way, for the rest of the games this weekend. There's a couple of surprises. First of all, the Carlton game. Just so happens, Bedford earlier tonight, Toby Bedford wins his appeal. The guy who he struck on the field was Zach Fisher. Fisher gave evidence to try and support him. In the end, Bedford was successful with the appeals board earlier tonight, so he's able to play. Fisher loses his place in the team.
What?
So
Did he really?
He was omitted for Carlton. So Hollands, Fisher, Dow and Durden, the 4 omitted. Obviously, one of them you'd think would be the sub. Cripps, Doherty and Pitternet are 3 big ins, so they go with the extra ruckman there, the Blues. Meanwhile, for Sydney, Lewis Malikan, Tom Papley, Justin McInerney. So Papley back from the hamstring tightness, McInerney back from the calf to play tomorrow night against the Blues. Out goes Ryan Clark omitted, Dylan Stevens omitted, Robbie Fox omitted.
I can't believe that.
And Aaron Francis was the sub who also drops out. So a couple of interesting changes for the Friday night.
You'd think Fox would nearly have to be the sub, wouldn't you, out of that mix? Unless they're going to have Aaron Francis the sub? I don't know.
Yeah, you'd think Fox would be the sub, and you'd probably think Dow would be the sub. He's played that role quite a few times. It's a few surprising calls in there, to be honest with you.
So the emergencies for the Blues are Fisher, Motlop, Dow, Hollands.
So Fisher could be the sub because he can go both ends as well, but he's not very big.
No, I think they would play Dow as their sub. But Fisher's stiff. Like, he's been terrific off a half-back flank for the last month and been one of the main reasons why they've gone so well. But he's been significant in getting a lot of their offence going off the half-back flank. I'm just a bit worried if it's going to be conditions similar to this tomorrow that they're too tall.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's been one guy that I've thrown up a few times, but he's in there, so that doesn't matter.
Who?
Harry Mackay.
He's Collingwood medalist.
He's playing, so they've gone with the 3 bigs plus Curnow, so De Koning and Pitternet to go at it in the ruck with Mackay up front. The preliminary warm-ups just coming towards their conclusion, so a few of the boys just dapping it up downstairs as they walk towards the change rooms as the rain continues to fall. We're about half an hour away from the bounce. Into the Collingwood camp now. I'll bring you the Saturday teams in just a moment, but first, Matt Clinch downstairs with Brendan Bolton.
Well, thanks, Corby. Collingwood's Director of Coaching and their backline coach, Brendan Bolton, can join us on ABC Sport ahead of what is a massive match. 34 years in the making, Collingwood and Melbourne. Bolts, welcome to you. Have you been able to take in a little bit of the atmosphere in the lead up to tonight's match?
Yeah, a little bit in the lead up. We've had some open sessions and so many of the Magpie Army have been out there, and what a great result, over 106,000 members. It's just terrific for our club, and hopefully they're cheering loud tonight.
The shock selection of John Noble last night. How do you wrestle that conversation as to whether you're trying to improve the team and not upset the personnel, which John has been such a big part of?
Yeah, it's really difficult for John. He's been a strong contributor all year, but, he takes that hard, but he is also an ultimate professional. He's here tonight supporting his teammates, and it's a long final series, so there's no doubt we'll probably use him again.
What was the justification to him?
Oh, there's many a variable. I won't go into all of it, but we've got good depth. So ultimately, that's what happens.
You seem to be in that huddle with Billy Frampton and John Noble yesterday, the side-by-side mantra. What was sort of said as the Collingwood defenders all gathered together?
Yeah, we frequently do that. It's not like just a one-off because it's finals, but we rely on each other down there so much. You've got to defend area. You don't just always defend one player. So that's just symbolic of our connection. We talked about a bit of our system and also supporting each other.
We've all been interested in Collingwood's form throughout the season. Obviously, 17 weeks on top of the ladder. You then had to bite time until finals started. Are you confident you'll see your best tonight?
Yeah, I think we saw some really strong defence and offence in our last game of the year. So if that game and our last few weeks of training is any indication, because you can only judge on what you see on the training track and on the oval, I think we're in pretty good shape.
And you obviously get your captain Darcy Moore back in alongside Nathan Murphy. Do you feel like the defence will be one area of the game which will be sorted with the return of those couple of key personnel?
Yeah, well, I think our last game, as I've alluded to, our defence was pretty strong. We had a lot of centre forward turnovers in our last game. So Murph, Howie, and obviously our captain, they're all very good interceptors in the air. And then you put that mix with Markov, Quaynor and Maynard, who can bounce and run. We've got a pretty good group there.
And a bit of wet weather around the MCG. You labelled that Jack Ginnivan would be a sub for tonight. Nothing's changed in between now and then?
I think we'll go in as we've already discussed. But the wet, slippery conditions, it becomes a territory game sometimes, even when it's not wet and slippery in finals, because it's contest by contest. So, I think you'll see a lot of physicality in this game.
What's the key to beating Melbourne? Obviously, we look back to round 13, that King's birthday clash. Just 4 points in it, went down to the last 26 seconds. I mean, it sets the scene nicely for tonight.
Two teams very strong in their defensive mechanisms and setup. So I think it's going to be the team, when they've got their momentum offensively, can really finish. To try and break through May and Lever and co down there. And likewise, their opportunities, how well they go at it. So, I think it's going to be the team that can break through the strong defensive mechanisms.
The Collingwood Army would have loved to have seen Nick Dacos running around. Could he play next week if he had to?
Well, he just jogged past me with a huge smile, so that suggests he won't be too far away, so hopefully next week. But he was in good spirits tonight, and I know he's done a couple of good sessions in the back end of the week.
A theme or a message for any of the playing group tonight in the lead up to the game?
We just want to make this Magpie Army really proud, as I've said, to our club for that hard work and so many members to be in behind us, 106,000. We want to hear their roar tonight, so that's the key message. Get in behind us.
Always great to catch up, Brendan Bolton. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Brendan Bolton, the assistant coach of the Collingwood Football Club, downstairs with Matt Clinch. Clinch will be up here in just a moment to call the opening bounce, and the banner crews have made their way out there as well. It's a tough gig for them tonight, all with the ponchos on, ready to lay out the crepe paper banners that are about to go up.
Holes in them.
Yeah, the two teams have been, the banner crews have been working on over the last 24 hours or so. We spoke to you a little earlier, Leeds, about the John Noble omission. This time of the year, it's heartbreaking for anyone, Murph, but 83 consecutive games, and he gets told yesterday that he won't be there tonight. The first time Craig McRae coaches a team without John Noble in it.
Yeah, 83 consecutive games and to fall short and not be selected in the 84th would be a hard pill to swallow, wouldn't it, Lids? But that just shows you the depth of their side, and the best sides have always got some players who are very stiff, and we've seen that across the teams that have been selected so far this weekend that have just come out as well. So he's one of a few that would be thinking of themselves pretty stiff, but you never know when your opportunity is going to arise, and his could be next week, or it could be in 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time.
Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Mitch Cleary on the boundary, the best newsbreaker in footy, and our grandstand AFL experts Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Just on the Saturday teams for the two finals. First of all, the cutthroat final at the G, Seb Ross and Max King, both in for St Kilda. No surprises there. Hayes, Burns and Stocker, the three out. So Stocker omitted from the St Kilda team. While for GWS, they've named Sam Taylor. So Taylor in.
That's good.
Finn Callahan's also been named. Mick Mullen, Angwin and Nick Haynes, the sub of the three omissions at this stage.
Yeah, well, I think both Finn and Sam as ins are. That's fantastic for the Giants, and no-brainer really bringing in King and Seb Ross. So I know it's been undersold probably that game as it's the Giants and the Saints, but that'll be a cracker because two teams that will actually, apply a heap of pressure. We saw the Giants firsthand against the Blues, albeit it was at Docklands.
Are you bullish on the Giants for what they can do in September?
I think Adam Kingsley's got them wound up at the moment. I think they're ready to fire. They've been up there in Sydney away from all the noise.
What's the inside word? Come on, tell us.
I haven't got any. I haven't spoken to any of the boys, just that they're confident that they can continue to play well. I spend more time talking to their recruiters, mate, not to the boys up there that try and work out what they're doing with their picks. So
very straight
the recruiters all want them to finish so they can get better picks.
Port Adelaide got the three back they were hoping for. So Lysett, McKenzie, Marshall all in for the Power to play that quali on Saturday night up in Brisbane. Tom Jonas has done his calf at training earlier today, so he probably would have missed out anyway. But now they lose the bit of added support, so the captain out injured. Travis Boak omitted. Sam Hayes omitted, Francis Evans omitted, so Travis Boak is named among the emergencies. So you'd expect him to come in as the sub. Meanwhile, for the Lions, Link McCarthy returns. Jared Lyons and Kai Lohman are the two that have been omitted at this stage.
Yeah. Still that is just an issue for me.
Just name the sub.
It should just be name the sub, and then you've got your emergencies after that, because being a champion of the AFL, champion of that football club, and he's been omitted going into a final series where he's probably just playing as a sub.
Yeah, he'll have a million texts tonight saying, what the hell's going on? Why aren't you playing?
Anyway, Boak's just a little bugbear of mine.
No, I agree with you. Boak's been confirmed as the sub. So just to clarify that,
Good.
so he will be the sub. For Port Adelaide in that game on Saturday night, of course, you can hear all 4 matches on ABC Radio this weekend as we count down to Collingwood and Melbourne tonight at the MCG. The showers continue. The forecast is showers increasing. The temperature has dropped significantly. It got to 22 today. It's down to 14 at the moment. But still pretty good considering this time of year and the winter that we've just come out of. It's actually been a pretty dry winter, must be said, in Melbourne. We haven't had a heap of rain, and yet it is sort of forecast to rain pretty heavily over the next.
Is that right? It's been dry, has it?
You don't think so?
Well, I don't know, actually. I've got torrential coming out of here a couple of times.
Actually, I have too. Standing out there waiting for a train, no umbrella. It's misery.
Maybe it's all in how you experience it. Maybe
I think so.
There's a little bit of that. We'll drill down on some of the matchups in just a moment, and the key elements of how this final's going to be decided. There's one clear contrast between the two teams, and it's, you look at the fact that Collingwood are a score from the back half team, and what that means in modern footy is basically they generate a lot of their scoring chains from the defensive half. Now, ordinarily, you force turnovers in your front half and you score in that fashion. That's what's carried the day recently in football. But the contrast is Collingwood are the best team scoring from the defensive half, and Melbourne are the best team at points against from the defensive half. So basically they concede the fewest points from teams that are trying to score in that fashion. So the two things kind of come together beautifully to the two contrasting styles, or perhaps Melbourne's strength against Collingwood's strength, and we'll see how that goes together tonight.
Yeah, and you're 100% right. I think that's where we saw a little taste of it, didn't we, in Queen's birthday, that the D's were the far better side. Well, they kicked 8-18 that day. They should have put that game well and truly to bed, but yeah, I think that's where the modern game is in terms of trying to keep it into your front half, and certainly with conditions, as I alluded to a little bit before, that's where you want to. You can just keep time in forward half, make it incredibly hard for the Pies to get it out of there. It means their forwards, like we've seen McCreary and little Bobby Hill, Ginnivan when he does come onto the ground, when they get right up the ground, Elliott as well. Then they've got to charge
and
back,
slingshot back,
and try and slingshot back. But if you're consistently running into a Stephen May, a Jake Lever and a Trent Rivers, it gets harder and harder to continually try and slingshot.
Yeah, and Melbourne rely upon those blokes taking intercept marks too, and with conditions like tonight, will that affect what they're trying to do down there? Will that make them spoil more than try and take those intercept marks? Be interesting to see.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench and Mitch Cleary. The full build up next. We'll be back in about 30 seconds here at the MCG. Awaiting the arrival of both teams. There's no late change from Michael on Russell Street off the SMS. Hey guys, there's a lot of people in the city tonight. Every street is packed to the rafters with ponchos everywhere. We got the big screen up and we're ready to go listening to ABC Radio. It's great to have you with us, Michael, for this game of significant consequence. The first qualifying final, Collingwood versus Melbourne. Next.
Trowels ready? Yeah! Costa here with a treat for our budding young gardeners. Ooh. Join me for Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView. Whoa. With gardening tips, tricks and activities you're gonna dig, and fun new backyard projects every week.
Come on, Costa, it's feeding time. Here, plenty.
Check out Gardening Australia Junior on ABC Kids and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Finals.
Off to Dacos with the snap. Perfection.
Viney shoots. Viney's got it. It's a one-score game.
Collingwood versus Melbourne, live from the MCG.
'Cause here it comes,
AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The waiting is almost over. 9 games over the next 4 weekends that frames this sport. From us to you, welcome to the Melbourne Cricket Ground as we get set for finals football. It is Collingwood versus Melbourne, and the D's are the first team out on the ground. They're wearing their royal blue tonight with the red V and the white shorts. They're trying to become the first team in this format of the final series, which is 23 years old, to win it from 4th. No side has ever done that. Melbourne trying to win a second flag in 3 years. For the Collingwood Football Club, they finished top of the tree for the first time in a dozen years. They come in tonight without John Noble, the brutal selection omission. He was dropped from the team having played the last 83 games. It is the longest ever streak that ends in omission. Ordinarily, if you play 83 games, you end up getting injured or retiring. For John Noble, he's got that unwanted piece of history as the Magpies that are playing, the 23 out there, try to forge their own. Jack Ginnivan is the sub for Collingwood tonight. Bailey Laurie is the sub for Melbourne. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a pleasure to be with you from the Theatre of the Great and the Grand at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is a little damp. There is lightning in the area. We may have some delays. We'll go as long as needed into the night to get a winner this evening. And a huge prize awaits, a home preliminary final, while for the loser they could find themselves in either Brisbane or Adelaide for a preliminary final if they make it that far. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. 34 years in the making since the last time Collingwood and Melbourne met in a final. Got the chance to catch up with Simon Goodwin. It was belting down with rain. looked at me and said, I'm not going out there. So I lost my umbrella somewhere in the process. But if you're led to believe it took 7 hours for the tickets to go, I think it was far quicker than that. MCC, they say it was half an hour. All the tickets were gone. AFL and club members, they say 40-odd minutes. And Gil McLachlan said if they wanted to, they could actually fill the ground twice, such as being the 100,000 Collingwood fans, 70,000 Melbourne fans, and those who would love to be here to see history for the first week of the finals. And we know this is the easy way to a grand final. Win tonight, you're into a home prelim. For the loser, it's a slightly harder path. And the big question around Collingwood's best, as we've seen it earlier in the season, or can they rediscover it? And Melbourne having lost in straight sets last year, hoping that they've timed their run to perfection. Can't wait till tonight. There's so many storylines and scripts that we can't wait to see what will unfold.
The D's have brought back Michael Hibbert and Tom McDonald from the team that beat Sydney in round 24. So Hibbert starts in his first game since round 15 and McDonald plays his first game in 14 weeks at AFL level. There's no Melcher misses with the torn ACL and Turner loses his place. The lights just drop in and out as the black and white colouring lights up the MCG as we await the arrival of the Magpies and Darcy Moore in his dad's number, the famous number 30, of course, captain in his club as his famous father did, winning Brownlow medals with both of these teams in Melbourne and Collingwood. And now Darcy gets the chance to try and write his own chapter in Collingwood's history as he leads the Magpies up the race. The minor premiers, 18 wins for the season. They've been the best team all the way through. And for Collingwood, they front up tonight without John Noble. Dropped, having played the last 83 games. It's the first time Craig McRae will coach a team without him in it. Frampton and Finlay McRae lose their place in the team. 3 begins, though. Moore, Murphy and McCreery all back for the Magpies. They are the higher-ranked team. Obviously finished first at the end of the home and away season, so they got the black shorts on, the black jumpers with the white stripes. Our grandstand AFL experts, our number 1 picks. We hear them every Sunday throughout the season in Melbourne. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. It is beautifully set up. High stakes for the winner. MCG prelim for the loser. If they get to the Final Four, they'll be in either Adelaide or Brisbane. Great to have you both with us.
Yeah, good to be here, Corb. I'm excited for this game. Would have liked the rain to stay away a little bit, but geez, I love that sound when a team enters the arena and when you know the crowd's going to be massive, Murph. It still takes me back to that infamous final of the Richmond v Blues way back in 2013. No doubt you remember that as well. You remember the win. I remember the start of the game. I don't remember the rest. But look, it's set up for a perfect game, and 1v4. I think you can make a case that the D's probably finished the year off a hell of a lot better than what the Pies did, but yeah, we're in for a cracking game for sure.
Yeah, we are, and the conditions have been very wet over the past hour and a half, but the MCG dries very quickly. It's only a light little sprinkle at the moment, so I'd say it's almost perfect conditions for final football to start. No, we want to see dry weather football, but get to see 2 clubs just go hammer and tong at the start of this game with a bit of a wet weather football. I can't wait to see it.
Just repeating the news out of the appeals board, so Toby Bedford's beaten his charge, so he's free to play for GWS against St Kilda on Saturday. Our focus is on what's about to happen in front of us, but first you mentioned that famous elimination final that you played against one another going back a decade now. You both have finals experience. So much of our audience has never had the chance to play a single AFL game, let alone participate in this month. How do you best encapsulate what September football is all about and how it differs from the run-of-the-mill home and away season?
Oh, it's different. The build-up's obviously enormous, and we had 2 big clubs in Richmond and Carlton going head-to-head in 2013, but as a player you block out that as much as you can, but there's a few little bits and pieces that seep through. There's obviously a lot of talk around your family and your friends, and you do your best as a professional athlete just to not really think about it and focus on the process and the job at hand. But there's one thing you can't escape, is that feeling when you walk out that race and you walk out to 100,000 fans. And when we played Richmond on that occasion, there would have been 70,000 Richmond screaming fans and only 30,000 Carlton fans because of the ticket allocation. And it was as loud as I've ever played in that game, that first 2.5 quarters, and then we came storming home and it was extremely loud, and still the hairs on the back of your neck stick up thinking about those moments. And we've been lucky enough to experience some of those moments, obviously not the heights of winning premierships, but playing on the MCG in finals, there's nothing better, and the hype around it and the hype around town is always huge, and it's always an exciting time to be a part of here in Melbourne when you're sitting here watching from the stands or whether you're out there playing.
the crowd numbers over the next few days, the estimated attendances are enormous. So 95 to 96,000 expected tonight despite the wet weather. Forecast of possible hail tomorrow night. 94 to 95,000 expected roll-up for Carlton up against Sydney, and then still almost 70,000 expected on Saturday afternoon for St Kilda and the Giants, and of course up in Brisbane on Saturday night. It is a sellout, sold out nice and early for the Port Adelaide and Brisbane game. Just on tonight, where is this game going to be won? And obviously factoring in the fact that there is still light rain falling, and we're going to have wet weather football for large periods.
Well, I think it's going to be the ability of Melbourne to restrict Collingwood's ball movement from that back half. If they can do that, which they've been able to do so well of late, but then it's going to be the ability for the D's to score. And we've spoken about it a lot. If it stays a little bit damp underfoot, I think the small forwards of, it'll be a small forward shootout one in terms of Cozzy Pickett, Chandler, Neil Bullen down there in that front half versus, Jamie Elliott, Bobby Hill, Bo McCreary a little bit as well. So I'm excited to see whether teams who can get their game style up and going the way they want to play. I don't think that the Pies will really try to spark the game early, get the ball moving forward and take it, not allow the D's to set up defensively really sound, but that's going to be hard to do with the conditions. But as we speak, it's drying off beautifully, so hopefully we're in for a cracker.
I think the centre square bounce is going to be crucial. Getting the ball inside 50 early, 6v6, that's where the game will be won and lost, I believe, in the midfield. And Melbourne's keys in there with Max Gawn obviously leading the charge in the ruck. He's an absolute superstar, and he's got some superstars at his feet. So not to say that Collingwood don't have that, but I feel they're superior in there if they can get the ball going forward quicker. And then I think it's whether or not Collingwood can still have that element of risk and also that confidence to go through the corridor in these wet conditions and still play that type of football that we're all accustomed to seeing. Because if they go slow and they go long, then that plays into what Melbourne want, and what Melbourne require is slow ball movement, and they like to set up from there. If Collingwood still go, it's a greasy football, but I'm still going to go with my kicks, I'm going to go corridor central and then just rush the ball forward with yardage, I still feel they can cause some issues for Melbourne.
It's felt like at times there's been a rotating cast of characters inside Melbourne's forward 50, from Brodie Grundy, who had an opportunity, to Ben Brown, that have tried all the different levers to try and find what is the right combination. You feel relatively confident with their back line with May and Lever, and their midfield with Oliver, Petrarca and Gawn. Is it their forward line that poses the biggest question as to can they score enough to outclass Collingwood?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key, because we know... Well, I think it's a good matchup for them, the D's forward line, though, because the Pies back line isn't... They're not big boys down there. Darcy Moore likes to play off a little bit. Maynard will probably be more your lockdown type, but then Murphy sits off and tries to intercept as well, and then you've got your half-backs that run and dash. Jeremy Howe, we know how good he can be. So, yeah, I think they'll get their looks, but then they've got to capitalise. But you're right, Murph, it's going to be won and lost there in the middle. I think what the Pies have is that real explosive speed away from the centre bounce, whereas I don't think the D's have it as much. You talk of DeGoey, Jack Crispy's in there, their ability to get out the front of stoppage and pump it in long to give their small forwards a chance, versus just the work rate and big-bodied mids of Oliver, Petrarca and Viney.
Sorry, you go. For Collingwood, I guess the question has been around the scoring they've conceded over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Brendan Bolton was keen to point out they turned the screws a little bit when they took on the Bombers a few weeks ago, but that was the big question around Collingwood's defensive intent, and Darcy Moore's ability to want to play in front of it and try and use that to springboard their attack from their defensive half-back line.
Yeah, well, do you play someone on Darcy Moore? He's going to want to come in and probably stamp his authority and, be aggressive with his positioning. Does Tom McDonald just go and stand next to him and say, mate, yeah, you're not going to have the luxury, mate, and go and do whatever you want. We know Tom McDonald's got a huge work rate, but Darcy Moore sets up a lot of their ball movement with his ability to get off and then take marks. So, it'll be interesting to see. We'll certainly know early as to how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, I feel that he might play that role, but I feel that's a plan B from Simon Goodwin, to stand on the back shoulder of Darcy Moore. I think he'll want to go out with a really proactive mindset and a real confidence to say, you know what, we're going to back you in, Tom. You just play the way in which you can play. You've been doing it at VFL level. You know what's required at AFL level. Go out there and show us.
The only reason I mentioned that is because we saw Melksham do it on Sicily in one of their last games. So I think that's one of the reasons why I say maybe that's where they might go that way, because of his influence. But at your own peril, though, because then Jeremy Howe gets off and he goes for his marks, and Murphy's shown his ability to do it. Maynard can do it. So that's the benefit and why we've got these top 4 teams, is they've got so many different strings that they can pull.
Will Howe start back and Joel Smith start back for their respective sides?
Well, yeah, I think you can make a case for it, couldn't you? I think Howe definitely...
He would definitely start back.
Yeah, he looks too good behind the footy. Smith, I'm not sold on just yet. I was trying to find him to see whether he's kicking goals or not, but we'll see in, what have we got, about 7 minutes?
Collingwood's average age 27.5, Melbourne 25.8, so Collingwood 1.7 older. They're also the more experienced team, so 149 games versus 123. So that spits out at about 25, 26 games per player. That's another season.
Helps when you've got a bloke who's played nearly 400
games in Pendlebury. And side bottom as well.
It is interesting, though, that the competition's trending older. So last year, obviously, we had Geelong as the oldest premiership team of all time. The oldest team this year has been Collingwood, and they finished first on the table, so for whatever that's all worth. And we mentioned the last time they met, so it was a low-scoring affair that day. Melbourne dominated, had a boatload more scoring shots, 26-17. They win the game by 4 points. There are 6 changes to the Collingwood team, so the likes of De Goey and Elliott didn't play that day. No side bottom. Howe obviously out injured. McStay missing from the Collingwood team. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, they've only got 4 changes from that team, but a couple of handy ones, in particular Clayton Oliver, who obviously was unavailable last time they met. Is there anything we can draw from that meeting back in round 13?
I think both teams and both coaches will go through what worked and what didn't back then, but the competition's changed so much in that period of time, and Melbourne is certainly the form team over the past 2 months, and Collingwood have been a little bit scratchy over the past 3 or 4 weeks, so they're very different, but I think they both come in full guns blazing tonight, and I think we'll know straight away from Collingwood's intent. When they get the ball in their back half, if they look corridor and go for it, then we know they're going to attack all night.
They're both season finals teams, having been there in recent years. For Melbourne, they've got just 4 guys playing their first final tonight, including the sub Bailey Laurie, Jacob Van Rooyen, who's the youngest man on the ground at 20 years of age, Judd McVie, also at 20, yet to play a final, and Kate Chandler. While for Collingwood, Oleg Markov is the only player playing his first final tonight. He spent 5 years at Richmond during their dynasty, but didn't feature in September. Teams are lined up for the anthems, or anthem. Here's Nat Edwards.
Premier partner Toyota welcome you to the 2023 Toyota AFL Finals Series and tonight's first qualifying final between Collingwood and Melbourne. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to having gathered here this evening. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge them and pay my respects to them. Wominjeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimakundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to Landscape. Wurundjeri no Bunambor War, Kondi Nagnak Dubban Big Bullock War, Chilican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Bawbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong Wanglage Group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka welcome. Enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you please join our players, coaches and umpires and stand for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by the lovely Cassie McIver.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia
fair. It is the best sounding footy, the roar after the anthem. And we're just about set to go for Collingwood and Melbourne, the first qualifying final. The best newsbreaker in footy is Mitch Cleary. He's in the front row for us tonight on the boundary. Good evening, Mitch.
Good evening, guys. The rain has cleared for now. Fans have made their way from out under the cover back to their seats. We're still looking at over 92,000 fans here tonight at the MCG, and they're still streaming through the gates given the earlier start on a work night. First game here in 12 days with the pre-finals bye. The ground in tip-top condition. The subs, Bailey Laurie for Melbourne. At Collingwood, Jack Ginnivan. And how's out this for the D's? Jake Melksham, just 72 hours after having ACL surgery, on the bench tonight for the Demons, giving his teammates support. What a story for him tonight to get behind his team despite not being able to play a part on the field.
Thanks, Mitch. And Damien Hardwick on the Gold Coast today. Caught up with a familiar friend. I saw your report on 7 News.
Damien Hardwick meeting at a Miami Beach hotel with Dustin Martin. Damien Hardwick, his triple premiership coach. It is one to watch as the silly season approaches, Corbin. The Suns still preparing for him to play at Richmond, but it will be one to keep an eye on. The Tigers having 1 year left on Dustin Martin's deal at Punt Road.
Two names we're so used to talking about in September again, catching some headlines on the day that the final series opens. Max Gawn wins the toss. He points to the goals at the city end of the ground where Melbourne will be kicking in the opening term. Who wins tonight? Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
I've got the D's. I think they've been the best team over the last little bit of footy, albeit we've had that pre-finals bye, which I hate. So that counts for not a lot. So I'm still sticking with them.
Yeah, I think the Demons as well. I think the centre bounce clearance work is going to be crucial tonight, and I just feel they've got too many superstars in amongst that centre square bounce, obviously led by Max Gawn, but I feel their defence is so strong as well. And not that it'll be impenetrable, but I feel that's where they get a lot of their score from, is their half-back flank, and they're just so sound in defence and got so much experience down there. I think they win by a couple of goals tonight.
Who do you like, Clinchy?
Pies to me, but flip of a coin.
Yep, I want a bit the same as you. So leaning towards Collingwood for whatever it's worth. As the Pies break from their huddle first, and their four interchange players starting to race from the ground, led by Tom Mitchell. It is a damp MCG. We had a heavy downpour in the couple of hours leading up to the game, but we're just about ready to go. The Pies in their black shorts with the black and white stripes, and for Melbourne in the royal blue tonight, the white shorts and the red V. It's a huge prize for the winner, a home preliminary final here at the MCG in the week off. While for the loser, their path back to the G on grand final day will go through either Adelaide or Brisbane. We're glad you're with us on ABC Sport as the curtain comes up on the AFL final series for 2023. The real season is upon us. It's Collingwood versus Melbourne, the first qualifying final. You're with Matt Clinch.
Mason Cox gets the opening contest against Max Gawn, and we're underway in finals 2023. Cox down to go. He kicks towards half forward. Salem couldn't take it cleanly for Melbourne. Taylor Adams back onto it. Kicks inside 50 first. Lever just sockers it off the deck. Clears the defensive 50. Straight to the boundary line, but it won't reach it there. Side bottom gathers for Collingwood. Around the body. Puts it towards Myercheck. Can't take the mark. And Stephen May reaches over the top and spoils it out of play.
Just big contest in the middle of the ground, wasn't it? Big Maxi Gawn got jumped into by Mason Cox. Big right knee straight into the sternum of the Melbourne skipper.
We're on Cox watch. We'll watch for the strut later today. I can't wait for it.
Jack Crisp standing next to Oliver at the boundary throw-in. Cox wins it down for the Magpies. Scoots through off the deck to side bottom, trying to soccer it forward. Can't bend down, pick it up. Here's Crisp, grabs it. Oliver's on him. Rides him like a backpack, and we'll have the ball up. Left half forward for the Pies. No late change. Ginnivan and Laurie, the two subs, so Noble misses out. Cox wins the hit out down to Adams. Had it, lost it. The greasy footy slips through his hands. Side bottom likewise. Here's Pendlebury, puts his head over it, knocks it away to Crisp. Oliver tackles him, spun around, coughs up the footy. Gawn jams it on the boot, turns it over. And Hoskin Elliott takes the intercept mark in the centre square.
He had Elliott on the lead. He missed that. He's in the middle of the MCG. McStay wants it deep at the goal square. Hoskin Elliott drives it as far as he can. Myercheck in the pack. Front and centre is Bobby Hill. Spills to Josh Dacos. He's stripped of it. Myercheck's hand pass to DeGoey. Hand pass into the pocket. Picked off by McVie. He's tackled by Bobby Hill. No whistle. Knocked out for the Demons, but straight to Maynard. Back inside 50. McStay can't take the mark. He crashes into Hill. Lever brought down. Did he have prior opportunity? Umpire says no. And we'll ball it up millimetres out from Collingwood's goal at the Punt Road end.
That's how you know, Corby, what finals are like. It is hot.
Someone's coming to get you the whole time. Cox wins the hit out, but back to a dangerous spot for the Pies. Melbourne win it through Oliver. Before all of that, there's a free kick. It's a high tackle on Brayshaw. And he's getting it last line of defence for Melbourne. And the customary headgear to match his jumper in the royal blue and red. Brayshaw plays on. Hand pass out wide to Salem. Work it up the half back the Demons. Gives it away to Oliver. Hurried kick down the wing, southern side. They all fly for it. Van Rooyen the target. Spills to Hoskin Elliott. Tackled, lost it. Likewise, the big tackle, Fritchlays. Ball spits out of the hands of Howe and over the boundary line. And Howe and Fritsch are going on with it as well. They're having a bit of a wrestle on the southern wing. Opening couple of moments of this qualifying final. 2.5 minutes in, no score.
Fritsch and Jeremy Howe are still in a tangle. The umpire is ready to throw it in. Mason Cox takes front position against Gorn. Neither got a touch onto it. Umpire says a hold and a Collingwood free kick. It's going the way of Jordan DeGoey from that stoppage. In fact, it's Mason Cox's free kick. He gives it straight to DeGoey. He shanks it inside 50. It's gathered by Neil Bullen. He's stripped. Great tackle. Adams wants the whistle. He doesn't get it. Neil Bullen with a clearing kick. Up towards half back. Howe set. He gathers it for Collingwood inside 50. Rivers lunging forward. Can't hang on to the mark. Ball spills the way of Hill. Got it from Adams. He's locked up by Oliver. Over the shoulder. And the first shot on goal will go Collingwood's way. The tackle just over the shoulder in the eyes of the umpire, and the footy is in the hands of Bobby Hill.
Well, they've forced a free kick after 6 inside 50 entries to start off this game, Collingwood. They've both been red hot, both teams, but just the ability to set up outside T50 and to get the ball back in, especially under enormous pressure, greasy conditions, just started well, the Pies.
Bobby Hill has kicked a goal in 11 of his last 13 games, directly in front from the tackle over the shoulder from Clayton Oliver. 35 metres out, Max Gawn stands on the mark. One of the big signings in the off-season, Bobby Hill to get the show going. Kicks the opening goal for the Pies. 4 minutes gone in the opening term. Collingwood with 6 inside 50s to none. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you always want to see that first goal go through, Murph. It's a real nerve settler for both teams, more so probably the Pies. But how about the noise from the Collingwood supporters if they don't get a free kick or they think that they should have got one? I don't mind that the umpires, because it is a bit wet, they're giving them a little bit more time, a bit more leniency. The ball's going to slip out a lot, so we're going to hear a lot of ball, but not a lot of whistles being blown.
If I was a Collingwood midfielder right now, I'd be going straight to Mason Cox and saying, Mason, love your first attack of the football. Let's go again. Drive the knee straight up into him.
Bobby Hill, just his third final. Actually played the prelim here for the Giants against Collingwood back in 2019 in a winning team, and then dropped to the GF the week later. What a dream start for him and for the Magpies. They've kicked the first, back in the middle. Cox palms it down. Adams squeezes a kick forward. McCreary marks. It's all coming up Collingwood early. 5 minutes in, they've played the game in their front half. McCreary kicks a high ball in the pocket. McStay went early, spills out the back. Bobby Hill's got the first two. Ball carried the pack and he bobs up, dribbles it through. 2 in 2 minutes. And Collingwood with the hot start. 5.5 minutes in, the Magpies 2 straight. Melbourne yet to score. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, Grandstand AFL.
Well, again, it was Mason Cox who competed hard in the ruck and then just a few little smart little tap-ons just to advantage of his teammates and got the ball forward. It was McCreary who then realised that Max Gawn was running back to try and support his defence and just couldn't get there in time, but smart getting it in. But I'm not sure who was on Bobby Hill. There was about 3 or 4 Melbourne defenders all flying for the contest and all watching on while Bobby Hill just sat there and just picked up the drebs. I think it was Lockie Hunter who had to get to him.
First 7 inside 50s, 7 to zip Collingwood's way.
And the Demons have only touched the footy 7 times. Gawn tries to get involved, gets the clearance, hand pass to Brayshaw, big collision with Maynard, long to full forward, whistle, and it's coming back to the middle of the ground. Now Brayshaw is down, Maynard has slowly got up,
Well, he's not in a good way, Angus Brayshaw.
No, he's not.
And the Melbourne players have come to remonstrate with Braden Maynard.
I'd like to see it again. I think it was Maynard went to try and smother in midair and then followed through. Obviously, you can't control where you land sometimes, but
this is a big moment in the season.
It is.
If Maynard's left the ground and ironed out Brayshaw and he looks
he's out
like he is seeing stars, then that has ramifications not just for Brayshaw and Melbourne, but for Collingwood and Maynard.
So downfield free kick. Bailey Fritsch has the footy. Couldn't be in better hands for Melbourne fans. Back in the lineup. Fritsch puts through Melbourne's opening goal. 7 minutes into the opening term as Angus Brayshaw lays flat on his back in the middle of the MCG. What a controversial moment that's going to be. With no doubt the replays to come in the upcoming moments. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
The Demons stretcher just making its way out now. We'll see the Medicart on the other side of the ground. The gate has been opened for it. Now we'll see a pause in game here. Bailey Laurie, the sub, already beginning to warm up here for the Demons. This is a really concerning look, especially when you consider Angus Brayshaw was forced to wear a helmet to deal with his own concussion injuries over his history of an AFL career. So our thoughts with Brayshaw and his family watching in the stands tonight.
It's 73 consecutive games. So Maynard leaps up looking to try and smother the kick, and then he lands basically in the same drop zone. His landing spot is where Brayshaw is.
And I don't think there's anything Braden Maynard can do there. I actually saw this in an under-18 game this year, and the kick got cleared, but it's unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
That's the reactions. The replay's being shown on the big screen. Bailey Laurie, no surprise, has got the warm-up top off. He's ready to come in the game. Angus Brayshaw's night is done. He has been separated from his senses after that collision with Maynard, and now Maynard is doing the action basically to the other players in his portion of the ground, showing I went to smother, I had my hands outstretched, and I landed straight into the path of Brayshaw, who
can't stop yourself when you're in the air, and he's protected himself, which all players are taught how to do that. So he's going to hit, they're going to make body contact, and it's just unfortunate.
And Brayshaw's not protecting himself either, because he's kicking.
He's open. He's fully open.
So the question they're going to ask is does he have the right to expect that kind of contact, Brayshaw, when he's kicking the footy?
That's right. Everyone expects to have the ball smothered. It happens all the time.
You can hear the reaction here. The teams have started to group in their own little huddles in different sections of the ground, and unfortunately for Angus Brayshaw, he's in the hands of the medicos and hasn't moved a whole lot. They put the neck brace on him as a precaution, but he's been put on the stretcher inside the centre square.
The thing that will work in Maynard's favour is it's all one action as he jumps to try and smother and then follows through by making contact. The part that will work against him is it's contact to the head of Angus Brayshaw.
No, I can't. Yeah, I get that, Clinchy, but you can't expect him to stop in midair. You've got no feet on the ground.
Mitch Cleary downstairs.
Guys, from your vantage point, you'll just see two people making their way onto the ground. This is very uncommon. Behind every bench at every AFL game, there is two medical officers independent of the two clubs. They are supplied by the AFL. They've actually made their way to support the club medicos on the field right now. So two independent doctors making their way from the bench to the incident where Angus Brayshaw remains on his back. I haven't seen that in a long time in an AFL ground.
And they're sort of plain clothed as well, so they're not in the usual attire you'd expect to see from someone entering the playing arena.
In the other part of that, before it actually happened, Geordie to go, he slipped, and he's actually gone down and got his medial, I reckon, strapped. Giving that a little tweak on the way through.
So he's got a heavy strapping, underneath his left knee?
Yeah. He come off the ground straight away, and then he's come back up onto the bench with strapping now on his left knee.
There's a fair bit happening in one passage of play.
Oh, yeah.
Goodwin tumbling over, somehow gets the clearance to Brayshaw. To go, he twists his ankle, and then the collision.
How did you see it, Murph? The Brayshaw and Maynard.
Yeah, he was in the air trying to smother, as we've already discussed. And as you both said, you can't stop momentum once you're in the air. It's a really sad watch, unfortunately, because you've got Brayshaw, who's obviously knocked out, and Maynard, who's now we've got spot fires everywhere.
And this is a real problem, that the umpires, with Brayshaw still on the Medicab, players are rushing to be involved in a melee, which Jack Viney has started, grabbing the jumper of Braden Maynard, and they're doing their best to try and separate the players as Brayshaw has been KO'd after that contact with Maynard. He's on the Medicab, being driven off the ground, and now Viney's jump has been completely torn open down one side. The score, by the way, Collingwood 2 straight, Melbourne 1 straight. So it's the Pies by 6 points. 11 minutes in, Brayshaw kicking the ball out of the centre square inside 50 as Maynard leaves the ground trying to smother. He lands straight in the landing spot where Brayshaw had followed through from his kick. And the upper body, shoulder area of Maynard collides with the face of Brayshaw. When he left the ground, he wasn't intending to bump, he was trying to smother. And as they've come down, it's resulted in a suspected concussion from Brayshaw as he's been taken off on the Medicab. Maynard stays out there. It is hot at the MCG. It is Collingwood by 6 points in the first qualifying final. 2-1, and we're about to restart play after all that.
And you always think of the families in this moment. We've spoken to Angus, Brayshaw's mum, for a long time. She couldn't watch her son play given his history of concussion. Over 90,000 in attendance, maybe as much as 95, and shots on the monitor of Todd Viney. Jack Viney's dad in the crowd as well. We're back underway. Cox and Gawn do battle once more. Gawn gets the clearance, but only as far as Crisp of Collingwood. Kicks up towards Bobby Hill. Lost his footing. Bowie takes the mark for Melbourne and pounds off half-back. Kicks up to centre half-forward. And Jeremy Howe nudges Smith underneath it and takes the mark for Collingwood. Still with that makeshift long-sleeve jumper. After his injury in round one, he kicks out to the southern wing in the direction of Dan McStay. Can't take the mark. Bowie's onto it. Bobby Hill's onto him. He locks the ball up at right half forward for Collingwood. The Magpies by 6 points, 2 straight 12 to Melbourne, 1 straight 6.
Umpire chucks it up in a hurry. Cox and Gawn to go at it. Gawn the more telling touch down to Dacos. He's tackled by Sparrow, taken to ground. Ball up again on the wing. How challenging would this be for Braden Maynard now?
Yeah, well, he's just got to get it out of his mind and get back to the task at hand. But Jack Viney's right in his face, that's for sure.
Cox wins the hit out down to Oliver. Got a hand pass away to Hunter. Handball to Petrarca. They work it out through traffic. Gives it to Sparrow, southern wing. Handball to Oliver. Hand pass to Gawn. Flicks it on to Viney. Viney tackles. He goes to kick. Slides off his boot now to play. And a boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the D's. And now the Collingwood fans are into Viney. So for Brayshaw leaves the ground. Clearly wasn't trying to concuss a opposition player, and Brayshaw has had head injuries in the past. Out of the game, suspected concussion. Laurie into the match in the opening 10 minutes of the qualifying final.
Thrown back in, Mason Cox wins down the tap, got it to Chris, kicks into the middle of the ground. Salem sliding in, takes the mark in front of Pat Lipinski. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
So amid all that chaos, the rain has resumed. It's probably a 3 out of 10 at the moment, but it has come back.
Salem kicks Melbourne inside 50. Big fly from the back from Smith. Can't take the mark. Pendlebury clever. Volleyed it up to Maynard. You'll hear him throughout the match. Kicks up to the southern wing. McStay knocks it on to Bobby Hill. Looks up. Elliott's out the back. He's got 10 metres on Hibberd. He takes the mark in the right forward pocket. He's got McCreary and Cameron charging forward. Jamie Elliott's a man for these moments. He goes back and will have the set shot now.
A clever tap from Dan McStay to get it on the outside, but that's what the wet weather game is, isn't it,
Yeah.
Murph? Got to get territory. Maynard just banging it on the boot. Got it down, got a nice high bounce. McStay taps it to the outside. Bobby Hill, like all good forwards, running forward. Jamie Elliott going even further forward. Got out the back of Hibberd.
Elliott out to the right. He's kicking from around 40 metres out. Jamie Elliott looking for the Magpie response. It's offline to the left. And through for a minor score. The first behind of the match. Collingwood 2-1-13 to Melbourne 1 straight 6. 14 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
I think it's going to be a big test for Braden Maynard, Corbin. I know you made comment of that before, but he's knocked out someone who's had previous concussions. I feel he's not a dirty player, but it's going to be a big test for him to play some good footy tonight.
Maylong straight down the pipe. Markov spoils. Loose footy centre square. Viney collects. Tackled by Maynard. There they are again at it. Front edge of the centre square. Markov passes through. No clean collect. Side bottom knocks it out to Maynard. Hand pass to Hoskin. Elliott tries to hack it forward off the ground. Back into dispute. Viney burrows in. They all tackle him. Pack forms and the ump says, I'll have it.
It's like a rugby union scrum, that one. Just bodies flying in after the football.
7-point lead for the Magpies. 2-1 to 1 straight. 15 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
Thrown up. Gawn wins down the tap against Cox, but he just slaps it forward. Big Mason gets it towards McStay. Can't gather. Bowie for Melbourne. Hand pass to Salem. Kicks out to the southern wing. We're leading out in front is Chandler, who juggles the mark. Collingwood kicked the opening 2 goals of the match through Bobby Hill in the first 5 minutes before Bailey Fritsch kicked Melbourne's first. Up towards half forward. Smith had to spoil from behind for the Demons. Got it away from Nathan Murphy. And out of play through the hands of Josh Dacos. And a boundary throw in. So Braden Maynard is playing sort of as an extra midfielder for Collingwood off the half-back flank. You'd imagine his head would be spinning.
Yeah, his opposition half-forward flanker's gone up to the stoppage and he's just sitting out the back, just patrolling like a sweeper.
Gorn and Cox to go at it again from the boundary throw in. Cox whacks it down. Chris Paddock lost it in the Oliver tackle. Spills to Hunter. Kicks the Demons inside 50. More edges Fritsch underneath the footy. Takes the intercept mark. It's when he's at his best. Darcy Moore as he swings it out to the northern side. 3 Magpies there. The ball pitches, runs out of play. And a boundary throw in 60 metres out for the Melbourne goal. No late change coming in. Laurie is into the game, the sub for Melbourne. Angus Brayshaw out concussed after an incident with Braden Maynard in the opening 10 minutes. And Jack Ginnivan, the unused sub so far for Collingwood. 2-1 to 1 straight. The Pies by 7 points. Bobby Hill has both their goals.
Max Gorn ragdolled Mason Cox, gave away the free kick. So Cox has spent the opening 16 minutes rocking, and Darcy Cameron has now gone forward. Mason Cox around the back to Maynard. Kicks up towards Cameron. Lever in from the side. Provides the support for his key defender, Stephen May. And sees it out of play. So maybe one to just keep an eye on as to whether Darcy Cameron is trying to keep Stephen May accountable.
Just Max 2 off the SMS, 0437 774 774 as Braden Maynard hits the bench in front of the NCC members. We've had a lot of controversial MRO moments this year, but this isn't going to be one of them. That was completely accidental and unavoidable. Unfortunate for Brayshaw, though, off the SMS. Boundary throw in, Petrarca for the Demons. Hand pass to Oliver. Kicks down to half forward, floating through Hoskin Elliott. In the back six lids. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
Yeah, it was really well read, but the D's forwards have got to make him accountable. There's 3 to 1 there. It's an easy mark when you're that uncontested.
You've got to fly with him. If you're opposed, you can't just let him jump up and intercept mark. You need to fly for the contest.
Great to have Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with us on Grandstand AFL. Short to side bottom, kicks down the wing. No mark for De Goey. Spills to Adams. Jams it on the boot. Kicks it out on the full. And the Demons will win it straight back and win some territory here. And Stephen May can keep it in the front half for Melbourne. It's Collingwood by 7 points, 18 minutes into the opening quarter.
Inboard to Bowie, who takes the mark. He plays on with no one on the mark. Drives it long up towards Tom McDonald and Van Rooyen. Howe in the air, slots it down for Collingwood. Markov trying to tap it away from Petrarca. Lipinski slides in. He's set upon by Salem. The ball spills clear. Trying to get it out as Mitchell for Collingwood. To De Goey. Nowhere to go for him as Sparrow lays the tackle. And the umpire will board up 55 metres out from Melbourne's goal at the city end. Collingwood by 7 points. 18 minutes gone opening term.
Cameron and Van Rooyen. Cameron wins it down. Side bottom, hand pass away to Mitchell. Another stoppage win for Collingwood. Mitchell kicks to the wing. No mark for Myjack. May knocks it away from him into the path of Bowie. Heads down to half forward. Neil Bull on the target. No mark. Slides through to McDonald for the D's. Hand pass to Oliver. Taps it on but turns it over. Mitchell for Collingwood. Gives it to Crisp. Kicks to the outskirts of the centre square. McStay clean. Hand pass to Lipinski. He wasn't. Caught by Salem. Coughs it up. Lever for the D's. Hand pass to Chandler. Gives it off to Petrarca in the middle of the G.
Dodging and weaving out towards Oliver, who marks it right half forward. Side bottom locks him up as Clayton Oliver swings out onto his right hand side. A driving kick inside 50, looking for Smith. Big fly from behind, can't take the mark. Pickett through at speed, couldn't take it cleanly first time. Second time he jams it out on the full. Just didn't quite have the composure given the momentum. And it spills out to the right hand side, and Darcy Moore to take the free kick up against the left behind post.
Highlight Christian Salem there, a couple of really big tackles down there in that back half. Sorry, Claude.
Moore's kick smothered by Fritsch, ricochets out of bounds. It was like hitting the tail on the donkey. He just needed to be in the right position so he could kick the goal because he picked it.
Unfortunately, it wasn't.
Or the pinata.
Yeah, spun around in the wrong spot.
Good hustle there by Bally Fritsch getting the smother and getting a forward 50 lock in here. Expect Cozzy Pickett to try and go to work.
7 point lead for Collingwood. An eventful opening quarter. Cameron wins it down. Petrarca through traffic. Shakes a tackle. Snaps over his shoulder. But in the end, misses everything. And out on the full once more. They'll reset things. Collingwood free kick next to the behind post. We might have a look upstairs. No, we won't. We're happy that's out on the full. So Collingwood free kick. Pies by 7. Time on opening quarter.
Collingwood's captain returning, having missed the last 2 matches. Sends it long towards half-back. Darcy Cameron the target. It's slapped forward by McStay of Collingwood. Van Rooyen's onto it first. Could have been taken high. Got it to Lever. Melbourne won't take the advantage. And Jacob Van Rooyen playing in his first final series. That could have almost been 50. Yep. Footy wasn't returned to him.
It was Jake Lever who threw it. He was trying to get
steel side bottom off his back.
Yes. Van Rooyen at right half forward, sends it inside 50. Tom McDonald won't get there, and Darcy Cameron takes the contested mark for Collingwood. 30 metres out from his offensive goal, swings it across the full-back line to Quaynor. He can work it out to right half-back where Murphy takes the mark.
Sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass away to Dacos. Half-back, kicks down the wing, turns it over. Bobby Hill slipped over at the most inopportune moment. Hit takes the intercept mark, goes short to McVie. Born in August 2003, he's the youngest man on the ground, Judd McVie. A few 20-year-olds out there, including Van Rooyen and Ginnivan. As the kick now heads inside the forward arc. No mark. Spills down towards Murphy again. Collingwood reload. Hand pass to Markov. Kicks back into the front half. May puts his fist through it. Lands in the lap of Cameron. He drops it. Throws his arm. There's another collision here as Van Rooyen involved. And McStay was passing through and he looks a little dazed. McStay, I don't know if he's trying to draw the free kick. A pack form's in front of him.
He looks groggy.
McStay jumps straight back up. He's got a trainer with him. They'll look at that. And again, he landed straight in the spot of another player in Van Rooyen. Ball up though, southern wing.
Thrown up, Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood to Crisp. Hand pass to Lipinski. Kicks inside 50 on the lead. Elliott takes the mark. McVie couldn't get back to support Hibbert. And Collingwood's small forwards are proving a problem.
Yeah, they are clinching, and this bloke, Jamie Elliott, is probably the one that's causing him the most issues on Hibbert at the moment. He's got him out the back a couple of times, worked him over. Just a smart footballer, Jamie Elliott. Took him back towards the goal square and then led up the other side into all the fat side space.
He's had a side up from the right forward pocket. This is on a 45-degree angle. 25 metres out. Jamie Elliott looking to extend Collingwood's lead. He leans back on it and misses to the left-hand side. Maybe just a bit of nerves early. And Collingwood's lead is 8 points, 22 minutes in.
Second miss of the night. There's Bowie to May in the back pocket. Long kick down the wing. Fritsch the target. Slides past him. Gawn's on. Gets there on the bounce. Look away. Hand pass trying to feed Fritsch. Cameron can't bend down, pick it up. Fritsch has a go. Knocks it back out to Gawn. Close to the boundary line and inadvertently suck it out on the full by Crisp. Gawn whacked it back onto his bootlaces and it bobbled up and over the line and Melbourne retained possession.
Big Stay's come to the bench just then. I reckon Van Rooyen's in a bit of strife with that bump. He chose and got him right fair on the chin. I don't usually like to preempt anything, but it looked nasty.
Hunter comes inboard to Oliver. Long kick inside 50. Van Rooyen flies for it. No mark. Spills down towards Viney. The ball bobbles back to Murphy. Tackled by Van Rooyen. Ends up out of play. Says boundary throw in. 30 out from the Melbourne goal. So Van Rooyen more trouble than Maynard?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
You can just see it there on the replay. He's actually thrown his elbow and got him on the chin. Yeah, he's out for a couple there, I would have thought.
Gone early.
Throwing back in, Melbourne deep in attack. McDonald doing the ruck against Cameron at pinballs. Back to Cameron. Locked up by McDonald and Neil Bullen. And the umpire will throw it up. Collingwood haven't allowed the D's to get settled. Thrown up in the air. Cameron slaps it down to Crisp. A little fumble, so he volleys it forward. Got it to Taylor Adams at centre half back. Into the middle of the ground for Elliott. Awkward bounce. Hibbert knocks it down to Bowie. McCreary came charging at him. Made front on contact. Play on's the call and Cox takes the mark. Intercepting mark. His kick is smothered though by Clayton Oliver. Spills out into the path of Taylor Adams. Gets it forward with an underground hand pass. Mychet round straight into Oliver. Turns it over. Lever's hand pass away. Hunter can't quite gather the footy. Now he does for Melbourne. Hand pass to Rivers under immense pressure. Breaks one tackle. Hand pass to Viney. He's locked up by Mason Cox. Talk about getting down low. But the contact was high and Melbourne will take it back on the wing.
We haven't had a goal in 18 minutes since the Brayshaw concussion. Involved in a collision with Braden Maynard, and this game has particular spice to it, as you'd expect. It went up another level in that opening 10 minutes. Long kick into the forward pocket from Rivers. No mark, spills down to Maynard. High up and under, clears the defensive arc, and Viney at the drop takes the intercept mark. And they're both copying the cheers at the moment. Maynard after the collision with Brayshaw, and then Viney trying to remonstrate straight to the Collingwood fans are into him. Kick from Viney into the forward pocket again. No mark. Hits the deck. Here's Quaynor. Extracts it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Mitchell. Handball out of the defensive 50. No clean pick up from Laurie. The D's work it out though. Viney, hand pass to Oliver, gives it to Rivers, kicks back inside 50. Side bottom has to spoil. Live footy inside the forward arc for Melbourne. Laurie has another go. Hand pass back to centre half forward, but the Pies onto it. Myercheck, handball in the middle. Bowie's nutmegs. Pies are on. Crest, hand pass to McCreary. Kicks inside 50. Bounce in front of Elliott. Can't reel it in. Paddles to his own advantage. Turns Hibbert inside out. Elliott fumbles a second time. He dives in on it from Langdon, but Langdon wins it. The 1-2 with Chandler, and Langdon gets it out of the defensive 50.
Kicks out towards Laurie, the sub into the action. He has to become the tackler on Quaynor. Gets it to side bottom, inboard to Markov. Hand pass back to Quaynor. Reloads and sends it high inside 50. Have a go at that. Myercheck shoved out of it. Illegally, says the umpire. And Lever maybe just panicked as he made contact right to the middle of the back.
Yeah, disappointing. It was frenetic, that little passage of play.
It was a great couple of minutes of football,
Yeah, it was. And well called, boys. But I think the one thing we do know is Jamie Elliott's far too quick for Michael Hibbert out there. You've got to look at that, I think. He's got out the back 3 or 4 times already.
They're isolating him really well at the moment, aren't they? They've understood that Hibbert's probably one that doesn't like to be back by himself, and Elliott's had him on toast about 2 or 3 occasions.
The 5-time leading goal kicker for Collingwood, including 2023. Brodie Myercheck right on 50, veers out to the right, it won't have the distance. Mason Cox is there, wrestling with May, it goes out of play, off hands. And a boundary throw-in up against the right behind post. Punt road end, Collingwood deep in attack, Mitch Cleary.
Just after that incident with Jacob Van Rooyen, Dan McStay has been taken down to the rooms for the first steps of his concussion test, one to keep an eye on.
Thanks, Maasai. Boundary throw-in, Collingwood by 8. One down by Gawn, straight to McVee, gang tackled, taken to ground, a ball up again, forward pocket for the Pies. 2-2 to 1 straight. It's going to be a long quarter after Brayshaw was concussed after a collision with Maynard, stretched it from the ground. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck himself, clears the defensive arc. Van Rooyen had a hand on it, he was being held in the other hand by Maynard. And free kick for Van Rooyen in his first final at left half back. It was his contact that has led to this concussion test from McStay. His kick broken up. Wanted Hunter. Maynard floats through, knocks it out of bounds. And if you're in the MCG, you're reacting to that somehow. The mixed response to the Collingwood number 4 in Brayden Maynard. Boundary throw in southern wing, Pies by 8.
We've got a boo off here, haven't we, at the moment?
34 years since these two sides have met in a final. Doesn't take too much work to figure out who are the heroes and the villains, depending on who you barrack for. Viney kicks up the wing. No mark taken. Pickett sockers it forward, looking for Petrarca. Overran the footy. Darcy Moore gets the hand pass away to Pendlebury, to Maynard, to Markov. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Puts it out to space at right half forward. McCreary's after it. Mason Cox puts on the block. McCreary gathers around his body. Kicks for Crisp. Sliding on his knees, he takes the mark. Just inside 50.
It's a very handy play, McCreary. Just the extra pace just always gets his opponent, and just nice little smarts there to chip the ball over the top to Crisp, who ran really hard off the half-back flank and just continues to keep on running. This guy just always finds another gear to go to.
Playing his 212th consecutive match. Jack Crisp, the 2-time Copeland medalist, as he veers out to the left from outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got and beyond the goal line. Pumping the fist with the Collingwood cheer squad as the Magpies with the first goal in 22 minutes. After all the events involving Angus Brayshaw, Collingwood strike back to open up a 14-point advantage. 3-2-20 to Melbourne 1 straight 6. Half an hour gone, opening term on ABC Sport. 212
games in a row. Just think about that for a second. His ability to do that, but at a high standard as well. At the moment, and Jack Crisp is one of them, they look far too quick across the ground at the moment. I know it's been wet conditions, but McCreary put space on Bowie just then. We've seen Elliott do it to Hibbert. Crisp ability, Geordie to go out of there. They're just covering the ground and getting onto that loose ball that little bit quicker, which is ultimately lending itself to having the ball in their forward half a lot more and getting better looks at it, whereas Melbourne having the bomb.
14-point lead for the Magpies. Back in the middle, Gawn wins it down and then just hacks it off the deck forward. Out to meet it, Hoskin Elliott. Sockers to the wing for Collingwood. Spills down off hands. Oliver had it, lost it. Falls to Neil Bullen. Hand pass forward for the D's. Finds Pickett. 60 metres out. High up and under. Forward pocket. Smith and Fritsch there for the D's. Neither of the mark, and it spills out of bounds. And a throw in right forward pocket. Maynard involved to break it up amongst two Demons.
They're just not even getting a good enough contest ahead of the football at the moment, Melbourne. And when they do bring the ball to ground, it's coming out far too easily. Even then, just bombing away again, just hoping for the best. Need to lower the eyes and see the free and try and hit it.
Cameron and McDonald to go at it in the ruck. Cameron wins it down. McDonald follows up though for the Demons. He can't quite come up with it. Spills through towards Chandler. Got a hand pass back into the contest. Punched forward by Dacos. Now at centre half back for the Pies. Adams extracts it. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Gives it to Chris. Back edge of the square.
Up towards a vacant half forward line. Mays racing back. He'll leave it in the end. Judd McPhee runs onto it. Kick is offline. He can't get it to Langdon. And Jamie Elliott takes the mark for Collingwood. The Magpies 3-2-20 to Melbourne 1-6. As Elliott inboard to De Goey, not 15. Tackled immediately by Bowie, but he got the kick to half forward. And Brody Myercheck takes the mark. 2 kicks out from goal. Mason Cox is the deepest forward. He ignores that lead. He's going to chip it back inboard. And Olaf Markov takes the mark. Finally gets his first finals of experience at the expense of potentially John Noble. As he comes inboard to Pendlebury, who kicks it back out to Markov, who marks it left half forward.
Just finding way too much space at the moment. Collingwood all over the ground.
Markov veers onto the right-hand side. Long kick. Cameron and Cox are both there. Neither can take the mark on Cameron. Might have claimed it. He did on the second bite. Jake Lever turns to the big screen. He can't believe it. Only about 20 metres out from goal.
Yeah, I reckon they've missed one here, the D's, haven't they, with their ability to spoil and compete with the big boys. They've gone that little bit shorter. I think they had Tomlinson in there a couple of weeks ago. His ability to take it all, which allows Lever to come across. But Lever's having to be accountable now because they're taller down there. So they're stretching him and they've been patient, the Pies, whereas I feel the D's are a little bit more rushed going into their forward 50.
Smart by Mason Cox too to have one onto him and then go to the next bloke as well. So creating that 2-for-1, leaving Cameron all by himself.
Only the 4 goals this season. Craig McRae says we look better with 2 rucks, and Darcy Cameron shows him why. Collingwood with a couple of quick goals on the trot to stretch out the biggest lead of the match. 20 points Collingwood's way. 4-2-26 to Melbourne 1-6. 33 minutes gone. It's going to be a long quarter with the stretcher for Angus Brayshaw.
Yeah, I don't think it's panic stations by any stretch of the imagination for Melbourne just yet, but Collingwood are playing a far superior brand. I just feel that there's been too much space and maybe some players in the Melbourne Guernsey guarding too much space rather than guarding a man at this point in time, because when the heat's on in these finals games, you need to create contests, 1v1 contests, and they're taking too much space at times.
But you know why? It's because they're not quick enough to keep up with them if they are on their back. So that's why they're trying to bite off a little bit more, I think, Murph.
Yep.
Good start for Collingwood. They've lost only 1 game this year when leading at quarter time. They're out by 20 with a minute to go in this opening term. Cameron cracks it out of the ruck, kicks to centre half forward. No mark for Bobby Hill. Spills down towards Viney. Hand pass back in dispute. Picked up by Mitchell off his knees. Hand pass inside the forward 50. Viney went over the top. No contact with Myercheck. Pies win it anyway. Adams hand pass to Mitchell. His hand pass broken up. Spills to McPhee. Tackled by Elliott. Cox collects. Gives it to De Goey. Sidesteps 2. Can't get boot the ball. Ricochets away to Petrarca. Geez, upended. Dangerous tackle from McCreary. Says it's all okay. He was ripped from his feet and put into the ground. Maybe he kicked his legs out, Petrarca, and all of that. The umpire says throw it up. 15 out for the Collingwood goal at the punt road end.
Last roll of the dice for the Pies before quarter time. Cox tries to knock it down, then tries to volley it on, but it's Oliver who gets the clearance. Up towards half-back. Fritsch is outnumbered. Maynard used his body. It spills to Smith. Hand pass to Chandler. Kicks up towards half-forward. Howes the loose in defence. He gathers. Hand pass to Markov. And that's the opening quarter in the books. What an eventful opening term in which Collingwood lead by 20 points. 4-2-26 to Melbourne 1-6. But we had a sizable delay as Angus Brayshaw was stretchered from the field. A collision with Braden Maynard as Maynard went to smother, followed through with the contact to Brayshaw, who was subbed off the field. Goal kickers for Collingwood, 2 to Hill, individuals to Cameron and to Chris, while for the Demons their goal has come through Bailey Fritsch. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Just some more good news for Collingwood going into this first break. Dan McStay has just emerged from the rooms, giving the thumbs up to the high-performance boss, Jared Wade, down here on the bench. So it looks like he will resume after that concussion test midway through that first term.
Thanks, Mitch. That was the other incident in that opening quarter, of course, where Jacob Van Rooyen, according to our own, Brett Delidio chose to bump. Made contact with McStay. McStay had to go off and do the concussion test, but good news, he is returning. Probably good news for both players in all of that. Jack Ginnivan is the unused sub for Collingwood. The talking point is clearly the clash between Maynard and Brayshaw. As Clinchy said, Brayshaw stretchered from the ground in the opening 7 minutes after that collision with the Collingwood defender. It's the Magpies by 20 points on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView. A place to embrace a national treasure with Inside the Sydney Opera House.
Opening nights are always stressful.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes me.
We just need to make sure we get it right.
And enjoy artworks, Last Night of the Proms, Knowing the Score, and so much more.
Do you expect to be that mood?
I didn't.
Your heart's desire in arts, music, and culture.
It is magic.
All streaming for free on ABC iView.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Ball spills away uphill. Got it from Adams. He's locked up by Oliver. Over the shoulder. And the first shot on goal will go Collingwood's way. One of the big signings in the off-season, Bobby Hill, to get the show going. Kicks the opening goal for the Pies.
McCreary kicks up high ball in the pocket. McStay went early, spills out the back. Bobby Hill's got the first two.
Hand pass to Brayshaw, big collision with Maynard. Brayshaw is down. Maynard has slowly got up.
Maynard's left the ground and ironed out Brayshaw, and he looks
He's out.
like he's seeing stars.
So downfield free kick. Bailey Fritsch has the footy. Fritsch puts through Melbourne's opening goal.
The Demons stretcher just making its way out now.
There's another collision here as Van Rooyen involved. And McStay was passing through and he looks a little dazed.
He's actually thrown his elbow and got him on the chin. He's out for a couple there, I would have thought.
McCreary gathers around his body, kicks for Chris. From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got. And beyond the goal line. Pumping the fist with the Collingwood cheer squad.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
We had high hopes coming in. We had to wait 10 days for it. It's delivered thus far. Collingwood by 20 points, 4-1. No shortage of talking points. Clearly the incident between Maynard and Brayshaw, which has left the latter concussed and subbed out of the game. Michael from Wyndham Vale off the SMS. Call me very cynical, but I feel like Maynard's going to be suspended, because players aren't allowed to have accidents anymore in regards to this kind of thing. And from Daniel says, hello from, I think it's Białystok is how you pronounce it. Hopefully that's right, in Poland. I've been travelling around Europe with my partner and we have made a stop over here so she can conduct a family pilgrimage of sorts. Loving listening to the commentary as we browse the shops and cafes. Great to have you with us, Daniel. Appreciate your contribution off the SMS. The thoughts about analysts Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio at quarter time, the Pies by 20.
Yeah, well, Collingwood have been first class, and I think it started in the middle of the ground with Mason Cox jumping into Max Gawn on a couple of occasions, and that was one area of the game that I thought Melbourne would have superiority, and that was in the centre bounce. But they've been first class so far, Collingwood, and they're leading the clearances 12-11, but then also ahead of the football. I feel Melbourne are just bombing the ball in and hoping for the best, and they're not getting enough representation, not just only in the air, but at ground level as well. I feel that when the ball has come to ground, they haven't had enough numbers there, forcing another stoppage or repeat stoppages. The ball's being able to come or exit too quickly from Collingwood. So they're playing a really good brand of football at the moment. Collingwood, they're, as you said a couple of times, they've got just players who just seem quicker than their Melbourne opponents, and they're causing a lot of havoc for a lot of the Melbourne defenders. They're trying to play 1.5 man and try and cover off some space, but when you've got so much space out there and you've got quick legs of which Collingwood do have, you're going to find yourself in trouble.
Oh, I totally agree. I feel that Collingwood are getting their game set up a lot better than what the D's are at the moment. We spoke about how good the D's are defensively and their ability to set up behind the ball, but it's been the Pies. What are the intercept possessions at the moment? 24-17. And we saw that it was only the last 10 seconds of that quarter, but they had 3 back behind, and they were able to mop that up, no worries. It's been a little bit of the tail of the game so far. But you're right, it's the speed across the ground and their ability to get out the back. Elliott's really challenging Hibbert at the moment.
Could have kicked three.
He should have. If he was cleaner, he could have kicked goal of the year, as well as a couple of other shots.
Well, he missed 2 shots that you just be a given for Jamie Elliott. And I know it's a wet ball, and usually the wet ball too here is because it's a bit pointy at the start of games. They tend to slide off the boot a little bit, but Jamie Elliott, he always kicks them straight through the gut. So there's a few little let-offs there by Jamie Elliott, but you are right. Like they are finding space, and usually that's one area of the game that Melbourne are really good at.
Squeeze that up, yeah.
Squeezing that up and having another one out the back.
But they will have got a little talking to, I reckon, just then at quarter time, and those things will be tightened up, but they've got to get their hands on the footy inside and not just blaze away going inside forward 50.
Collingwood had the opening 6 inside 50s. It finished at 15-13 at quarter time, but Collingwood with 4 marks inside 50 to none for Melbourne.
Yeah, well, they had space, and we've spoken about it a couple of times, whereas every time Melbourne were going inside 50, it was a kick and hope, and hope we get a mark or hope we get a contest, whereas Collingwood had a lot of space to work in, and they just were just too quick.
Ginnivan, the unused sub for Collingwood. Meanwhile, Brayshaw already out of the game with suspected concussion. Laurie is into the match. That happened in the opening 10 minutes as Gawn wins the hit out to start the second term. Pies by 20. And a free kick for Oliver. It was tackled without the footy by De Goey, so early centre break for Melbourne. Kicks to the hot spot. Trying to spoil Howe at the back. Slides off his fierce. Pendlebury over the top of it. Can't collect. Pickett hands it out to Petrarca. Hand pass goes back to Neil Bullen. His hand pass knocked down. And Dacos just soccers it 40 metres up to the wing. May comes through, spoils for Melbourne. Rivers trying to reel it in, unsuccessful. Lipinski loops a hand pass to Adams, tackled by Sparrow. Ball spits out of play and a throw-in on the wing. A 20-point lead for Collingwood, just repeating those 2 incidents. So Maynard leaving the ground, looking to smother, landed in the same spot where Brayshaw was. Made contact high to the head. Brayshaw concussed. And Brett Delidio's verdict is that Maynard should be okay with all of that, despite the damage that was caused.
Toss back in. Gawnwin's down the tap. He gets it to Neil Bullen. The kick to half forward. Better suits Quaynor than Cosy Pickett. And Isaac Quaynor takes the mark for Collingwood. Comes inboard to Darcy Moore. He wants a switch play out towards side bottom. It's a risky kick. Used his body well against Langdon. Gathers the footy. Kicks to space out at half forward. It's out in front of Jamie Elliott. He tries to knock it on to Myercheck, and that'll be enough to convince the umpire to throw it in 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
You know I'm a boots man, Clinchy.
Yes.
Jamie Elliott has gone and changed his boots, so that was the reason. Fans out there listening, he's into the white ones, sack the orange ones.
Throw those ones into the Yarra.
So if you've got a sign, put it up. He'll probably give you those orange ones.
Thrown back into play. It's Cox who wins down the tap. And a chance here for Collingwood to gather it left half forward to go. His underground hand pass. That'll work to Crisp. Kicks inside 50. McStay the target. Can't take the mark against Lever. Gathered by Hunter on the behind line. Got it back to Lever. Kicks straight towards the boundary. It's over the head of the Rivers. Josh Dacos with the arms outstretched. The umpire says throw it in. 60 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Very fortunate there. I think that Rivers was just there in the pocket. Otherwise, that was going deliberate.
The other incident was Jacob Van Rooyen, who really ran past the footy, chose to bump through tucked his shoulder in and made contact with the jaw of McStay. Mitch Cleary telling us McStay has passed his concussion test, so ready to come back on, which is good news for both men. But he'll come under scrutiny for that from the boundary throw-in. Dacos keeps it alive. Hand pass into the pocket, chases his own footy and collides with Stephen May as they spill it together over the boundary line. We'll have a throw-in in front of the Pies race, right forward pocket.
Just seems that everything that Collingwood are doing now, they're just doing with energy, whereas Melbourne, they just don't seem to have that spark at the moment.
Bit reactive, aren't they?
Yep.
Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, grandstand AFL, Pies by 20, boundary throw-in. Cox wins it down. Was Myercheck held without it? Yes, said the umpire. Free kick for Myercheck, right forward pocket. He'll kick from 20 out.
And reactive's the word, and Clayton Oliver, who's usually so good around a stop, is just held on for whatever reason, then maybe got a little bit nervous about being against a bigger opponent, but just an unnecessary hold.
Holding on to his right arm as he was trying to keep the space, I reckon, Brodie Myercheck. Very strong individual, though.
A career best year. This for his 45th of the season. He sprays it out to the left, to behind. Had a heavy downpour the 2 hours before the game. Had some light rain for a few moments in that first quarter, but other than that, it's been dry during game time. But a greasy footy on a wet MCG surface. It is Collingwood by 21 points, 4 minutes gone, second term.
Rivers looks to bring Melbourne back into play. Kicks as far as he can up towards Gawn. Works his way to the front against Mason Cox and takes the mark. Melbourne's captain trying to get involved. Comes inboard back to Rivers. Takes the mark on the paint of the defensive 50. Out to Bowie at right half back. He's got Langdon wider but wants to go more direct than that. Up towards Joel Smith. He marks on his chest just inside the boundary. At right half forward. Fritsch and Van Rooyen are the longest targets as Smith looks for options inside 50. Sends it in the Van Rooyen direction. Almost takes the mark. Up on the back of Murphy. Then competes at ground level. Howe over the top. And the ball is stuck underneath them in the right forward pocket for the Demons. Collingwood by 21 points.
It was a better entry. At least they got a 1v1 contest rather than just getting it in and hoping for the best. Put into some space for your teammate.
Cox doing the line share of the ruck work, wins the hit out, but it comes down to Neil Bolton inside the forward arc for Melbourne. Hand pass into the pocket. Maynard inadvertently fumbles it out of play. Ump says all okay. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the D's. And Cozzy Pickett sweating on him.
He's sweating on this stoppage too, Cozzy Pickett. Clayton Oliver going to block for him here.
Quaynor trying to avoid Oliver and keep tabs with Pickett for the boundary throw in. Knocked in their direction. Neither of them take it to go. He sockers once. Side bottom sockers it out of play. It was touched on the way through. Clipping the shirt of his, or the hands of his teammate in Adams, and goes out of bounds for a throw in half forward for Melbourne. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Just an update from the Melbourne rooms. Angus Brayshaw is on his feet, walking around, and just exited the Melbourne changing rooms with his partner. So good signs out of that concussion situation in terms of the stretcher. On his feet, Angus Brayshaw.
Gone over the back to Neil Bullen inside 50. Petrarca, no. Free kick in the marking contest before it got there, and it's going the way of Isaac Quaynor.
Yeah, Cozzy Pickett just tried to protect Petrarca as he's under the high ball. It's got to be a bit more subtle.
So Quaynor out to Maynard, who's going to get the boos from the Melbourne fans and now the cheers from the Collingwood fans. As he kicks up towards Mason Cox, it clears him, and right behind him, Dan McStay takes the mark. He's providing a presence, Mason Cox, that's for sure. As McStay's centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side, looks up towards half forward. Myercheck the target, little nudge on May and takes the mark, leaning back inside 50, pretty much directly in front, 40 metres out from goal.
They're just getting great isolation, Murph, aren't they?
Yep.
Their ability to get one-on-ones down there, where that's been their strong suit. You know, and I'll go back to that maybe that one tall short, which allows Lever to play his game style to get back to help, has allowed Myercheck to get out the back there of Stephen May. That kick had great depth on it, though, from McStay.
I reckon Cozzy Pickett at the other end is a little unlucky. But here's Brody Myercheck looking for his first for the match from just inside 50. And Collingwood are continuing the charge. The Magpies with the last 3 goals of the match in the first of the second quarter to blow the margin out to 27 points Collingwood's way. 7 minutes gone, second term. 5-3-33 to Melbourne, 1 straight 6.
I was just having a look at some of the stats, and you go to the top of the tree, and Max Gawn, is as good as he's been, he's had the 10 disposals, but they're still going to have to require him just to try and even put more of a presence on this game, because Mason Cox, whether it's been in the ruck or whether it's been up forward, he's providing some good, almost some shepherds for his teammates and providing some good 1v1s just by the fact of him using his body and being physical around all his contests at the moment. But Max Gawn's, he started very well, but he's got to have to go to another level and just get his team going at the moment because they look very, very flat.
Their last 2 goals, too, from marks inside 50, which rarely happens against the Demons of May and Lever. Gawn wins the hit out superbly in front of Petrarca. Sockers it to centre half forward. No pick up for McDonald. Howe grabs it for the Demons. Kicks out into space on the southern wing. Rivers and Adams out after it. Rivers paddles it inside the field of play. Sockers along the boundary line trying to link up with Laurie. He fumbles. Pies win it back. Mitchell hands it to Adams. Took on the tackler. Caught holding the ball. And a free kick for young Bailey Laurie. In his 5th game, he's going to use it fast. By hand to Rivers. Short kick to Langdon. Hugging the southern boundary line as we're so used to seeing him on that wing for Melbourne.
Drives it inside 50. Gawn's gone forward. He sets himself. Can't take the mark. Spills down to Petrarca. Hand pass to Viney to go the other way. Got it on to Neil Bullen. Tries to brush the tackle. Gets the hand pass out. Petrarca dropped the ball to his boot but missed his boot. In the end, he changed his mind at the last moment. Now he's the tackler on Murphy. and locks it up in the right forward pocket.
That was a weird one, that one, Petrarca. It's almost like he dropped the ball a bit too far out from his foot. Yeah.
Yep, slipped in his hand in the greasy conditions. From the ball up, comes down towards side bottom. He tries to hand pass to De Goey, keeps it in the field of play, fends off Langdon, turns it over. Jack Viney's onto it, free kick. De Goey was held. Collingwood will take it at left half back. All of a sudden, Melbourne desperately need a goal. Their only goal came at the 7-minute mark of the opening term.
8 scoring shots to 1. Collingwood's favour. 5-3 to 1 straight as De Goey kicks down the wing. May's up strong and marking. Comes down with it for the D's. Collingwood by 27. 10 minutes into this second term. May goes long to a contest at half forward. Howe puts his fist through it. Sits up the side bottom. Floats a spiral back down the wing. One bounce out of play in front of McStay and Lever. And the ump says toss that back in.
He's very good at just throwing hazard kicks forward, isn't he? His side bottom at times and just kicking for touch just to get another stoppage and get it up further up the ground.
The Pies have lost only one game all year when leading at quarter time or at half time. They're cruising here with a neat 27-point lead, but a long way to go from the boundary throw-in. Hoskin Elliott has a windy trying to soccer it forward. Salem floats it back to centre half forward for the Demons. Moore had it. Hand pass just gets through to Murphy. Handball to side bottom, half back flank for the Magpies.
He dinks a kick over the top looking for Maynard, but Pickett got a spoil onto it. Knocked it out to Viney. Langdon knocks it onto the top of the 50. Tom McDonald kicks to Pickett. That works superbly. Impossible shot, Cosy. Just misses to the right-hand side. What movement from Melbourne, and Pickett almost made it stick on the run inside 50, deep in the right forward pocket. Collingwood by 26 points.
Feels like Murph, they need something like that to get them going.
They did. They certainly did.
Just a behind to show for it. Quaynor long up to the wing. May and Mycheck wrestle in the one-on-one. Ball comes out. Neil Bullen's there for Melbourne. Tackled by McCreary. Has his pocket picked. McCreary handballs it straight to McVie. Clean turnover on the wing. McVie into the forward pocket. Fritsch goes out at one-handed. No mark. Spills down to Howe of the Magpies. Hand pass to fullback for Hoskin Elliott. Kicks to a one-on-one. Side bottom and Langdon, and side bottom reads it best. Takes the mark and pumps the brakes. The experienced vet in his 24th final. He chips it short and skidding through. Mitchell marks against the boundary line southern side. 26-point lead for Collingwood, 5-3 to 1-1. 11.5 gone in his second term.
Side bottom leads away with 13 disposals, 10 to Crisp and 10 to Gawn. As Mitchell kicks as far as he can up the wing. Cameron flies, makes the spoil. He trickles out of play in front of Taylor Adams and a boundary throw in. Collingwood 5-3, 33 to Melbourne 1-1-7. 12 minutes gone, second term.
Yeah, he's had some important 1v1 contests so far, still side bottom, especially on that far wing. Matched up against Langdon. Really important area of the ground for both sides.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Cameron wins down the tap. Gets it to Adams. Kicks towards half forward. Mycheck wrestles in May. Knocks it down to Lipinski. Back to Mycheck. Hand pass to McCreary. May with a big tackle. In short, he was going no further. Maybe a bit of intent in that for some frustrations in previous marking contests.
Bo McCreary trying to do his best rugby league burrow through there, wasn't he? But Stephen May having nothing of it.
Cameron swats it down. Mitchell hand pass back into traffic. De Goey whacks it out, but there's only Demons jumpers there. Langdon hand pass to Rivers. Peels off the back flank, characteristic fashion. But ugly kick skids its way through to Howe. He collects for Collingwood. Southern wing, hand pass rather to Quaynor, but he's going in the wrong direction. Gives it to Maynard, short kick to side bottom. We're back where we started, against the boundary line, defensive side of the southern wing. Floodlights on, no rain at the moment. Collingwood by 26, 5 goals to 1. What's been an eventful first qualifying final so far. Midway through the second term, he kicks down the line and Cameron, forced to play the role of the defender, punches it out of bounds. A throw in on the wing. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch. Mitch Cleary on the boundary. Now Grandstand AFL experts Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. Collingwood by 26, 13 gone in the second.
Thrown back in. Gawn works his way to the front against Cameron, but can't get a decisive tap. Laurie kicks end over end up towards Pickett. Bounces off Quaynor. Gathers the footy on the wing. Hand pass away to Viney. Swings onto his left. Kicks up towards half forward. Tom McDonald. One grab, couldn't hang on. Chandler front and centre. He's got options in the pocket. Kicks to Fritsch. He marks hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket. It's a tough shot on goal, but Melbourne desperately need it.
It's been a good couple of minutes from Melbourne. They've got the game back into a bit of an arm wrestle. Now they need to capitalise and put some scoreboard pressure back on.
5 goals on return last week against the Sydney Swans. Spent the week with his foot in a moon boot. Kicked 6 goals in Melbourne's last premiership. He swings out on the left. They need him right now. He can't deliver and misses to the right-hand side. So Melbourne with 2 behind so far in this second quarter to Collingwood's 1-1. It's the Pies who lead by 25 points.
He's a man who played his first 100 games in red and blue, Jeremy Howe. Now entrenched as a Magpie, goes long out to half-back. Pack forms, no mark, spills down to Langdon, the kick-out's coming back. Gives it to Sparrow, kicks to the top of the goal square, Pickett. Juggled mark, right forward pocket, has it for the Demons.
Well, it's not often you see Jeremy Howe get outmarked, and certainly not someone of Cozzy Pickett's stature. That was just incredible bodywork by the young fella. His ability there to just get a nice bump on.
It's exactly the time that Jeremy Howe was about to take his leg, wasn't he, off his right leg, and he just hit him right at that point where he's going to take off. So
really clever.
Great crafty work.
They've had the last 2 scores, both behinds. Pickett makes this a goal to light a fire for the Demons. Cuts the Collingwood lead to 19. 15 gone in the second term. Collingwood 5-3-33. Keziah Pickett trying to kickstart the Demons. They move to 2-2-14. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Well, they needed some reward, didn't they? They're leading 10-4 inside 50s in this second quarter, and we sort of made mention that they're just starting to get the game back in an arm wrestle.
Well, that was Melbourne to a T, wasn't it? Long kick out, win it, big spoil, win it back in, get it, pump it back inside 50. Well done, Sparrow. Then it was the work of Cozzy Pickett. A little bit of brilliance, for a guy only 175 to be able to outmark Jeremy Howe, who's probably 6'2". They needed that one though, and he's trying to spark him.
Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you. Back in the middle, it's Oliver who's volleying it to half forward. Chandler in front of Maynard, can't take it cleanly. Maynard slides in, tries to tap it to the advantage of side bottom, and off his boot it goes out of play. Right half forward for Melbourne, who trail now by 19 points. The wet weather has eased since the pre-game, and so many of the ponchos below us, and a crowd of over 90,000 in attendance. The record for a qualifying final is 95,028. Geelong and Richmond back in 2017. From the stoppage, Viney tries to get it to Laurie, into the action for Brayshaw, tries to get the hand pass forward. Chris can't link up with Elliott. With Mitchell, it spills the way of Oliver, kicks Melbourne to half forward, Pickett's onto it, missed Neil Bullen with his hand pass, Hill slides in for Collingwood, taps it to his own advantage, then takes a bounce, he's toying with him on a half back, kicks up to McStay, he's sliding on his knees, he chopped a pinpoint pass, and Lever gathers for Melbourne, hand pass to Pickett, who's going to go back to McPhee.
McPhee laterally to Oliver. Back edge of the centre square. Hand pass to Salem. Kicks the D's down to half forward. Smith flies for it. No mark. Falls through to Maynard. Hand pass back to Howe. So well set up defensively, the Pies. Gives it to Quaynor. Hurried kick down the wing. Lever spills it. Falls front and centre. There's Bobby Hill again. Hooks the kick across the body. Elliott the target. Hibbert goes over the top. Close to the boundary line. Right there is Lipinski with Oliver, and in the end they both go out with the yellow Sharon and a boundary throw-in. 60 out from the Collingwood goal. What's going on with Jamie Elliott? Little slow to his feet.
Yeah, Hibbert landed on his ankle, lower leg. Bit ginger, but I think he'll be okay.
Collingwood by 19 points, 18 gone second term. Maynard and Brayshaw in a collision in the opening 10 minutes. Brayshaw concussed, subbed out of the game early.
10-4, the inside 50s, Melbourne's way in this second quarter. Cox does the rucking and the roving, but he can't control his kick as it goes out on the full. Judd McPhee will take the free kick for Melbourne in the left back pocket. So no doubt Max Gawn has had to carry a lot of the ruck roll. Jacob Van Rooyen to give him relief. Well, Stephen May got it. Kicks out wide, looking for Neil Bullen. Great sliding effort from Hoskin Elliott. Spoils it out of play. And a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Magpies.
I wasn't sold on Will Hoskin Elliott starting at half back, but he's actually been pretty solid down there.
He has.
Certainly hasn't looked out of place.
Tight squeeze on for spots in his 202nd game. Will Hoskin Elliott, boundary throw in. Cox palms it down. Pack forms behind him. Somehow handball released from Crisp into the forward 50. Lipinski sockets it across the ground. Big fly from McCreary. Couldn't rip it down. And the D's a chance to reload. Langdon, hand pass away to Hibbert. Kicks down the southern wing. Chandler and Quaynor on a one-on-one. Chandler wins the one-on-one contest. It's a huge win for him. Shakes a would-be tackle from Murphy. Draws the defender. Hand pass to Smith. Handball to Gorn, who spills over his own feet. Goes to ground. Somehow got it out to Smith. Handball back to Chandler. Paddles it away to Viney. He's coughed it up. Pies win it back off half-back. Mark off to Mitchell. Tumbles a kick down the southern wing.
Up towards McStay, but he's caught behind Lever, who gathers to Melbourne. Hand pass to Langdon, the chase from McCreary. Kicks up towards half-forward. Maynard can't take the mark. Spills to Smith. Kicks to a vacant goal square. Nobody's there for Melbourne. And Hoskin Elliott working back for Collingwood. Gathers and kicks out to Hill. He marks it right half-back. Collingwood leading by 19 points. Bobby Hill with the opening 2 goals of the match. He points long down the members' side. He'll hug the boundary line with a kick towards Cameron. He's wrestling with May. Oliver in from the side. Darcy Cameron juggles the mark. Collingwood's bigs are imposing themselves.
Somewhat of a controversial choice to go with the 2 bigs. Cox, who started in the ruck, and Cameron supporting him against probably the best ruckman in the game. And Max Gawn, he goes back to Moore.
They've both been probably 2 of their better players as well, Cox and Cameron tonight.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport as Moore goes long to a contest at centre-half forward. Gone in the box seat, no mark. Hits the deck. Crisp there, centre-half forward. Jinking run through traffic. Gives it to side bottom. Kicks inside 50. Elliott just out of reach. Got there on the bounce. Trying to step around Hibbert. Hand pass into the pocket. Lipinski. Fast hands but turns it over. May in the defensive arc. Gives it to Langdon. Hand pass out to Bowie. And the Premiership Demon kicks down the wing and a mark to Smith. Has it defensive side of the logo, southern side. Collingwood by 19. Time on opening, second quarter rather, as we tick towards half-time.
Only really has Van Rooyen deep, so tries to kick it towards Tom McDonald out wide, and Sidebottom spoils it out of play. Much to the encouragement of Maynard and Quaynor for a boundary throw in centre wing under the Shane Warne stand.
Mention that Maynard Brayshaw incident. Tim in Applecross off the SMS thinks Maynard is gone. Although it is a fantastic effort to spoil the ball, he looks at Brayshaw, dips his shoulder, he is done.
It's going to be a hot talking point in the next 24 hours. As Collingwood through Mitchell, emerge from the stoppage, kicks up towards half forward. Bowie read it best. Takes the mark in front of McCreary. Has it right half back. Of course, had the dream run in 2021 on his way to a premiership in his first season. Drives Melbourne up towards Max Gawn, who takes a big mark in the pack. Mason Cox and Darcy Moore were both there, but no one was stopping Max Gawn. He's at right half forward, looking for options inside 50. Smith is deepest, sends it in the direction of him and Jeremy Howe. Howe flies and spoils it down. Sidebottom breaks the tackle of Langdon. Hard against the boundary at half back for Collingwood. Not his best kick. And the intercepting mark is taken by Bowie of Melbourne.
He kicks to his fellow redhead out wide to Oliver. 60 from home, pulls the kick back to the hot spot. Van Rooyen down there. Murphy spoils, lands in the lap of Hunter. Crunched by Maynard. Ball comes out. Sparrow sockers it across the goal face. Hill's there. Kicks out of the defensive arc for Collingwood. Picked off though by McVie. 60 out half forward for the D's. Hand pass to Lever. Pulls his kick inside. Turnover. And Hoskin Elliott again. A mark inside the defensive 50. Another intercept mark. 23 gone second term. Collingwood by 19.
So to back you up, Corby, that's 14-7 inside 50s for Melbourne, but 16-17 intercept marks the way of the Demons. As Jack Crisp at half back for Collingwood, kicks up towards half forward, and Taylor Adams has a couple of metres. Takes the mark in front of May. Running past his Myercheck, receives the hand pass. McStay in the pocket. The kick towards him, can't take the mark. Hibbert got back to spoil it down. Gawn's the rover. Sidesteps around McCreary. Switches play to Langdon. He marks in the right back pocket, and Melbourne are away. He takes a bounce and now a second. Not a lop up the southern wing, so he pulls his kick and spots up Chandler, who marks it right half back.
There's a big talking point coming in, how they'd look going inside 50. They average 10 more inside 50s, Melbourne, than their opposition per game, but they're ranked 18 for retention from kicks inside 50, which is it's a lot of entries, but it's an alarming number. Short kick to Bowie at half-back, pulls the trigger into the centre square for McVie. He goes straight down the pipe. Pickett's all alone. Takes the mark, uncontested left half forward, turns, looks for home, his kick on target, Murphy the goal saver. Got back on the goal line and whacks it through. That's what he does, Nathan Murphy. Collingwood by 3 goals, 24 gone, second term. But the Demons with the momentum here, can they translate that onto the scoreboard?
He's doing his best, isn't he, Cosy Pickett, to ignite him. He's crunching tackles, he's forcing pressure, he's kicking goals. Almost a second there.
And he's running at Will Hoskinelli, who does the kick in, looking for Cox. Dragged down was Mitchell, trying to knock it clear, no whistle. Langdon knocks it out to Mays. Hand pass missed the target, and it's Jack Chris for Collingwood. He gathers at half back, through the middle of the ground, Mastay the target. He's nudged out of it. And Lever, an intercepting mark for Melbourne. They're trying to reload and bounce off half back. Kicks out wide to Langdon at the back edge of the centre square. Collingwood by 18 points. Short to Bowie. He looks up towards half forward. Tries to put it into the direction of Neil Bullen. It's a perfectly weighted kick, which clears Darcy Moore. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, though. As Alex Neil Bullen looks for the leader, Fridge. Here he comes. Murphy's there with him. He almost hangs on to the mark. Darcy Moore slides in, locks the footy up, and the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for Melbourne. Collingwood by 18 points. 25 minutes gone, second term. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Umpire tosses it up. Cox palms it down, half back for the Pies. Mitchell, hand pass to DeGoey. Kicks out of the defensive arc, but straight to Gawn, who marks 55 out. Can he kick this, Lids?
Well, he's got it in his leg, but he's pointing to them. I love it. Big Babe Ruth-like. This is going to be a home run. He wants it, the big fella. And I think I mentioned this on your show earlier, Corby, that this is what we're going to need. The big fella's going to have to put the team on his back. He'll bring the house down.
Well, 30,000 of them anyway.
Yeah, well, one in red and blue.
They've had the last 4 scoring shots for 1 goal, 3. Collingwood haven't scored since the 7-minute mark. We've now gone 26 in the term. Gawn arcs out to his right. His drop punt sails to the goal square. It won't have the trip, stays alive, and Murphy again knocks it through. Just bobbled off the deck in the goal square, which you don't often see with that many players around. It's another behind, so 1 goal, 4 from the last 5 scoring shots, Melbourne. Collingwood's lead 17 points as we tick towards half-time.
Yeah, but they're winning a lot of 1v1 contests at the moment, Melbourne, but still that sticking point from 60 to 70 out of that last inside 50 kick, they just can't quite get it right.
Darcy Moore short to the pocket to Quaynor, who goes short to Josh Dacos. Thought it was some beautiful promotion for Corbin and Ben, but realised it was Lids promoting himself, Murph.
Not unusual, which is it?
As Josh Dacos kicks long towards Mason Cox, can't take the mark. Myercheck's there in the pack, spills away on Mitchell, shovels it over his shoulder, knocked on by McStay, looking towards Bobby Hill. Hibbert knocks it away from him, whistle. Everyone stopped. Which direction is it going? It's a Hibbert free kick. And left half back for Melbourne.
A hand pass out wide to McVie, gives it back to Hibbert, kicks along the boundary line, and Hunter marks in front of the members. So they've dominated the last 20 minutes, and yet Collingwood still lead by 17. Hunter pokes the pass to Gawn. Velcro for hands as he hangs onto it between wing and half forward. Looks for Fritsch. Deep in the forward pocket. Fritsch upstairs, no mark. Hits the deck. McDonald gets a hand pass out. Trying to pick it up. Neil Bullen can't. Falls to Mitchell. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Pumps it out of there, but straight to Lever. 30 seconds left in the half. Collingwood by 17. Crowded forward 50. Lever reloads, kicks to the top of the goal square. Van Rooyen floats through, no mark. Maynard knocks it away to the advantage of side bottom. Jams it on the boot, kick touched on the way through. Ricochets to Bowie. Look away, hand pass to Langdon. Didn't get a kind bounce. Crisp wants the boundary line. Chandler keeps it alive. Crisp is going to get a second go. There's a free for a hold. It's going to come back, and it's going Collingwood's way as McCreary is tackled by Oliver without the footy. And that'll do us to half-time. It is 5 goals to 2. Not overly high scoring as we anticipated. It's Collingwood by 17 points at half-time. But that doesn't nearly tell the story of the match, in which Melbourne have dominated the last 20 minutes. They've had the last 5 scoring shots. And for Collingwood, they did not score in the last 20-odd minutes of that term. 1 goal each for the quarter. Collingwood 5-3-33. Melbourne 2-4-16. The goal kicker's Bobby Hill. He's got 2. He kicked the first 2 of the game. Cameron, Crisp and Myercheck all with 1. While the 2 goal kickers for Melbourne, Fritsch and Pickett, have 1 each. The Pies led by as many as 27 points. They lead by 17 at the half. There were two big incidents. They both came in the first quarter. First of all, Braden Maynard left the ground trying to smother the kick from Angus Brayshaw. He ended up in Brayshaw's landing spot, and high up on the body or the shoulder area of Maynard landed towards the head of Brayshaw. And Brayshaw in the protective headgear, head hit the ground after making contact with Maynard in the air, and he was concussed in the first 7 minutes of the game. So Brayshaw taken off the ground. The good news, Mitch Cleary reporting that he is on his feet walking around with his partner in the Melbourne rooms. The other incident was between Jacob Van Rooyen and McStay, where Van Rooyen ran past the footy, made contact with the head of McStay, went off the ground, did a concussion test. He completed that and came back out. But both of those will be looked at, two incidents from the first quarter. On ABC Sport, Collingwood by 17 at halftime. Your contributions off the SMS on 0437 774 774. But first, the thoughts of our ABC Sport analysts. Our two number one picks to all Australians in Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, well, we've got a game where the D's have probably fought hard to try and get back into it, haven't they? Whereas Collingwood, they've capitalised when they've had that momentum and they've been able to kick their scores. So ultimately, I think if the D's can get some better movement going forward, which we haven't seen a lot over
do they change their makeup of what they try and do?
Who do they put down there?
Well, I just feel that you put four of your six forwards and you leave Cozzy Pickett and a Christian Petrarca deeper and let them two go to work 1v1 and have everyone up higher up the ground. I feel that's something they can try and do from stoppages to try and change something up.
Yep.
I just feel at the moment they're just not getting... their contest work was a bit better than the second quarter, but it was coming out way too easily. But they're just not getting that combination from the 70 out to inside 50. And you can't... I know that Collingwood will flood back in those scenarios, but I'm talking about more from centre bounce or from stoppages between the arcs, getting your other high forwards higher up to the contest and leaving your spark, who's Cozzy Pickett and a Christian Petrarca deeper.
I don't mind the thought. I just think it's easy to say, well, you know what, if you're going to go up into the junk, the rest of you forwards, I'm just going to sit back, and therefore Cozzy and Christian are going to fight against Darcy Moore or Nathan Murphy, and they're going to lose most of the time against their opponent as well. So I think what they need is a little bit more from a Tom McDonald. Get up the ground, get on your bike, and therefore you're going to leave your, Cozzy or Christian, whoever, or Bailey Fritsch, if he can get a little bit more, because he's getting separation, but their ball use hasn't been good enough going inside 50. They're bombing, and that's not what Bailey Fritsch wants. He wants it out in front. He wants the ability to try and catch it on the lead, not trying to take a hanger, which he did in that last little foray forward. But look, there's plenty of things. Van Rooyen's crashing the packs, but he's not getting a great look at it. He's trying, but the defenders these days are so good at just holding down and not allowing you to actually go for the mark, and then another player will come across and spoil. The Pies, though, like that, they provide such great support. We've seen Bobby Hill in the back pocket. Steel Sidebottom's having a great game. He's had 18 touches already just off the wing, getting back to support to then allow his defence to roll off, and then he works his backside off to go back forward again. So I feel it's more Collingwood are outworking the Ds, and they've got more speed as well. So that's where ultimately the Ds are falling down.
Collingwood just looks so much more dangerous, don't they, with the ball going inside 50. You feel they're going to score, whereas Melbourne, you feel it's another just an opportunity of just trying to bang it in and hope for the best.
Yep.
So I think Simon Goodwin would be happy at half-time by the way in which they fought back, and they fought back around the contest. They started getting their hands on the football, but they've just got to clear up some of what their decisions are going inside 50. And then I think some of their forwards' movement patterns just need to be a little bit more higher work rate to try and get some separation.
They won the inside 50s, Melbourne, in that quarter, 20-8.
Yeah,
so they managed 1 goal for. And Bailey Fritsch is probably the one that you normally write down for a goal, because he picked a tough shot alongside his set shot. But you just wonder, Will Hoskin-Elliott has had 6 intercept possessions. That's not normally a role in which you'd expect him to play, and yet Collingwood's forward line, as you said, with Darcy Cameron pushing forward alongside McStay and Brody Mychek, just seems to be creating a few more headaches for Melbourne's key defenders.
Yeah, and he's, because he can work so hard, Will Hoskin-Elliott, he gets back first and he helps out. So therefore, it does become an intercept possession. It's not the high-flying intercept possessions that we normally think of a Jacob Lever or a Jeremy Howe. It's more
a loose ball.
I'm back there, loose ball, I'm helping.
Yeah, just to extrapolate that out too, so they had the first 7 inside 50s of the game. So it's 33-16 from that point on. So Melbourne have had 2 entries to every one of Collingwood's, but as you touched on, the way that it's going in, and
so a wave of numbers would suggest that Melbourne are going to come if they can get some cleaner ball. But they've got to capitalise.
Or their forward line has been their issue all season. And what's that, 2 goals to half-time? So 18% from their inside 50 so far.
Dominated the last 20 minutes of play, Melbourne, and yet find themselves 17 down at half-time. Collingwood did lead the game by as many as 27. Just quickly off the SMS, Simon from Larks Bay says, is Oliver out of form or being outplayed? His timing of tackles and ball handling seems to be a bit off.
Ball handling, I'd suggest. I'm not sure about his tackles. I reckon I saw he's got 5 already.
Yep.
But he got done with the check, holding on a little bit too long.
I think sometimes you're just used to seeing these superstars just look like they do it easy.
Yes.
And sometimes they're a little bit off and they look like they're a bit scratchy, but he still had the 13 disposals. You'd still back him in to come out here and be clean in the second half. That's his bread and butter, isn't it, around stoppage?
Well, the pressure as well. I don't think I've ever seen Christian Petrarca fumble one, be it in greasy conditions like he did in that quarter.
No, that's what Collingwood bring. Like they bring the heat and the pressure. So if you're not right on the top of your game, you're going to get found out.
Marcus in South Melbourne. Should Melbourne have one of Tomlinson or Grundy in the side? Langdon versus Sidebottom is a finals classic battle on the wing. Do you want to take that one, Murph?
It's been a good battle out there at the far side. It just seemed like the ball was just out there the entirety of the time, and anyone who's played any wing in their time, whether that local football or AFL, if it's out the other side of the ground, it's very tough work on this side being the other offside winger, but it's been a good battle out there with those two guys.
Should they have Tomlinson or Grundy in the team?
I'd make a case for Tomlinson. I think he's been pretty good this year. Yep.
Brett Delidio's his agent, so we probably shouldn't ask Lids as to
whether nudging me. No,
he should be in the team or not. And the last one, genuinely curious if Mitchell has ever handballed more than 2 metres. His average is about 50 centimetres. Don't think he's ever genuinely gained a metre from Road and Greensboro.
I would say his handballs gain further than his kicks.
Yeah,
so
because they're turnovers and they come back the other way.
Oh, please. No, he's a great handballer, but he's had a few little tiny ones tonight.
It's great to have Murph and Lids with us. It is Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the footy, and Mitch Cleary, the best newsbreaker in footy, on the boundary. It is half-time in the first qualifying final. Collingwood lead it by 17 points. Oh, we've got a few more twists and turns in us yet in this second half. Stick around, it's coming up. In the meantime, let's take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A 25-year-old man who police say fatally shot a co-worker in WA's Wheatbelt is himself in a critical condition with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Here's Jake Sturmer.
Police declared an active shooter incident and locked down the town of Kellerberrin, 200 kilometres east of Perth, after 25-year-old Lachlan Bowles allegedly shot dead a male colleague aged in his 40s at a grain silo manufacturing plant. Police say he also shot at a person in a car who was uninjured before fleeing to a paddock 20 kilometres north of the town. He was found and surrounded by tactical response group officers. After a standoff lasting several hours, police say Mr Bowles shot himself.
The Prime Minister's confirmed he'll travel to Beijing later this year to meet with President Xi Jinping. As Indonesia correspondent Bill Birtles reports from Jakarta, Anthony Albanese's met with China's deputy leader on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit.
For quite some time, there's been a lot of umming and ahhing in Canberra about whether or not he should go to Beijing this year. The reason? Well, Australia has a pretty long list of grievances in the relationship. Australians locked in jail in China, China's trade strikes on various exports, some of which are still outstanding. And the question was, should it be appropriate for the Prime Minister to go there, shake hands with Xi Jinping in Beijing if many of these issues still haven't been resolved? But today, in meeting with China's Deputy Leader Li Qiang, Anthony Albanese confirmed that he thinks it is in Australia's best interest that he does go to Beijing for a visit later this year.
Negotiations with Germany over a $1 billion project to assemble army vehicles have broken down after the country lost a more lucrative Australian defence contract. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
In July, the Albanese government announced South Korean company Hanwha had beaten Germany's Rheinmetall for a multi-billion-dollar project to construct new infantry fighting vehicles. Just before the decision, Australia had announced it would assemble Boxer army vehicles outside Brisbane for export to Germany. Now, negotiations on that billion-dollar deal have been suspended, but Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy says he won't comment on what he describes as speculation.
Woodside's paused plans to conduct seismic testing off WA's coast after an urgent injunction was filed in the federal court. The company was due to begin seismic blasting off the Burrup Peninsula today as part of its Scarborough gas development. The testing program's now subject to challenge by traditional custodian Raylene Cooper, who claims traditional owners weren't properly consulted before the offshore regulator gave approval. Woodside says it will suspend any activity until a court hearing tomorrow. An inquiry into historical child sexual abuse at a Melbourne primary school is being broadened to include more than a dozen other schools. The Board of Inquiry was initially established to investigate abuse committed at Beaumaris Primary School in Melbourne's southeast. But Inquiry Chair Kathleen Foley says its scope's been extended amid evidence some of the offending staff had worked at other schools.
At the moment we have 18 schools that we are looking into, and the relevant time period is from the 1960s right through to the end of the 1990s. So it's a large time period.
Mexico's Catholic Church and conservative politicians plan to unite in opposition to a Supreme Court decision that's decriminalised abortion throughout the country. The BBC's Mimi Swavey reports the court ruled that abortion was a violation of women's rights.
This decision is likely to anger more conservative politicians as well as the Catholic Church. However, the Catholic Church has a decreasing influence as the years have gone on, and the government have said that they are adamantly non-religious. So this movement started around 2 years ago when the Supreme Court really started the ball rolling by saying that abortion was not a crime in the northern state of Coahuila. Before Wednesday's ruling, 12 out of 32 abortion was legal in those states.
That's it for ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
The police say they can't be sure the two fires are linked.
A number of anti-Asian posters have been...
admit the coincidence is highly suspicious.
I was only 8 when my family was targeted as part of a series of terror attacks.
Join Crispian Chan on this deeply personal investigation.
I need to know exactly how it happened and what they'd say now if I found them.
Firebomb, the new series of the Unravel True Crime podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Stays centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Looks up towards half forward. Fine check the target. Little nudge on May and takes the mark. Leaning back. Inside 50, pretty much directly in front. 40 metres out from goal. Looking for his first for the match from just inside 50. And Collingwood are continuing the charge.
Max Gawn, as good as he's been, he's had the 10 disposals, but they're still going to have to require him just to try and even put more of a presence on this game because they look very, very flat.
Spills down the Langdon, the kick-out's coming back. Gives it to Sparrow. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Pickett. Juggled mark. Right forward pocket has it for the Demons. They've had the last two scores, both behinds. Pickett makes this a goal to light a fire for the Demons.
They needed some reward, didn't they? They're leading 10-4 inside 50s in this second quarter, and we sort of made mention that they're just starting to get the game back in an arm wrestle.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It was an incident-filled half of football. We had two notable incidents in that opening quarter. One left a player concussed, the other one sent for a concussion test. Dan McStay able to pass that. Jacob Van Rooy in a nervous wait ahead of the match review officer after running past the ball to lay a bump. Well, the other collision will have the whole footy world talking for the next couple of days. Opening 10 minutes of action. Angus Brayshaw tearing out of the centre square, kicked it deep inside 50. Maynard left the ground trying to smother the footy, reached up into the air, ended up in the landing spot of Brayshaw. Brayshaw concussed. And now the question is, was Braden Maynard culpable for the damage? All of that secondary to what's happening on the scoreboard, where the top of the table Magpies lead it by 17 points, 5-3-33 over Melbourne, 2-4-16. But the Demons did have the last 5 scoring shots of that first half, and Collingwood didn't have a single score after the 7-minute mark of the second term. So the Pies by 17 at half time. Have you ever wondered how it would be to have the ABC commentate one of your local footy games? That can be your chance in 2024. The ABC is celebrating local footy legends. All you have to do is head to abc.net.au/footy legends and nominate someone by sharing a photo and telling us what makes them a legend. Every club has plenty of unsung heroes, so on AFL Grand Final Day we'll announce the winner of who will have that match called live on the ABC Listen app in 2024. You can visit Footy Legends through the ABC website. That's abc.net.au/footy legends to find out more about it. There are T's and C's, of course, as we love to say when we promote these things, but what an absolute treat that would be to have the four of us come out to your local footy club and commentate a game.
As much as I'd like to nominate my De La Salle over 35s against Brett Delidio's dads, I'd love to go to some young kids. I want to go back to the heartland of footy, and you're going to a country footy final, but maybe sort of some under-19s as well, where the passions are high.
Must be said half of us are.
Yeah.
So you've done your footy, country footy stuff for the time being, I hear. After
I did a lot in South Australia. I feel like I've clipped that ticket a few times on the way through.
And Mark Murphy thinks anything past Carlton North's the country, so he's not coming with us.
When's that, sorry?
Yeah, exactly.
I've got my my local footy club, Donny East Footy Club. They're in a final on Saturday, so is that what you're talking about?
It's on a Sunday, so perfect.
It's all the way out in the eastern suburbs, so we've got to duck out there and watch them.
Brett Delidio and I will be going to the Ovens and Murray Grand Final this year, which is...
Can't wait. Actually, one of my young boys might be playing in that too, which will be awesome.
There we go.
I look forward to the reports about the car trip with BJ as well.
Sunday.
I'll drive by myself.
He doesn't even want to come with us, let alone BJ.
I'm staying over and I've got some work to do on the Monday, so
Sunday.
That's why.
Sunday, September 24, will be at the O&M Grand Final this year. But if you want to register for that, abc.net.au/footylegends. Send a photo through of your local club legend. Now, the big story lines out of the teams. Sydney have recalled Lewis Melican, so Robbie Fox and Ryan Clark have both been omitted for the game against Carlton tomorrow night. The big news from the Blues is that Blake Acres has been cleared with his collarbone issue, so he has been named to play. At Port Adelaide, they've got Travis Boak as the sub, while Tom Jonas is out with a calf injury, so he won't play for Port Adelaide on Saturday night. Link McCarthy is back for Brisbane, returning from a calf strain. Meanwhile, St Kilda have recalled Seb Ross and dropped Liam Stocker. And for GWS, Sam Taylor has been named. So Sam Taylor named to play, and Toby Bedford beat his charge at the appeals board, which was, I must admit, I was a little surprised how it all panned out. Long wait.
Ridiculous.
They had the tribunal. He loses there. I thought, that was his chance to try and win it. I thought if he's lost there, he's not going to win at the appeals board. Sure enough, goes to the appeals board. They came back and basically said that the tribunal wasn't acting reasonably.
Yep, and so which is fair enough too. And I heard you on your show that you would have had him out.
So I think you've gone with the shorthand version.
Get into him.
Usually the match review officer or the tribunal say, is there an alternative way you can contest the ball? And I would have thought he could have contested the ball another way, like the old hands out shepherd or whatever he tried to do.
You're right. Yeah.
And yet the contact was forceful enough that it triggered the concussion test and the subsequent scat test. And yet I thought if he'd failed at the tribunal, I thought there's no way he's going to win at the appeals board. And sure enough, they went the other way. He's free to play. I think we can all agree with good on to the young man, and we hope he gets to play in a final. And he
the whole thing's unreasonable, to be honest. It should have been done the day after the last game.
Just been thrown out. No, nothing to see.
Been thrown out 14 days later.
So we did have Adam Kingsley on the lead, and he said the Giants had asked for longer to prepare their submission to the tribunal. So they did ask for a bit of extra time, but he said they were obviously hoping for the best and training for the worst, that he wouldn't be available. So what a boost he gives to the Giants. Jake Melcham's down the boundary, hobbling around on the crutches. So
he hasn't been in for his surgery yet, has he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
he had it during the week.
Oh, he had it during the week. Yeah, well, he's still out of contract too, and hoping for another one to potentially. He thinks he can beat the odds and come back in 9 months, as the reports I'm hearing back. But it'd be a sad way for him to finish, wouldn't it? Because considering how well he was going the last few games.
So that was the question I was going to ask you. At what stage do you have to make that decision as to whether realistically the club's going to give you a contract or not?
Well, you as a manager of Jake, which I'm not, but you'd be just fighting the fight and hoping that they do the right thing. And it's not going to be a huge contract, we know that, but it might be just a 1 year that base contract with match payments. And if you get back and play, you might be able to help us in the finals next year potentially.
Obviously, the Jacob Van Rooyen bump, you were pretty hot on it, Lidge, during the coverage.
Yeah.
Thought he's in a little bit of trouble for that.
Yeah, and I'm not a big advocate for ruling players out before they've gone to tribunal or anything like that. But from what we have seen earlier, you raise your elbow and hit someone in the head. He's very lucky that McStay didn't go off with concussion. But yeah, I think he's in a bit of bunny rubble.
Does it open the door for someone who may have met with another club this week
to come in?
Little Brodie Grundy maybe might be thinking, gee, hang on, there's half a chance here.
Well, it would. He's a tall, yeah, but we have seen Brodie play forward. And what do you think? What do I think?
Brodie out forward.
Yeah, well, I don't think it works, but
I think there's a few other options. Higher up the order.
17 points, the lead for Collingwood. Second half action upon us. Here's Matt Clinch.
As he did to start the game, Mason Cox in the middle. He wins the tap, but straight to Gawn, who rows it. Kicks up towards half forward. Smith in front. Juggles the mark. Only held it for a moment, but long enough in the eyes of the umpire before Jeremy Howes tried to swat it away. And Joel Smith directly in front will shoot from just outside 50.
Well, it's a perfect start, isn't it? Max Gawn just staying down, let Mason Cox tap it to you and get a mark inside 50 to start off the game. Just inside 50, just inside.
Didn't kick a goal against Sydney last week. Melbourne had 20 to 8 inside 50s in the second quarter for 1 goal for Smith to try and start on a positive note. It's online. Gawn's there, can't hang on to the mark in front of the left goal post, and it's through for a minor score. Collingwood leading by 16 points.
Last 6 scoring shots now for Melbourne as Moore goes racing away on the kick out, drives it up to the wing. Hill trying to keep it alive, runs out of room. The boundary throw in on the southern wing, led by as many as 27. And the last 11 points all for Melbourne. I mentioned those 6 scoring shots. Unfortunately for the D's, it's 1 goal 5. 70 seconds into this third term. Jack Ginnivan, the unused sub for Collingwood. Cox grabs it out of the ruck. Oliver tackles him and will do it all again. Angus Brayshaw concussed in the first 7 minutes after a collision with Braden Maynard, so Bailey Laurie was in the game early. Third goal at trying to get it out of the stoppage. Gawn wins the hit out down to Petrarca. The prime movers involved for Melbourne. Hand pass to Viney. Kicks along the boundary line to Oliver. Oliver swings back onto his right boot. Puts it inside 50. Moore down there. Pickett third man up. No mark. Falls down to Maynard. Rides the contact. Hand pass a turnover. Petrarca through traffic. Hand pass inside to McDonald. Handball back out the boundary line. Tight angle for Neil Bullen trying to bounce it through, and in the end kicks it into Murphy. Ricochets out of bounds. Throw in left forward pocket for Melbourne. But again, it's living deep inside their forward half.
Yeah, they'd be happy with the contest there and the repeat stoppage here inside 50, but still just a little bit of a missed opportunity there trying to go for the underground kick, wasn't it?
First 3 inside 50s Melbourne's way. Petrarca, Gawn, Oliver have all been involved. From the throw in, it spills down to Jordan to go in. His kick is a turnover straight into the lap of Clayton Oliver, who didn't have to move to take the mark.
Yeah, Jordy just didn't quite get the purchase on that exit kick that he would have liked. He probably had a little bit more time than he thought too. He just rushed it a little bit, thinking I'm D30, I just got to get this thing out. Melbourne set up very well behind the ball. It's going to be still a big kick. All their shots have been relatively tough, haven't they, the D's?
Missed 11 weeks with that hamstring injury. Clayton Oliver from outside 50, sets flight, he drags it left and misses everything. You can hear the Bronx cheer from the Collingwood fans out on the full. So 1-4 in the second quarter, 1-5 since then, plus 1 out on the full. It's still Collingwood who lead by 16 points.
They've won 5 games this year, Melbourne, when trailing at half-time. Trying to peg back a 17-point deficit. It's 16 at the moment as Moore drives the kick up to half-back. Off the packet, spills through to DeGoey. They can get over halfway here. Kicks back inboard superbly on the 45 to Hill. He marks outer edge centre square. Low trajectory drop, punt down to Elliott, who overruns it. He's had an almost kind of night. Hibbert hand pass, wanted to get it to Viney, turns it over. McStave for the Pies. High half forward. Hand pass to side bottom. Looks inside 50. Meyer check, it's over his head. Lever spoils. Bobby Hill's front and centre. Hand pass to Markov. A heap of demons around him. Almost worried out of it. Markov wins it. Outnumbered, hand pass went straight to Salem though. Now they cough it up. Petrarca to 1-2 with Oliver at centre half back.
Kicks off the outside of the boot. It's Tom McDonald and Darcy Moore at half forward. Moore should get there first. McDonald couldn't take it cleanly. He now becomes the tackler, but Moore gets the hand pass out to Hoskin Elliott half back. Kicks over the head of Goey and Salem. Onto it May. Tackled by Myercheck. Ball spills down to Hunter. Gets the hand pass away to Salem. Around the boundary line. Lunging forward. Viney couldn't take the mark. He steps over the line under the pressure of side bottom. And the umpire says throw it in. So Melbourne with the last 7 shots on goal in the match for the last 6 behinds. Collingwood got out by as much as 27 points with the first goal of the second quarter. It's currently the Pies leading by 16 points. Thrown back in. Gormless down to the front against Cox. Spills down the way of Sidebottom. Kicks up towards half forward. May leads the foot race. Myercheck with a crucial touch, but May regathers. Needs Hibbert for support. Back into the back pocket. Hibbert knocks it back to May. Elliott offers the pressure. The long clearing kick. Looking for Oliver is outmatched by Mason Cox. He takes the mark at right half forward for Collingwood.
He can't beat 7 feet as he's got his hands around it. With his sports goggles on, socks up, looks long and then goes short and wide out to Sidebottom. Steele Sidebottom. 24th final. The only teenager from their flag back in 2010. Kicks inside the forward arc. Gawn spalls it away once. Hibbert whacks it out wide a second time. Hunter against the boundary line. Swings his kick down the wing and Hoskin Elliott marks. So some territory wins here for Collingwood. And a bit of footy played in their front half. Hoskin Elliott 6 intercept possessions in that first half. Playing off a back flank. He kicks long inside the forward 50. Cox had hands to it. No mark. Spills down to Neil Bullen. Handball to Salem. Jams it on the boot out wide. Close to the boundary line. Viney giving chase. Got there.
Hand pass away to Hunter. Hard against the boundary line. Looks to come inboard. Fritsch on the lead. Marks on the middle of the wing. He wants 50 and Mitchell did overstep the mark. So Bailey Fritsch will be taken from the wing to centre half forward. It'll just be interesting where the umpire stops, and he's inside 50. That's a generous 50.
What a beautiful kick by Lockie Hunter. Had absolutely nothing to go to. Melbourne had invested a lot of numbers in their D50 to have just Collingwood players all down the line. Just backed his left foot in and hit Bailey Fritsch straight up the middle of the ground. It was a beautiful kick, and then just opened up the ground from there and drew the 50 or the 70.
35 goals of the season, including one in the first quarter. Bailey Fritsch looking to try and spark the Demons from just inside 50. He leans back and misses to the left-hand side. Remember, they kicked 8 goals, 18 back on King's birthday. That's 2-6-18 to Collingwood 5-3-33.
And 1-6 from the last 7 scoring shots. Collingwood haven't scored since the 7-minute mark of the second term. We're now as many minutes into the third. Myercheck marks the exiting kick on the wing. Heads down to half forward. There's a tangle between Elliott and Hibbert, and free kick going Hibbert's way. Elliott hanging on. She had 2 looks early in the opening quarter. Missed them both, Johnny Elliott.
It's been a good response from Michael Hibbert in the last couple of quarters. He got pants in the first quarter, but responded really well.
A high kick to the wing. Hands on it from McDonald. No mark. Spills down to Langdon. Hand pass broken up and knocked out of play. The boundary throwing on the wing.
I haven't heard that for a while. Don't know where that came from.
Jack Ginnivan yet to be used by Collingwood as their unused technical sub. Craig McRae. This has become commonplace on the dugout. And the down jacket from the boundary throw-in. Viney has his head over it, knocks it out to Sparrow. He's tackled, got boot to ball, close to the boundary line. De Goey had a play on it, lost it. Oliver tackled front on by Cameron. Somehow got it out to Sparrow. Floats a kick down to half forward. McDonald up to meet it. Somehow gains control of the footy. Markov runs him down. Ball comes out, helped out of play. Umpire gives McDonald the benefit of the doubt and says spin it in.
Well, it sort of knocked out of his hands though, wasn't it? It wasn't really in the tackle.
He looked guilty as sin.
Yeah. Well, he probably got lucky, but
Collingwood by 15, 8.5 gone third term.
33 disposals to 19. Melbourne's way in this third term. Cameron wins down the tap. Unable to take it, Sparrow. Little toe poke out towards the boundary line. Langdon trying to gather. Can't do so under the pressure of Jack Crisp, and the umpire says spin it in.
I just wonder if Ed Langdon's been moved off the Steele side bottom wing, because you never see him on this side of the ground, do you?
Yeah, never.
He's been having a great night, Steele side bottom, but he's still having a great third quarter, isn't he?
Yeah, Lockie Hunter looks like he's setting up over there, so they've changed sides.
Good pick up, Murph. Thrown back in. Van Rooyen doing the ruck work. Cameron worked his way to the front. Gets a kick into the middle of the crowd. Going back with a flight. McVie. Judd McVie, this first-year Demon, takes the mark. Hand pass to Stephen May. A driving kick inside 50. What a pass.
Nice.
Joel Smith leading out. Marks on his chest. He's 50 out, though. Out to the left. Looks for options into the pocket, and now he might concede. No, he's going to centre it up, and Rivers takes the mark.
Front edge of the centre square.
Got a mismatch with Van Rooyen. Dacos, if he wants to go to it.
Trent Rivers. Played every game. He kicks it into Mitchell on the mark. Ball ricochets out towards McVie. He's upended, dispossessed. Lipinski comes up with it for Collingwood. Hand pass to McStay. Dangerous handball to Goey. Back to McStay. Pickett got him. Somehow got a kick away. Markov under pressure. Centre half back for Collingwood. Hand pass for Hoskin. Elliott dropped it. Pickett grabs it. Mitchell's got him. Wins the footy for Collingwood but turns it over. Back in Melbourne's hands. Oliver hand pass to Mays. Caught. Dispossessed. Lipinski wins it. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Collingwood out. Kicks for Myercheck. Forward of the wing. Great vision. Bobby Hill marks 25 out. Virtually straight in front. And Brodie Myercheck at high half forward. 70 from home. Could have gone long to Elliott. Looked back in the corridor and finds the chest of Bobby Hill.
Yeah, well, it was two things, wasn't it, Lids? It was Brodie Myercheck's vision, but it was first of all Jamie Elliott to lead hard through Michael Hibbert and draw him up, which then left the space right behind him, and Bobby Hill just had to run towards goal in a truckload of space, but great vision from Brodie Myercheck.
So for their first score in more than a quarter, Bobby Hill skips in. It's worth the full 6 points. Hill's got 3. And Collingwood are back out beyond 20. 11 gone, third term. Pies by 21. Collingwood 6-3-39. Melbourne 2-6-18. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
If you're a fan here watching and you wonder why Bobby Hill gets so much space like that, it's because of that Jamie Elliott lead that forces Michael Hibbert to come onto the back of him, even though Jake Lever probably could have caught him at the front, which allows then Bobby Hill to just sneak down the outside. And that's when we talk about these high half forwards, the ability of the Pies players to get right up the ground, but then they burn back. I get the feeling Bobby Hill enjoys playing in front of the big crowds. He doesn't mind turning to the stands and pulling the jumper and tapping the chest.
So in a quarter and 5 minutes of footy, Melbourne kicked 1 goal, 6. Collingwood's next score a goal, and we're back out to 21.
Demons had 14 inside 50s during that period. Gawn beautifully taps it over the back to Sparrow. Trying to get it to Viney. Spins out of traffic. Back to Gawn. High kick inside 50. Pickett! Can't take the mark on the back of Darcy Moore. Spills down the way of Chris. Kicks out to the members wing. Bowie slipped over. Allowed McCreary to gather inside the boundary line. Bowie with a great smother. It ricochets out to Petrarca. Shovels a hand pass forward to McDonald. Pendlebury lays the tackle. Gets it to Sparrow. Trying to get it to Bowie. Can't do so. McCreary was big. Just got a hand onto it. Clears a path for Quaynor. He gets the hand pass to Pendlebury. Back to Josh Dacos on left half back. Through the middle of the ground looking for McStay. Lever made the spoil. Gord picks it up like a rover. The ruckman kicks inside 50. Van Rooyen out number 2 on 1. And Murphy takes the mark with great support from Darcy Moore. Collingwood mark 15 metres out from their defensive goal.
They all spread, give him some options. Howe marks at half-back. Short kick to Mark off. He turns and goes. Collingwood over halfway again, and Bobby Hill's in space once more. Looks back inboard for Lipinski. Marks high half forward. Kicks inside the forward arc to McStay. Juggled effort, he's got it. McStay to shoot from 40 out, virtually straight in front.
Well, that was just depth of kick again, wasn't it? That ability to get out the back, mark off to Bobby Hill, a little chip inside. And that's a couple of times now we've seen Lipinski being able to pull the ball back across his body with a great kick to the space. He did it to Elliott earlier, gave Michael Hibbert no chance. And that one there to McStay, pulled it across his body beautifully.
Dan McStay in his 9th final, the first in black and white. And all of a sudden it's as wide as it's been. Pies back out by 27. They kicked the first 2 goals of this third term. And halfway through the premiership quarter, it's Collingwood by 27. 7-3-45. Melbourne 2-6-18.
We've got to take your hat off sometimes to good sides, and Collingwood are showing why they're the number 1 seed at the moment. They've weathered the storm. The D's have been coming at them for a good quarter and a half, but they just haven't been able to penetrate them well enough and get some scoreboard pressure. But Collingwood, to their credit now, are just starting to work harder. There's Ollie Markov, who just burst here from the halfback flank to be that second outlet possession, just opened up the ground for the rest of his teammates. It's that pace and that work rate that we're seeing from various players on the Collingwood side that are just starting to force the issue now for the Demons. And Max Gawn's doing everything he can to try and get them going, but just can't seem to get any reward for effort.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Cox wins down the tap, provides a block for Pendlebury, kicks up towards Hill, he knocks it on to Lipinski. Rivers slides in front, Little Topo trying to block off Lipinski, sliding in Adams for Collingwood, tries to knock it back out through his legs. Clayton Oliver flicks it out to Petrarca, kicks a bouncing ball in the middle of the ground. Cox knocked it down, got it to Pendlebury, grabbed by the back of the jumper by Corn, forced the turnover. McDonald to Petrarca for Melbourne, to Van Rooyen on the wing. Feet it wider still to Hunter, trying to sidestep around side bottom, looks up towards Fridge on 50, almost juggled the mark. House slides in front, knocks it on to Murphy, he's set upon by Fridge. And the umpire will board up at left half forward for Melbourne. Collingwood by 27 points, and Melbourne's forwards would be lamenting for all their shots on goal. The Magpies have made theirs count.
Gone, silver service down to Oliver, kicks into the pocket, Pickett flies for it, brings it to ground, Fritsch at the drop, jams it on the boot, but it trickles out of play. And the boundary throw in forward pocket for the D's, City end of the ground. Packed Melbourne cricket ground, heavy rain between about 5 and 7 p.m. We had a light shower in this opening quarter. But really from that point on, it's been mostly clear. If not, it's made for a bit of a greasy evening now, halfway through the third quarter. Pies by 27, Cox wins it down. Pendlebury, hand pass away to Quaynor, sends a handball out wide to Crisp, knocks it forward, side bottom, tackled. May wins the footy, now they set on him and will have the ball up just inside the boundary line, left half forward for the Demons. A game high 27-point lead for Collingwood, 16 gone, third turn.
A lot of numbers around this stoppage. Van Rooyen doing the ruck work against Cox. It spills down to Oliver. He bounces into side bottom. And the ball goes out of play. Collingwood 7-3-45. Melbourne 2-6-18. 16 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass. Mitch Cleary on the boundary. Brent Delidio and Mark Murphy with you. Your home of the AFL Finals on ABC Sport. Cox wins down the tap for Collingwood, trying to link up with Pendlebury, who lays a big tackle. And locks the ball up. And half back for Collingwood. And Scott Pendlebury with 28 finals appearances. Locked up Sparrow, of course, with another 3 at equal Gordon Coventry. Gawn gets rid of his opponent, kicks Melbourne inside 50, Moore spoiled it down, he could have marked, straight to Fridge, sidesteps Maynard, half pass back to Chandler, great lunging effort from Markov, it spills to Fridge, the moment's lost, Howe lays the tackle, how did Melbourne not kick a goal? Darcy Moore takes a deep breath and Collingwood lead by 27 points with Melbourne deep in attack.
Just relentless at the moment, the Pies, pressure, tackle, just weight of numbers.
It looks like a premiership defence from the restart. Cox wins it down and Dacos tackled straight away. Just the nature of finals footy when the walls sort of close in that quick.
Got no time, do ya?
A number of goal-saving defensive efforts in that last chain. Cox wins it down. Sparrow through traffic, floats it, goal, got it. Something out of nothing for the Demons. Sparrow kicks the stoppage goal and the D's hang about. Collingwood's lead cut to 21, 18 gone in the third turn. Collingwood 7-3-45, Melbourne moved to 3-6-24. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well done, Tommy Sparrow.
Yeah.
I love his...
Good player, isn't he?
He is, but he just continues to work and grind. He's not the flashiest guy out there, but you look at the end of the day and he's had his 20-25 touches. He's given you a few tackles. Now he's hit the scoreboard, but that was just good stoppage craft. His ability to get to the back of Tom Mitchell, push him into the junk, get on the outside and then float a ball through. A bit fortuitous, but just great stoppage work and real willpower to get the goal for his side.
What I liked about it was the energy from the Melbourne players around it too. They're certainly not done with yet. Lots of energy from the skipper. Clayton Oliver getting around him. Everyone's really high-fiving and celebrating that goal.
Teams with their first goal of the quarter, first since the 15-minute mark of the second quarter. Cox wins down the tap, it pinballs back to Mitchell on all fours, shovels a hand pass out, is able to get it to Hoskin Elliott, a high kick to centre half forward. Maynard's underneath, Lever comes crashing the back, spills back to Mitchell, reloads and kicks inside 50. McStay back with a flight, he's got it! Did he take a couple of steps? Umpire says, don't worry about it. Set shot directly in front, 25 metres out.
Big time grab.
That's a big mark. Going back with a flight like that.
That's why they went and got him.
Yeah, big time moment for Dan McStay. Just pulled the brakes on just enough to not keep going on with it. A little helping push from Rivers, I think, but well done. kept his eye on it the whole way. It's not a great place to be in, is it, when someone's coming back at you? But
not at all.
Credit to him.
Already kicked a goal so far in this third quarter. Dan McStay for his second, and the immediate counter punch. Back out to 27 points. And Collingwood have an answer for every Melbourne question at the moment. 8-3-51 to Melbourne 3-6-24. 3 goals to 1, Collingwood's way through the 20 minutes of this third term.
Yeah, it was good counter-attack, wasn't it? They copped the stiff arm jab, the play before with a goal for the Demons and straight back at you. But what I loved about it, we talk about going back with eyes on the ball, back with a flight, but he was almost at that contest when the ball was kicked forward and just wanted it more than anyone else. And I think a lot of people in the ground said, well, he's worth the money when you're doing stuff like that. In this third turn, he's kicked 2 and one of the best grabs of the night.
A goal now in his last 8 games. Kicked 2 in the semi-final last year in which Melbourne were eliminated. Of course, he was wearing the tricolours of the Brisbane Lions that night. Back in the middle, back at 27 points. Gawn grabs it out of the rucks, as I thought myself, as he floats a hand pass forward. Laurie's there, handball away to Viney, under pressure, kicks inside 50. Touched by Maynard, spills to Dacos, crunched. Run down tackle, Neil Bullen. Holding the ball and a free kick for the D's live wire forward. True centre-half forward, he'll kick from 35-40 out.
Yeah, great work there by Neil Bullen. Just stayed in the contest and held his width. Dacos thought he was all by himself. Usually when you're that winger sweeping behind the contest, you usually have a lot of time and space, but he's playing forward at the moment, Neil Bullen, but not in finals, you're right, Lids. Great pressure.
Neil Bullen jogs in as this game starts to open up. He puts it through, and the Demons will not go quietly into the night. Margin back to 21. 22 gone third term. Demons 4-6-30. Trail Collingwood 8-3-51. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, ABC Sport.
Well, it just goes to show that as good as Josh Dacos has been all year, and he's run his own race literally out on the wing, in finals things change and things tighten up. You don't just get to run wherever you like. You've got opponents there that are sweating on you. As soon as he got that, Neil Bullen was crunching in on him and got him. Dacos has only had the 5 touches today, going at 40%. Whereas he's been averaging, that in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, high 20s for most of the year, hasn't he?
But that's what the wing role can be as well. Sometimes you can get a little bit starved of opportunity, so you just got to cash in when it is your day.
1 of 3 All-Australians for Collingwood. Josh alongside brother Nick not out there tonight, and Darcy Moore. Can Melbourne get back-to-back goals? Mitchell gets the clearance for Collingwood, kicks up towards half-forward. May spoils it down. A chance for Chris. Hand pass forward to Goey. Jams her into the boot. Towards goal. What an answer! Jordan Goey at his explosive best was just able to wedge it through the major opening. And all the Collingwood players come to celebrate that. 9-3-57 to Melbourne 4-6-30. Collingwood once more with the immediate response.
Well, it's been about a quarter and a half of just a tough slog, hasn't it? And it's been hard to see goals come by, but that's why we love football, because in the last 3 minutes seen 4 goals just back to back to back. And players who are just looking cleaner now with ball in hand. The pressure's certainly gone up, but the best players, they rise to the occasion, and Jordan Goey is one of those. He's a superstar.
I think what you can see there is the 2 guys they've got in as recruits. Tom Mitchell, the clearance. McStay before with the big mark. They're paying off, aren't they, in big moments?
4th time Collingwood have added out to 27 points, which is a game high. Cameron wins it down to Petrarca. Tackle, just got boot the ball. Trickles it this half forward. Hands on it on the way through from Neil Bullen, but went without it. Maynard for Collingwood. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. High up and down, kick in the mine shaft, and at the drop, Viney takes it. He's going to be paid the mark. And very high in the air. Pokes it inside the forward arc, and dropping in the leading lane is Markov. Takes the intercept mark with that big Mustacker. Has it at half-back for Collingwood. Goes short to Adams. Hand pass to Howe. Handball to the goal. He rides the heavy contact. Caught as soon as he grabbed it. And the umpire says ball up. Rivers coming to meet him immediately. To go, he braced for it. We'll have a ball up. Centre-half forward for the D's. It's Collingwood by 27. 24 gone in the third.
Thrown up. Gawn slaps it forward. Looking for Petrarca. Hand pass to Pickett. Clears a path. Pickett across his body. Misses to the right-hand side. It has not been his night, Cosy Pickett. 1-3 so far, with Collingwood leading by 26.
Gee, it felt like a big moment. Pickett now, some defensive pressure in the forward 50s. He tries to run down Howe, affects the kick, but there's a free kick. As Cameron's going to get it after a tangle with Grundy. There's no Grundy out there with Gawn. Gawn drags him down. A free kick for Cameron. He goes wide to Crisp. About the season started, it was all about the Grundy combination, and look how far we've come. As Crisp against the boundary line sends Collingwood down to half forward, hands on it from Hibbert. Takes the intercept mark, half back for Melbourne. Ginnivan still the unused technical sub for Collingwood. Of course, Melbourne had to make theirs early after a concussion to Brayshaw. Hibbert heads down the wing, and there's the room. Then Royer up on the shoulders of Howe, then kicks it into the down of the mark. Ricochets to McCreary, who's off and running.
Audaciously takes the bounce and then kicks wide to Myercheck. Charging in late, Stephen May. Spoils the ball out of play. Myercheck's a bit worse aware with his right shoulder as he'll chop back into the forward 50. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
So much made about the Collingwood rucks heading into this game. Darcy Cox actually played less minutes than Mason Cox. 69% for Cox, 62% for Cameron. One to watch as the game unfolds.
Thanks, Maasai. Cameron over the back, gets it to Lipinski for Collingwood. Hand pass to Crisp onto the left-hand side. Looking for Elliott, it's over his head, and Hibbert. It spills off the greasy turf and out of play up against the left behind post. Collingwood deep in attack, leading by 26 points.
Most of the players on the ground inside this forward 50, as you'd expect for a stoppage. Close to the Collingwood goal as Cameron wins it down straight to Bowie. Jams it on the boot out of the defensive 50. Quaynor leaps up, no mark. Spills through to Moore, clever. Whacks it back inward to Hoskin. Elliott miscues the kick, turns out okay. McCreary marks. Centre half forward, 52 out. He's calling for Maynard.
No, he's not. He's calling for the goals. He said, don't worry, boys, I've got this covered, absolutely. He walked back. He's back to the goals from... He's going to kick it from 55.
Yep.
I don't mind it. I like you know your range.
Darcy Moore walking with his hand up, pointing to the sticks. He'll get the lot. Pole advantage too as he'll dart out to the right. Umpire calls him to play on. McCreary won't have the trip. It'll land in the goal square. They all compete. Spills down towards Elliott. Tackled. Dispossessed and rushed through. Quick hands from Hunter. As a result, a force behind. It's back to 27 points for the 5th time tonight. Collingwood's advantage is many minutes gone in the 3rd term.
Pies have 4 goals won in this 3rd term to Melbourne's 2-3. As the Demons are ready to bring it back into play through Stephen May. Thought about coming to right half back, changes his mind, and will head straight down the middle looking for Gawn. Cameron's there, Max Gawn, what a mark. He's going to join Steelside on him with 21 disposals. Hand pass to Bowie. Kicks it straight down the middle looking for Fridge. Can't take the mark. He was dragged down. Non-officiating umpire makes the call. Melbourne want the advantage. No. Langdon takes it and misses. Oh dear. Bailey Fridge will be wondering, why did you do that?
Story of the night.
Simon Goodwin with the arms crossed, standing on the bench.
4 goals, 8. And another what might have been moment for the Demons. They had 7 consecutive scores at one stage either side of half-time, kicked 1 goal, 6. And again, a blown opportunity in what should have been a Fritsch set shot straight in front from one of the sharpest shooters in the game. Well, the boundary throw in here, half forward for the D's.
It was a big-time opportunity, wasn't it? Get the game back within 4 goals going into the last quarter. Just a bit of a rush of blood to the head.
Collingwood by 26 late in the 3rd term. Gawn going at it with Cameron. Gawn palms it down. Langdon handball inboard to Salem for the Demons. Gives it to Viney. Rides the bump. Kicks inside the forward pocket and Quaynor kills it. Punches it out of play and we'll have a throw in half forward for the D's. Mitch Cleary's on the bench. Mitch, you mentioned that Angus Brayshaw. Have we got any further update after his incident earlier?
He was involved in the huddles and the line-by-line coaching at half-time, so that's the good news. On his feet, did embrace the Melbourne players as they entered the room at half-time, so a positive sign there for Angus Brayshaw.
Gawn tries to take another ruck. His hand pass picked off though by Ngoe of Collingwood. Up towards Elliott and crashes the pack on the back of McStay. Crisp tries to tap it forward. He runs out of room with Langdon right there on his tail. I said Langdon had that comment around Collingwood last year. No dinner. I wonder if any of the Collingwood players might have reminded him of that. Pies leading by 26 points. Thrown back in. Cameron takes front position as a shallow throw in. He gathers and gets a hand pass to Josh Dacos. Can't get it to Crisp. Straight out of play. Umpire says enough pressure was there. Throw it in.
A friend from Melbourne off the SMS. Hi team, enjoying the quick fast call. This is breathtaking footy from the Pies. Don't know about you boys, but I'm finding it hard to breathe. 0437 774 774 the SMS.
Had that patch of 10 minutes where it was goal for goal, but it settled down a bit in the last few minutes. Pendlebury at half back, pushed out of play by Neil Bullen. And the umpire says throw it in. Mason Cox charges his way back out on the ground. He'll take the ruck duties. Darcy Cameron coming to the bench.
Started in the ruck tonight, and as Mitch told us, he's played more of the game than his counterpart Darcy Cameron. Taking over the mantle as the number one ruck as Mason Cox palms it down. Lipinski through the stoppage. Hand pass away to De Goey. He kicks out wide. That's such poise. Finds Crisp. Mark not paid. Spills down to Myercheck. Has it in the back half. He's off and running. Run down by Neil Bullen. That's his trademark. Forces the turnover. Petrarca gives it to Langdon. Kicks inside 50. Fritsch flies in the pack. No mark. Falls down in front of Pendlebury. Inadvertently knocks it away to Crisp, and he fumbles out of bounds. A throw-in half forward for the D's.
That's two really good rundowns there from Alex Neil Bullen. You just know what you're going to get from him, don't you? Every week he's going to work his backside off. Continue to fight.
They score so many goals from his pressure acts. Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Thrown back in. Gawn. Cox in a tangle. It spills down the way of Crisp. Kicks straight towards the boundary line. Bounces end over end. Umpire says insufficient intent.
We haven't had one, so we have to pay one.
Big wind-up in front of the members. Stephen May will take it. May's going to come inboard to Bowie. Bowie looks short to Salem, and Melbourne having it right half forward. Just about everyone for Collingwood inside their defensive half, so has to find an option in the pocket. Long towards Tom McDonald, can't take the mark. Josh Dacos, hand pass over his shoulder, knocked on by Crisp. Lipinski brought down Petrarca, he didn't have the footing, and the umpire saw it that way. Christian Petrarca has tried to spark Melbourne in this third term. He's had 11 disposals, and now he'll get a shot on goal.
Yeah, it was smart. You just felt the presence from behind him and just fell back into him, and the umpire's always going to bite whenever one of the better players looks like he's getting pulled away from the football. Big time kick, isn't it?
Whoa. 27 goals, 33.
Back in for the game.
This was the big talking point when he went forward. Could he make them count when it mattered most? Christian Petrarca starts his approach outside 50. Deep in the right forward pocket. Petrarca comes in, fires on goal and hits the post. Drifting from right to left. Sums up so much of Melbourne's night. And another behind. And that 1 goal 5 so far in this, 2 goals 5 should I say, in this third term. And Melbourne are 4-9-33 to Collingwood 9-4-58. 32 gone, third term.
For a guy who's field kicking sort of up and down, he's kicked some unbelievable goals, Petrarca, from out wide in that kind of scenario in the set shot as Moore goes wide on the kick out and it's punched out of bounds by May. So we'll have a boundary throw in. 70 out from the Demons goal.
He's a big moments player, isn't he, Christian Petrarca? He's not, beat you by 1,000 cuts. He's impact, real impact, explodes.
Collingwood by 17 at half-time, by 25 now. And the boundary throw-in. Cox whacks it back inboard. McCreery over the footy, jams it on the boot. Lever set up on halfway. Can reload for the Demons. One last roll of the dice. They run out of time. And Moore just punches it away. What a quarter for the Magpies. They kick 4 goals to 2. And Collingwood flexing in the premiership quarter to lead by 25 at three-quarter time. The Pies 9-4-58. Melbourne 4-9-33. The goal kickers, Bobby Hill has 3, including the first 2 of the game, a couple for Dan McStay, and then singles for De Goey, Cameron, Crisp and Myercheck. Meanwhile for Melbourne, 1 each for Neil Bullen, Fritsch, Sparrow and Pickett. 2 incidents in the opening quarter. The match review officer will be interested in Jacob Van Rooyen, who ran past the footy and ironed out Dan McStay. McStay sent for a concussion test. He did pass that and came back onto the field and kicked a couple of goals, as mentioned. Meanwhile, Braden Maynard had a collision with Angus Brayshaw. Brayshaw kicking the ball inside 50, left the ground. Myercheck Maynard trying to smother. Myercheck leaping up, had his hands outstretched, and when he landed, he ended up in the landing spot of Brayshaw. Made contact to his head. Brayshaw hit the deck. He was out cold and stretched it from the field in the opening 7 minutes. Took no further part thereafter. Jack Ginnivan, the unused technical sub for Collingwood, through 3 quarters. Meanwhile, off the SMS, 0437 774 774 from Daryl, who lives in Torquay, Victoria. He says, my wife and I are on a river cruise down the Nile in Egypt, listening to your broadcast. That's one way to take it in. Great to hear from you, Daryl. Have a great time abroad, and the Pies by 25 as we turn for home. On ABC Sport and News Radio, great to have you with us wherever you're listening across the country and around the world. This is Grandstand AFL.
In 10. Behind the scenes.
Get me, Charlie. Hey. On the phone.
But in front of the cameras.
And here we go. I'm Helen Norval.
And I'm Dale Jennings.
The team from the News at 6 are back.
Please welcome the golden couple of news.
You know what's at stake for me if we tell the office.
You'll be in direct competition with your former colleagues at the News at 6.
It's time to move forward as a nation.
Season 2 of The Newsreader.
It's going to be huge.
Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The 2023 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Cox wins it down. Sparrow through traffic, floats it, Goodwin, got it. Something out of nothing for the Demons. Sparrow kicks the stoppage goal, and the D's hang about.
Spills back to Mitchell, reloads and kicks inside 50. McStay back with a flight. He's got it. Down McStay for his second, and the immediate counter punch. And Collingwood have an answer for every Melbourne question at the moment.
Viney under pressure, kicks inside 50. Touched by Maynard. Spills to Dacos, punched. Run down tackle, Neil Bullen. Holding the ball and a free kick. Neil Bullen jogs in as this game starts to open up. He puts it through, and the Demons will not go quietly into the night.
A chance for Chris. Hand pass forward to Goey. Jams over the boot. Towards goal. What an answer! Jordan Goey at his explosive best.
That's why we love football, because in the last 3 minutes seen 4 goals just back to back to back. The pressure's certainly gone up.
The 2023 AFL Finals Series.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the third quarter. Collingwood 4 goals to 2. It's the Pies by 25 points at 3-quarter time. Melbourne with it all to do. High stakes qualifying final. As you probably heard over the last 10 days, we had plenty of time to preview these 4 games that we're going to get this weekend. For the winner, it's a home preliminary final and the week off. Chance to freshen up. Well, for the loser, it's not just a semi-final next week. It means that a path back to the MCG on grand final day will go through either Brisbane or Adelaide, depending on what happens in the other qualifying final on Saturday night. 3-quarter time, Collingwood by 25. The thoughts of our grandstand AFL experts, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, I suppose the concerns going into the game about Melbourne's offense have sort of come to fruition a little bit. You look at their inside 50s compared to Collingwood, 50 to 33. And for 50 inside 50s to only have, I know it's a bit of a greasy night, but to only score 4 goals, 9, just shows you that their forward line isn't probably connecting as well as what it should be.
But from their mids a bit as well too, though, isn't it? Because
it is.
They've been bombing, and their method isn't quite right.
It is. They tried to lower their eyes at times, but they weren't hitting those kicks well enough, and they haven't had any reward for effort for going for those kicks. I can't remember one that's really stood out to me where they've actually laced someone out, other than probably Stephen May here on his left foot over the far side to Smith, I think it was probably the only one that I remember going inside 50, and it was just an inside 50 at that. But you look at the way in which Collingwood go inside 50, they look like they're going to score at every opportunity they go in, and they've only had the 33 tonight. They've kicked the 9 goals for, but they look so much more dangerous, and they're operating in a lot more space than what Melbourne are operating in, conversely, when they're going in.
Well, we spoke about how strong Melbourne are defensively, but they've been pulled apart a fair bit tonight by Collingwood, and it's not to the point where it's panic stations, but they're getting separation, they're getting way better looks. They haven't been able to get off their man and really come across and support each other in the air. But look, Melbourne are going to have to pull a bit of a rabbit out of the hat in this last quarter and really dominate, as Maxi Gawn probably has. And Clay
he has dominated, yeah.
Well, what's Maxi Gawn had? 22, 16 contested balls, 8 clearances, 8 inside 50s. he's doing his bit.
But we have seen that when Melbourne are at their best, they score in quick succession.
Yes. Yeah.
So they can score multiple goals in a quick period of time. But from what we've seen tonight, it doesn't look like that's going to eventuate. Collingwood's, they've stiffened up their back line. They look really sound. They're getting greater weight numbers from their midfielders who are getting back to support the defence. Their high half forwards get up and form another layer of defence and then work back so hard towards goal on the offensive end. So Collingwood just look like they're well organised, much more than what Melbourne are at the moment. They haven't been able to penetrate Melbourne the way in which they would have liked. They've had so many inside 50s, but just not getting that reward for effort.
So we've just seen on the screen that over the last 6 weeks, Melbourne are plus 47 in last quarters to Collingwood's minus 8 points.
Oh.
So here we go. We could be on for something, Murph.
It's E's best final quarter team in the competition, and they find another gear. It's Collingwood by 25 points with 1 foot in a home preliminary final back here at the G in just over a fortnight. Cox wins the hit out. Down to Goey, tackled. Trying to take on Oliver. Oliver timed his tackle superbly. Wraps him up. Got away from the fend off and now gets the centre break. Kicks Melbourne inside the forward arc to the top of the goal square. Punched away by Murphy. Ball hits the deck. Lands in the lap of Neil Bullen. Drops to his knees. Now he's under pressure. Coughs it up. Adams threads a hand pass along the ground. Crucial touch from Oliver. Knocks it to Langdon. Hand pass to Chandler at half forward. Kicks for Gawn. Punched away by Cox. Down to Chris. Breaks the tackle. Hand pass to Dacos. Back pocket. Spin move. Got around Smith.
Had nothing really at centre-half back. He'll kick to Lipinski, 1-on-3. Salem works his way to the front, knocks it down to Rivers. Hand pass back to Salem. Reloads inside 50. Gawn can't fly. Smith can't fly. Almost Darcy Moore. Pickett was taken high. He'll get a shot on goal. I thought the umpire went to blow his whistle.
How'd they miss that?
Darcy Moore hand passes back to Scott Pendlebury, who kicks it to Hoskin-Elliott. I was watching the field umpire in the left forward pocket. He went to blow his whistle and then didn't blow it.
Too many umpires, I reckon.
Maynard marks at left half back.
If he tackled by the collar, that's high, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, because he threw his head back.
He's actually had to put his head back on his shoulders and didn't have the football.
Maynard at left half back for Collingwood. Drives it up towards McStay. Can't take the mark. Meyer checks first onto it. Hand pass towards Sidebottom. He gets a shove from Langdon and goes out of play. Collingwood, as you would know the stat, Corby, 13-0 when leading, heading into the final term.
D's with it all to do. To try and avoid a road trip on preliminary final night if they can make it that far. Gawn wins the hit out down to Pendlebury. Just sold the candy beautifully to Oliver. Kicks down the wing, overcooks it. Mays there for the Demons. Hand pass away to Langdon. Feeds it inboard by hand to Sparrow. Short kick to Petrarca, not 15. Sweeping hand pass out in front of Gawn. Tackled by Sidebottom, dispossessed. Cox slides in, or makes contact low on the way through. There was dangerous contact on Petrarca, and Petrarca's leg got caught underneath the big man, and this is a moment. So Christian Petrarca's been helped up by Max Gawn. They lost Brayshaw earlier after a collision with Maynard, and now Mason Cox sliding down, taking the lower leg out, which got caught underneath big Mason Cox. Petrarca takes his kick inside 50. It nutmegs. Quaynor spills through to Smith, jams it on the boot. Maynard trying to save the goal, coughs it up. Standing up with the footy, McDonald puts it through for Melbourne. Gives the Demons life. Early stages of the final term. Petrarca in the hands of the trainer as he awkwardly walks across the ground. Of course, played last year's final series with a broken leg. And a scary moment, but it results in a goal. Collingwood's lead cut to 19. Pies 9-4, 58. Melbourne 5-9, 39. 3 gone final quarter.
He actually did pretty well to twist out of it. Christian Petrarca, I reckon he rolled enough to hopefully look after his leg. But after that big contest, Isaac Quaynor sitting there. The ball just didn't want to sit for him. It's a little nugget moment where you're just like, oh no, please pick this up cleanly. But the pressure came. Well done, Tommy McDonald. He's had to work pretty hard for his touches tonight. Good to get a goal in the last quarter. Hopefully we can see a bit of a run now from the D's.
Just the 6 disposals for Tom McDonald. He does look like a guy who's missed a lot of AFL footy. but finally someone stood up on the goal line for Melbourne. Goodwin's down the tap. Cox with a little toe poke. It's gathered though by Hunter and Melbourne, looking for Oliver. Coming one direction, Hoskin Elliott the other. Hoskin Elliott gathers. He's worked off it. Cox puts his body over the footy. Tackled by Max Gawn. Spills out the way of Neil Bullen and Pendlebury. They fight for the footy. Umpire lets it go for a few moments. And now we'll ball it up just shy of centre-half forward for Melbourne. Collingwood by 19 points. 4 minutes gone, final term. The two rucks tangle. Cox knocks it down, looking for Josh Dacos. Oliver dives his way in. Umpire will ball it up once more.
Tees have won 3 games this year, trailing at three-quarter time. Back on Anzac Eve against Richmond, famously against Brisbane, where they came from the hills that night. And then last start against Sydney. Hurried kick forward from the Demons. Out to meet it. Skidding through Smith. Marks the Sparrow kick. 25 out straight in front.
Well, the last 2 entries, they haven't been pretty, but they've been playing in front and they're forcing 1v1s up there. And the last goal was brought out of pressure. That one, the Melbourne players isolated their Collingwood defenders so they couldn't come across and intercept the ball in the air. So it was actually really smart positioning by all the Melbourne forwards. And then just playing in front as most forwards do, it falls in your lap.
This to bring it back to the closest of margins since the opening term. 5 minutes into the last, Joel Smith trots in, steers it through. The Demons will not lie down, and we're far from finished in the first qualifying final. Collingwood by just 13 as the D's kick 2 out of the gates to start the final term. Melbourne moved to 6-9-45, Collingwood 9-4-58. On Grandstand AFL, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Well, we spoke about Tommy Sparrow in the third quarter, his ability at stoppage to do some really good work in there to get the ball on the outside. And then there he was again. Great work in the ruck, but Tommy Sparrow on the move and got out in the front of stoppage. And it wasn't a nice-looking entry, was it, Murph? But as you say, all good forwards, they're in front. Got on the end of it, and a great finish there from Smith.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Melbourne had 4 goals to three-quarter time. They've kicked 2 goals in 5 minutes. And for the first time, they had back-to-back goals in the match. Gawn stares down Cameron. The Melbourne captain trying to knock it clear. Petrarca onto it, bounces off Mitchell. Hand pass to Viney. All the crucial cogs involved. Hand pass to Oliver. To Langdon inside 50. Smith can't take the mark. Neil Bullen front and centre. Throws his arms back. No whistle. Quaynor with a hand pass towards Tagoe. Petrarca wants it more. He slips over. He's tackled, holding the ball. Quick whistle. Collingwood take it on half-back through Tom Mitchell.
The Pies trying to take a bit of air out of the sails of the Demons, and they are coming home strongly, having kicked 2 goals in a 3-minute burst. Back to 13 points for the first time since the opening couple of minutes.
Huge tackle by Tom Mitchell, wasn't it?
The kick goes out wide to side bottom, drills it down the line, and Myercheck marks. Collingwood trying to get it back on their tempo. From 70 out, pokes it to the teeth of goal. Punched away by Rivers. At the drop, Myercheck there. Rivers inadvertently soccers it through for a minor score. And behind for Collingwood. Pies by 14. 7 gone, final term.
Of course, the last 2 games between these two sides have been decided by less than 10 points. At the thriller on King's birthday. As Melbourne, through Trent Rivers, is ready to bring them back into play. Bangs it long down the middle, no real target, so Quaynor takes an uncontested markers. Jacob Van Rooyen couldn't get there. Cosy elected not to fly. Jack Ginnivan yet to be subbed into the match for Collingwood. Laurie in for Brayshaw. Quaynor kicks as long as he can. Cameron going back, can't take the mark. May spoils it down. Hills after it, spins out of traffic, swings onto his left and misses to the left-hand side. It's been the dominant force in this match with 3 goals. Collingwood lead by 15 points.
Any movement on the Collingwood bench, Mitch, for Jack Ginnivan?
He's still sitting back row of the bench, so very eagerly waiting on. Did a bit of warm-up at three-quarter time, but no movement yet for Jack Ginnivan.
Running out of fingernails too, watching on. The crowd favourite, Collingwood by 15. Salem, long out to half-back, strong mark, Max Gawn. Immediately looks corridor. Pokes the pass to Petrarca, his running mate. Turns and floats a kick inside 50. Van Rooyen with the drop, no mark. Follows up. 45 out, high up and under inside 50. McDonald underneath it. Darcy Moore, desperate lunge. Gets the spoil in. Finds the safety in the boundary line. Half back for Collingwood.
Just unfortunate, I think the young fella there, Van Rooyen, had a bit of blinkers on and just tried to kick the ball forward and hope for the best rather than try and turn his back and reward the runners coming from behind him.
It's a 15-point game. The Pies haven't led by as few points since the opening quarter, where they led by 20 points flat at quarter time. From the boundary throw in, Crisp kicks down the wing. May got some front on contact from Myercheck and a free kick for the Demons fullback. He's got it southern wing. Collingwood by 15, 9 gone. Final quarter.
Don't you love the passion from the Collingwood fans in the far wing? Genuine free kick, and they all hated it.
May sends Melbourne along. Gawn's the target. Van Rooyen's there as well. Pickett was on the move, can't gather. Petrarca's hand pass to Oliver on 50. He drives it long to the goal mouth. Smith's against 2, getting back Darcy Moore. Provides the support for Jeremy Howe to rush it through for a minor score. Collingwood leading by 14 points, approaching 10 minutes gone, final turn.
I know the Demons do this the best in the competition, locking it in their forward half. And statistically, you're more likely to concede a score from a kick-out than you are to score one yourself. So Collingwood have got to try and go the length of the field, up 14. Moore's kick-out is marked by Lever. They can reload, another forward 50 entry. Lever's going to make it a deep one to the top of the goal square. Moore flying for it, no mark. Crisp wins it for Collingwood. Last line of defence. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Pass out to half-back. Wadden McCreary. Magpies with the numbers. Into lender hand is May. Clever. Whacks it on like Wayne Harms. Out to Petrarca. Feeds a hand pass forward to Neil Bullen. All the Magpies go down. Hits up McDonald. Marks uncontested right forward pocket for the D's.
Oh, well done, Stephen May. Come diving full length to get that through, but then it was a diving save as well from Salem. Saved the boundary and just kept it inside.
And composure from Neil Bullen.
Neil Bullen, great touch kick. Everyone else had dropped off expecting a whistle or something. I'm not sure what the Pies players were doing, but Tom McDonald standing all by himself. Have your moment, Tommy.
He came in to kick goals. He lets them down here. Clips the post on the way through at a minor score. Started out to the right, brought it back, shaved the back of the right-hand goal post. Collingwood by 13, 11 gone, final term. Gee, we got a long way to go yet.
6 goals, 16 for the Demons as Jeremy Howe brings them back in. Collingwood's long kick towards Cox. Can't take the mark. McStay dragged down. Adams tries to get a boot to it. Got it to DeGoey. Hand pass inboard. Petrarca beautifully spins out of traffic. Couldn't link up with Viney. Sparrow tries to knock it on. Pendlebury stands in his way. Kicks Collingwood back to DeGoey. Gets the hand pass away to Josh Dacos. Up towards a vacant half-forward line. Elliott looks to make body contact with Hibbert. Loses him. McVie comes racing back for Melbourne. Great support. Then lost his footing. Hand pass to Hunter. Footing locked underneath he and Elliott. Trying to rip it away is Taylor Adams. Bowie over the top. Umpire waits for a moment. There's a throw. Umpire lets it go. Hunter tries to soccer it forward. Spills to Viney. Kicks up towards Van Rooyen at half forward. Clears him and Murphy. At the back, Jeremy Howe gathers for Collingwood.
Hand pass to Pendlebury, but he slips over. Pickett came and got him. Crunched him in the tackle. Ball spits out. Murphy chucks it on the boot. And Hunter takes the juggled mark in front of the bench.
He wanted a handball received to run past him, but it was big Maxi Gawn, so elected not to.
Collingwood have led all night. Melbourne are coming to get them. Pies by 13. The kick to Cox. 2 Pies sport each other. Collides with Markov. Ball spits down to Petrarca. He's tackled by Pendlebury. Ball up. 70 out for the Melbourne goal.
Exhausting watching this. These physical contests, just tackle and hit after one another.
You heard the groans. The kick to a 2v none for Collingwood.
Yep, Cox and Markov sport each other. Petrarca's trying to lift Melbourne. Squeeze a kick forward. Lipinski for Collingwood. Back to DeGoey. To Markov. To Pendlebury off the outside of the boot. Kicks out to the members' wing. Bowie offers chase and runs out of room. With Dan McStay right behind him. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Jack Ginnivan is about to come on the ground. You can hear the crowd about to ignite. This Collingwood crowd knows exactly what is about to happen. Jack Ginnivan's just come on. Darcy Cameron subbed out for the Pies.
So the Magpies desperately need a goal and a man who could spark the black and whites onto the field. Gawn works his way to the front, so Cox will have to ruck out the game. Comes down, there's nowhere for Sparrow to go, and the umpire will ball it up.
He's got the long sleeves on, the headband, the blue boots. He's just on the outside of the stoppage at the moment, Jack Ginnivan. You heard every single person inside the G make some noise as he trotted on from the boundary throwing. Comes down to Oliver. High up and under kick to centre half forward. Off the hands of the pack, spills down to Laurie. A little fumble off Pickett front on contact. Came charging through and cleaned up Pendlebury. He tried to pull out late. Pendlebury went to ground and a free kick for the high contact. Came through at speed, Cozzy Pickett, and had Pendlebury standing in his path with his head over the footy. Draws the free. Here's the mixed reception from Maynard. The cheers from the Melbourne fans responded by the Magpie Army, showering him in cheers as the kick goes down the wing. Comes down Melbourne's way. Bowie, hand pass to Oliver, gives it to May. Hand pass back to Bowie in front of the benches. Short kick to Pickett. He marks it left half forward, clipped by Maynard. He wanted 50, he's not getting it. Collingwood by just 13, having led by as many as 27. Pickett deep inside the forward 50. Big pack, Smith flies from the back. No mark, falls down to Moore. He's tackled and a ball up left forward pocket for Melbourne. 15 gone, final term. Collingwood by 13 points, but all the momentum with the Demons.
Thrown up Van Rooyen and Cox. Down to Sparrow. Tied in the left forward pocket. Got past Cameron. Tackled by Josh Dacos. No whistle now there is. Holding the ball. It's hard to hear with the fever pitch of the MCG. And Dacos has now been dragged down in a tangle. And it's going to be... No, it's not going to be 50 as Jack finally eventually trots away. Pendlebury takes the free kick and goes short to Josh Dacos. Barely 15 in the right back pocket. Looks long down the members' wing. McStay sets himself against Gawn. Cox trying to come in from the side. It's Oliver who gathers, smothered by McStay. Spills out to May. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Where are the Flyers? Fritsch works his way to the front and takes the chest mark. Bailey Fritsch, Melbourne spearhead with the footy in his hands.
Just heard Brett Deledio call out turn because he had Cozzy Pickett running towards goal all by himself, but Bailey Fritsch decided to turn his back on the goal and go back through his routine, but should always turn around and have a look. You never know who's going to pop up with a bit of space.
1-2 for Bailey Fritsch tonight with the famous number 31 on his back. Fritsch comes inside 50 and sprays it out to the left. The worst kick of the night, out of bounds on the full from a guy who's kicked 35 goals in the season. You wouldn't read about it.
Gee, how goes Corridor, kicks the centre half back and Murphy marks. Surrounded by three Demons. Gee, had they been precise, and it was.
It was a kick like they were 13 points down. Not saving a lead.
13 up. Collingwood have led all night, and yet Melbourne will look back on this evening and think, gee, they had their moments. 6-11, couple out on the full. Collingwood by 13, 16 and a half gone, final term. Short kicking game for the Pies in the defensive half. Adams against the boundary line. Long kick down the wing. Lever comes from the back, punches it to the boundary line, and it's out of play. Mitch Cleary's down there for us. Massai.
Braden Maynard is being called all sorts of names by the Melbourne faithful. Interesting subplot. His dad, Peter, actually played 8 games for the Demons and is currently the football boss for Casey Demons, the VFL affiliate for Melbourne. So Braden Maynard, a few mixed emotions over the fence.
Thanks, Mitch. Ginnivan into the game. Darcy Cameron, the man subbed out, so a little smaller. Collingwood down the stretch. As Gawn gets a hand pass out wide. Crisp there for Collingwood. Hand pass to Lipinski. Gives it to Dacos. Kicks to half forward. 3 Ds on it. And May spoils Lever. The 2 key backs for Melbourne finds the safety of the boundary line. But it'll be a stoppage right on the forward 50 for Collingwood. Right half forward. Pies by 13 points. 17 and a half gone. Final turn.
It's currently got Scott Pendlebury playing midfield for Collingwood, but just sitting off the back of every stoppage, almost acting like a bit of a quarterback, trying to just save the front of the stoppage for the Pies.
Thrown back in, Cox knocks it down, looking for Elliott, can't get the hand pass clear, looking for Ginnivan, he's locked up, great tackle laid by Hibbert, spills out to Neil Bullen, clearing kick up towards Tom McDonald, can't take the mark with Darcy Moore right there, almost cannon into Josh Dacos, hand pass to Maynard, drives a kick into the pocket, Elliott's outnumbered 3 on 1, Hibbert gets it down to Sparrow, a clearing kick, Petrarca somehow got past Darcy Moore, he takes the mark for Melbourne.
He's playing like a man possessed. Christian Petrarca as he kicks down the wing and Van Rooyen marks. Up to 28 touches. He's had a boatload of it in the second half, Petrarca. Van Rooyen hands it back to Neil Bullen, kicks inboard. Great courageous mark. Floating through, Sparrow comes up with it half forward for the D's. Still down 13. Kicks across the ground and Rivers marks. 19 gone, final term. Rivers steps around Ginnivan. Ginnivan gives chase. Rivers drives his kick goalward. He's put that out on the full as well. Gee, they've had 4 shots that have ended up out on the full tonight, plus they've kicked 6-11. 19 minutes gone in the final term. Still Collingwood by 13. Melbourne chasing the game. Final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Do not adjust your dial. Will Hoskin-Elliott takes the kick in. Sends it long towards the boundary line. McCreary, Judd McVee. And the young Demon sees it out of play for a throw-in.
Christian Petrarca up to 9 disposals already this last quarter. 7 of those contested. 3 inside 50s. He's working his backside off to try and get his team over the line.
He had 12 in the third, so 21 in the second half.
Thrown in, Cox wins down the tap and then puts a slipper into it, kicks it up to the southern wing. Onto it is Bowie for Melbourne. Half pass to a stationary May, stripped of it by side bottom. May lands on the top of Myercheck and locks it up middle of the Shane Warne stand wing. Collingwood 9-6-60. Haven't kicked a goal in this final term. Melbourne 6-11-47. The Demons are the last 2 goals in the match. Charging in Rivers, trying to read it best from the Gorn tap. You can't break clear and the umpire will ball it up. Mitch Cleary.
The official crowd number has just come in, 92,636.
Thanks, Massai, from the restart. Ginnivan grabs it, tackled immediately by Sparrow on that southern wing. So a little lighter on than anticipated. They were expecting 95 to 96. We did have heavy showers in the 2 hours leading in, but that's a hell of a roll-up. No matter which way you chop it up, 92.5 for the first quali. Gorn trying to put the team on his back, grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward, and Markov in his first final takes the intercept mark at half-back and swings it from one back flank to the other to Dacos. The blue blood for Collingwood pokes the pass to the wing, and McCreary marks. And the message from the Collingwood bench is to say pump the brakes. We've got just over 5 minutes on the game clock. Collingwood by 13, having led all night. McCreary long to a contest. In the box seat, Hibbert hands to it, no mark, spills down in front of Bobby Hill, and he inadvertently knocks it out. A boundary throw in between wing and half forward. For the Magpies, they lead by 13.
Inside 50s, 15-4 in this final term, Melbourne's way. They've had a lot of the footy in their forward half. In the second half, thrown back in. Gorn in front position, but it's Cox who wins down the tap. To go, he got a little toe poke, wrestling with Sparrow, and it goes out of play. On the big screen, 92.636 is posted. So the 6th time we've had over 90,000 for a qualifying final. As it's tossed back into play, Gorn takes front position, tries to work into the back, onto it Lipinski, tackled by Petrarca, turns it over, kick to Sparrow, dodges and weaves around to Goey, kicks up the wing, and Van Rooyen can't take the mark, and Darcy Moore, Collingwood's ever reliable captain, takes the mark at right half back.
Win and host a prelim here at the G. If you lose, the path is going through either Adelaide or Brisbane. As Moore kicks close to the boundary line, McStay taps it on the way through as he spills the mark, but it's over the boundary line and a throw-in. So huge difference between winning and losing tonight. Plus the week off for the winner. The boundary throw-in. Gorn palms it down to Goey. Hand pass away to Adams. Handball back inside. Oliver breaks it up. Sockers inside the centre square. Spills down to Ginnivan. Bowie comes and gets him. Heavy tackle straight away and a ball up alongside the centre circles. Collingwood by 13 points. 23 minutes gone in this final term.
Under 5 minutes to go. Gorn wins down the tap. Oliver charges through. Clears the path for Sparrow. Hand pass to Viney. Jams a kick inside 50. Fridge comes charging out. Quaynor backpedaling, takes the mark in front of him. Courageous for Isaac Quaynor. And Nathan Murphy's a little worse for wear. As Quaynor looks out to the Shane Warne stand side. Tries to put it in the direction of Bobby Hill. He flies on the back of Lever. He thinks he's got the mark and the umpire agrees. Lever dragged him down. No 50. As Bobby Hill gets the hand pass boundary side. Howe kicks up towards side bottom. Charging in. Judd McVee courageously spoils it down. And in the end, Langdon's happy to see it roll out of play.
Yeah, it was very courageous because he didn't make contact with that ball. They were out, the Pies. Just keep on coming forward. That's their philosophy of the Demons. Great contest and gets another stoppage out there on the far wing from the Shane Warne stand.
Just over 4 minutes on the game clock. Melbourne need a score. Gawn hooks it back into the corridor. Sparrow paddles it out in front of himself. Here's Rivers, collects, tackled, holding the ball. Ginnivan immediately rewarded. Rivers tried to fend him off. And Ginnivan had enough of his jumper to be able to rip him to the ground and win it back for Collingwood. Pies by 13 points. They love this guy. And every Collingwood player gives him a big cheer. The tactical sub as Ginnivan heads down to half forward. 3Ds climbing the pack. Spoiled back to Viney. Demons reload on the wing. Hand pass to Hunter. Kicks down to Van Rooyen. Leaps up. Awkward landing on his teammate Fritsch. Ginnivan's there again in the back half. Hand pass to Quain Orr. Can kick Collingwood down the members' wing.
Swings onto the right up towards Myercheck. In from the side. Hibbert spills away McStay. Salem slides through. Knocks it to Hunter. It's all tough work. Hand pass to Hibbert. Gets it away to Oliver. Kicks up towards Van Rooyen. Trying to get rid of Murphy. He taps it down to Petrarca. It's a vacant goal mouth. Kicks out in front of Fridge. Made the point in contact with Moore. Takes the mark and dribbles it through. An interesting decision to play on and to put through his second. But given the last one barely touched his boot, he'll take them anywhere they come. And Collingwood's lead has come to 7 with under 3 minutes to go. 9-6-60 to Melbourne 7-11-53. Melbourne with 3 goals to none in this final term, and this ain't over yet.
Absolutely not, Clinchy. And you're right, it was an interesting decision to play on. I probably would have been too, given his last kick. Well done, Christian Petrarca, the contest, but then the ability to get out of that contest and then just place it in Bailey Fritsch's favour. It wasn't perfect, so it had to be clever bodywork as well against Darcy Moore, who's excellent in that position. But well done. Just enough to slide it through. We've seen a couple of those miss already today, so
just need to get the basics right in moments like this, and Van Rooyen then did that. He just palmed it off in front of Petrarca, put it out in space, let him do the rest, get the basics right in these big moments.
Who will play the minutes? Less than 3 to go on the game clock. 7 points, Collingwood's lead. As close as Melbourne have been since the opening minutes. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Can't kick it forward. De Goey had a crack. Unsuccessful. Falls to Oliver. He gets the clearance. Kicks to centre half forward. They all leap up. At the drop is Pickett. Pickett shoots goalward. He sprays it. Another golden opportunity and puts it out on the full.
Not even a score.
In a 7-point game, he can't hit the scoreboard. And the 5th time tonight, Melbourne have shot goalward and haven't come up with a single score. Collingwood lead the game by 7. 26.5 gone final term. Pies by 7.
Darcy Moore brings it back into play for Collingwood. Cox is the target. Flies against Gawn. Gawn grabs it. Umpire waves play on. Mark not paid. And it will be a ball up at right half forward for Melbourne. Demons fans standing in the aisles. Can't you see?
Mason Cox went to go back in the D50 after that contest. He saw the mark.
Thrown up, Cox and Gawn. Gawn whacks it forward. Ginnivan's onto it for Collingwood. Swings onto his right. Kicks up the wing. May back with the flight. Collides with McStay. Umpire says Melbourne free kick. Not sure what it was for, and May will get the free kick.
Huge contest. Well done, Stephen May.
Goes back to McPhee, closest to the goals at the city end. Inside the centre square, short kick to Rivers. Collingwood by 7 points, 27 gone in the last. Rivers heads out wide to Gawn. And the captain marks 60 from home right half forward. 7-point game. Kicks inside 50. Elliott's back in the hole. Takes the mark in the defensive 50. And the cold-blooded Jamie Elliott down the stretch pops up at the other end of the ground to take an intercept mark for Collingwood. He just dabs it short to Ginnivan, who's done all his work in the defensive half. Hugs it to his chest at half back for the Magpies.
Ginnivan looks to try and send it as long as he can up the wing. Meyer checks the target. He flies uncontested in the end. Gawn gave him a few metres and couldn't make up ground. And Brody Myercheck is going to soak every second off the clock. 28 minutes gone, final term. Collingwood by 7 points. Call to play on. Neil Bullen comes charging at him. Up towards Mason Cox. May spoils it down. Ricochets to Ginnivan. Tries to slide past Oliver, who lays the tackle, holding the ball. Collingwood fans are irate. Melbourne will take back the footy on the wing.
Umpire said he ducked.
Yep.
Took on the tackler. And there goes his prior opportunity. He's caught by Oliver. Logo southern wing. Time against the Demons. Kicks down to half forward. Petrarca touches it on the way through, but it spills to Pendlebury. Hand pass against Myercheck. High kick out the southern wing. Lever and Ginnivan bank bodies. Ball hits the deck, runs out of play. And a boundary throwing on the southern wing. Collingwood by 7 points. 28 and a half gone in the final term.
How good's the crowd on the outer side there? They are going bananas. I love it. So noisy.
This is finals footy. Thrown back in. Gone in front against Cox. Tries to take it out of the ruck. Jams a kick towards Pickett at half forward. Quaynor takes the mark. Isaac Quaynor with another defensive mark. A big contested mark at left half back. In the seconds of the countdown, Quaynor plays on. Sends as long as he can up the southern wing. Myercheck's the target. Collingwood hang on. And they're still the team to beat. The Magpies through to a home prelim, despite all Melbourne's inside 50s. It's the Magpies by 7 points. Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Ships a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood. Collingwood led by 20 points at quarter time, by 17 at half time. They got up by 27 points on 5 occasions and led by 25 points at 3/4 time before Melbourne kicked 3 goals to none in the final term. And all of a sudden Collingwood almost had their own fate being played back to them as Melbourne kicked 3-2 to Collingwood's 2 behinds. But the Pies hang on to win by 7 points in front of 92,636 fans. Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. It's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood. Collingwood 9-6-60 defeat Melbourne 7-11-53. The Demons with 32 more inside 50s for the match, but Collingwood prevail by 7 points. For the winners, 3 goals to Bobby Hill, 2 to Dan McStay, individuals to DeGoey, Cameron, Chris and Myercheck, while for the Demons, 2 to Fritsch, individuals to Pickett, Sparrow, Neil Bullen, Joel Smith and Tom McDonald.
The best team all year, the first team into a home preliminary final. Collingwood qualifying number 1. And they booked their place back here Friday fortnight for a place in the 2023 decider. While for Melbourne, their road goes through hell and back. They've got to go to either Brisbane or Adelaide, depending on how that game unfolds on Saturday night. And that's if
they get through the Blues.
They win a semi-final next week back here at the MCG. There's a whole lot out of it for the Demons. Angus Brayshaw concussed in the opening moments. Jacob Van Rooyen, a nervous wait ahead of the match review officer. And Braden Maynard will be a little tense himself, waiting to hear from Michael Christian. Oh, there's a whole lot out of that. 92,500. The initial thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, what a first final, and let's hope we've got a few more of these finals left in us for the remaining weekend. But I was enormously impressed by both teams tonight. The one thing that obviously let the D's down was their ability to convert on the scoreboard, but not just convert the scoreboard, but their inside 50 work needs a lot of work. Yep. So, 1, their decisions to go inside 50, 2, their disposal, and then I think 3, just their options and their work rate within the inside 50. I think needs a bit of work, because you can't have a game where you have 69 inside 50s and only kick 7 goals 11. I know that Collingwood's defence was really sound, and it has been all year, but that's the one area of the game that really cost them tonight.
Yeah, I agree so much, Murph. I think they did a lot right tonight, Melbourne. They competed so hard. Unfortunately, weren't able to capitalise on the momentum that they had at times, whereas Collingwood, they had far easier shots. You even look at the shots that the D's had. They were right on the edge of 50, or they were out wide. Yep. Doesn't help when one of your best goal kickers can't even hit his foot when he's going for a drop bunt. But look, I think ultimately, that was it was well done to Collingwood. They applied the pressure early, and they were able to withstand, Melbourne coming back at them really, really hard. I thought their defenders down back were really sound. They're under immense pressure. 69 inside 50s. That's a lot of ball coming in there. So some questions are probably got to be asked around the midfielders of Collingwood and how much pressure they're putting on. Obviously, it's nice. It's good enough that the shots aren't easy, but that's still a lot to be given up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and both sides will make you pay. But having said that, though, it is their team defence, and it's the way in which they play. Like they're really sound, their back six, and they
like to strike off from the back line, so they probably give it up a little bit in the middle with their pressure to then get it back to then go.
Yeah, and I think they evened up the contest. Weren't too bad with the clearances, Collingwood. They lost that 40 to 44 Melbourne's favour, the clearance work, but they started off the game really well in that area and really got the momentum on their side and really started off in a really positive note. But they are the reason why Melbourne found it hard to score, because they work so hard defensively to fill up space for one another, and then they're just superior in the air. I thought tonight their tools down there were really strong, and they're doing a lot of things really well, the Pies, and that was a really taxing game, wasn't it? So physically taxing, so they'll enjoy another week off and have another
a free hit for
another
week.
Which is, they don't need to worry about rushing him back. They can let him just go through the paces. He only, I think, ran 2 or 3 times this week, so no doubt probably build that up next week, or then a night of play in the prelim final should be right. Let's hope for all football fans and Collingwood fans, more importantly, that Nick Dacos is out there playing, but it's a really positive night for the Collingwood Football Club.
Braden Maynard, we're going to talk a whole lot about this, but initial reflections on that. Obviously, at the time, neither of you thought it was a reportable offence.
Yep.
How do you think the match review officer will see it?
Well, I can only hope that he uses common sense and says, well, you can't stop yourself when you're already in the air. It's unfortunate. He's still got to be able to protect himself. He can't then go and with his own head open to try and, it's a split-second thing. I really feel for Brayshaw. I think it's really unfortunate he's taken out of a game so early in a game. But
yeah, feel for him and his whole family.
Because he's gone through it so many times already. But I don't think Braden Maynard could have done anything more. He has got to put pressure on that kick, and it's just really unlucky. It happens. It probably happens more than we think. It's just that this one collected Brayshaw in the head.
I think, unfortunately, football's it's so variable, and like there's accidents that happen, and I've never seen that. And I've watched football for 30 odd years, where you see someone go up for a smother and their momentum falls through the other bloke and knocks someone out. I've never seen that ever.
Well, like I said, I saw it just this year in the under-18s. A young kid from the Bendigo Pioneers, same thing, went to smother but couldn't stop himself, and then collected the kid who kicked it,
and he got off
and knocked him out. No case to answer for.
Yep. The good news is Angus Brayshaw is on his heels walking around in the Melbourne rooms. The team's already made their way off the ground, and Collingwood about to head down the race. We're going to catch up with Mitch Cleary, who's down there in just a moment. Darcy Moore, with his hands above his head, just clapping the Magpie army, who have all gathered around the players' race, and the Pies into a home preliminary final for the first time since 2019. Of course, they fell agonisingly short that day against the Giants. And they'll be able to host a preliminary final in a fortnight. Good news for Nick Dacos, as we touched on. They're on the way to the Magpies rooms. Mitch Cleary is down there. Massai, call him in for us.
Very excited Collingwood rooms, as you can imagine, Corbin. Usually the fans and family and friends take up about a third of the change rooms. They've extended the barricade and the area for them to about half of the change room. So the players not going to have much room to sing the song, but they are getting cheered in, led by their skipper, Darcy Moore. Interesting side note, they've actually got a flag hanging up in the rooms. I've never seen it before in the rooms. It was up at training at their main session and a captain's run during the week. They had it up over a balcony at the footy club. It says side by side. It's a big banner hanging up in the rooms. It feels like it's a bit of a theme going through September. We might quiz our post-match guests on it shortly. Just another quirk as we enter the rooms here with the Pies. Every player went up to Nick Dacos and John Noble, who to one side. So the Pies getting them involved. John Noble actually going to be part of the song after he was dropped this week after 83 consecutive AFL games. The Pies just huddling up. They've booked a spot in a home prelim. Plenty of gusto in that one, guys. We'll speak to someone from the winning side very shortly. As I mentioned, John Noble and Nick Dacos, part of that song. They'll be hoping to win their spots back for the prelim. The Pies expecting Nick Dacos to be fit for that prelim. I'll throw back up to you as we lock in our post-match guest.
Thanks, Mitch. It was what might have been night for the Demons, as we touched on. 32 more inside 50s is how it finished, and they ended up kicking 7 goals, 11, and a handful of other shots, which didn't even register a single score. And in the end, Collingwood goalless in that final term, but enough to get over the line by 7 points after building a lead out as many as 27 points on 4 different occasions earlier in the game. We're just getting some shots of the rooms, and Oleg Markov, who's really the new halfback flanker, the drawn-out hug with John Noble, who, of course, has played the previous 83 games, and it's the nature of professional sport, and particularly this time of year, the hard luck story, and unfortunately for Collingwood and for John Noble, that's him.
I know that feeling of being happy for your teammates, but being very hollow. You know, I went through that. I remember sitting with Cal Ward before the grand final after the boys won the prelim out here against the Pies to go into the grand final, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm really happy for you boys, but I know I'm not going to be a part of it.
And hit me on edge with Brad Maynard, thinking, well,
yeah,
I kind of hope he doesn't get suspended, but if he does, I might be in.
Potentially, it didn't look like it on his face just in on that one. Whereas Nick Dacos is like, he was like what Toby was. I know I'm coming back in because I'm one of the best players. Yeah. So I've got nothing to worry about, and I don't care what. Just get me into that side. I'm going to come and light it up, and that's how Toby attacked it as well. But it's a bit different when you're on that edge, and I feel for Johnny Noble in that sense. And I even watched Jack Ginnivan in the song, and it wasn't full of gusto for him. He's only come one play that little part, and he's just like, well, I'm the sub. Maybe I might be one that could potentially make way.
For Melbourne, they'll be back here next Friday night hosting a semi-final, facing a straight sets exit as they went out last year. So they'll be hosting either Carlton or Sydney, depending on what happens in the Friday night cutthroat final. Of course, you can hear it all on ABC Sport throughout the final series, but that's the next stop for Melbourne. It also means they're on the side of the draw that they'll get the qualifying final winner from Saturday night. So it'll go through either Brisbane or Adelaide if they're able to take the next step in week 2 of the final series. So huge difference between a win and a loss tonight. Staying at home prelim, week off, chance to freshen up versus the trip the long way around the mountain.
Oh, it's huge. It's the build-up of this game, and then to be involved in a taxing, physical game that it was tonight, and then to lose that game and then have to back that up again the following week. There's no doubt why it's such a big advantage winning that first final, then going through and having that week off in the prelim.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. Let's get into the winners' rooms. Collingwood through to a home prelim. Mitch Cleary.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm here with Jack Ginnivan. Jack, you had to go the long way last year to a prelim, but you booked a home prelim final in 2 weeks' time. Take us through the moment and how does it feel inside the rooms?
Yeah, unbelievable. I only got to play 15 minutes, but Jesus, I was pretty gassed. I was in it. But yeah, the boys are thrilled. We know that's so important for us to win that game and set up our finals campaign.
Take us through that moment when you laid that tackle, a couple of minutes left on the clock, game on a knife's edge, and the crowd erupted. What was that feeling like in the middle of the MCG?
Yeah, pretty cool. I'm not a great tackler, so it was good to land one, and the crowd's amazing. They absolutely love me, and I really appreciate that. And it makes me feel at home at the G, and I'm so keen to hopefully play in the prelim.
Just before I throw upstairs, noticed a flag hanging up here. It's been at training all week, and it's hanging up in the rooms. Can you give us any insight? Is it part of a theme or something that Flyers sort of driving this September?
Yeah, a bit of a theme. We like to keep it inside the 4 walls, but hopefully we add to that. Our premiership contender, I guess, and flag race, we want to add to that and continue to build our legacy, I guess.
I'll throw you upstairs to Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Jack, Mark Murphy here, mate. Well done. I'd just like to ask you a question. Being sub on such a big day, big final, sitting there nervous, anxiety, do you remain relaxed? How do you approach it sitting there on the bench?
Yeah, definitely not nervous, anxious. Pretty, to be honest, I don't want to sound like an idiot, but a bit bored, I guess, because I just want to be out there and I love the contest and love playing with my teammates. So when I got out there, I was just trying to get in amongst it, and I feel like that's what I did.
So do you feel that you just don't tune into the game, so you're actually getting bored, or you're actually watching every second? Because I felt that I played sub a couple of times and you just sit there just anxious, waiting to get on.
Yeah, I love biting my nails, so that's about half the time, and I love analysing the game, so I'm trying to help the forwards. And what we see, our focus was to take out Lever and May, and I thought we did that really well, kicking the ball off the line, and we'll continue to do that probably moving forward.
Guinea, Brett Lydio here, mate. Well done. And playing your little part, mate. I thought you were probably unlucky not to have you get a free kick when you had your head ripped off there. But I just want to ask you about, your Johnny Noble, mate. How did he handle it all, and how did you get around him to keep his spirits up, and how was he with the boys, being a good teammate?
Yeah, it's pretty stock standard of me not getting a free kick these days, so nothing new that I have to learn off. But yeah, Johnny's unbelievable. He's one of my close mates. We go away on trips together. Went to Europe last year, and yeah, he's obviously pretty down, but we know maybe it was a tactical decision, and who knows, he could be in next week. And everyone's playing so well at the Pies, so it's very hard. I was probably lucky to stay in the side, and it's just you've got to take your moments, and yeah, John will do that, and he's definitely a part of our team moving forward.
And obviously the big moment early in that first quarter, mate. What did you make of that with Braden Maynard? Do you think he's got anything to worry about?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a confusing one. You don't really see people jump to try to smother it, and then I guess you can only really try to protect your body. And I feel like he did that. We obviously feel for Angus Brayshaw. He's an amazing player, so I hope he's well and his spirits are up.
Jack, it's Matt Clinch here. We were sort of wondering coming into finals as to whether Collingwood had sort of been biding their time, or had they played their best footy in the early stage of the season. What was the sort of response you wanted to see tonight to indicate to you that your team still had plenty in the tank?
Yeah, 100%. It's probably a good thing sometimes coming from a few losses, and we take learnings from that. And then last week we just got the ball rolling against the Bombers, and we played exceptional. So we had full confidence coming in. We just need to take a few of their strengths off, and we did that, and yeah, we hung on by a knife's edge, but we got it done.
Jack Ginnivan with us from the Magpies. Collingwood book a home preliminary final in a fortnight. Jack, it's Corbin Middlemass here. I'm so intrigued by your personal story and the journey that you've been on. We've seen players come straight into the AFL and they have sort of huge profiles straight out of the gates, like a Nick Dacos. You had a different journey where you had 1 year in the system, and then at the start of your second year, all of a sudden you became a household name, top 5 most recognisable players in the league. How do you go dealing with that kind of added attention after you already had 1 year getting used to being a professional footballer, to seeing the attention and the focus on you completely skyrocket at the start of your second year?
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing journey so far, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I love it. The fans get around me, and there's so many people that look after me inside the 4 walls, so I guess I have that aspect, and my family's massive. There's a few down in the room so far, and my close mates, Trent Bianco's down here. He's going to be my best mate for I don't know how long, but I have so many great friends and great family and everyone. So that's how I dealt with it, and yeah, it's pretty easy for me when I go out there, and I've got 100,000 people roaring my name, so it's pretty cool.
I saw you on the monitors just walk in with a couple of young lads. Is that Brendan Bolton's kids?
Yeah, it was little Nettie, so he's a frother. He loves me, got my number on my back, so
frother.
thought I'd put him under the wing.
Is he still crazy? Is he Guinea?
Yeah, he's lost his voice, so he's a funny one, Nettie.
Did you grow up a Collingwood fan, Jack?
Nah, Hawthorns. My favourite player was Cyril, so I love Cyril.
Yep, and that's hence the 33?
Yeah, obviously.
Yep, we love it, absolutely. Jack, appreciate your time. Fingers crossed you'll be there in 2 weeks' time. It's going to be one hell of a night. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, boys. Cheers.
Jack Ginnivan from the Magpies.
Profit. Bit stiff having to front up to the media as the sub.
Yeah, it is. Well done, Mitchie. We get him on there to get us a bit of insight. That was entertaining anyway.
We don't get to hear from him too much. As I touched on as part of the interview, I get it. Guys sort of learn what the landscape looks like as AFL players, where all of a sudden there's an added bit of attention, and then all of a sudden in your second year, he goes from being just another AFL player, of course, bit of extra focus and everything that comes with that, and added responsibility, to being top 10, top 15 most recognisable people in Melbourne. I can imagine at a young age, at 19, 20, where it's probably a bit different in the case of you guys, where you're highly touted draft picks and there's focus on you before you go. There's a guy who went in the later part of the draft that had already got used to being an AFL footballer to now all of a sudden having a focus like he probably could have never imagined.
Yeah, well, kicking 5 on Anzac Day with bleached blonde hair probably goes a fair way towards all of that, doesn't it? But, as he said, he loves it. He thrives on having the big moments, which is great, because a lot of kids shy away from it, whereas he embraces. He's had his little misdemeanours and whatever else along the way, but he's got support around him, and that's all you can do with these young kids.
Yeah, you're right, and he comes across as a real character, and it seems that Collingwood really embrace their characters, and they want blokes to be individuals rather than just everyone just be sheep. So that's something that they're obviously pushing hard at that football club, and they're getting great results with some of their players who just like being themselves and aren't just seen as a footballer.
I was always curious about that. Did he love the drama as much as we loved it around him? I guess we finally got our answer. He loves being a part of it.
Collingwood winners in the end by 7 points. They led by as many as 27 on 4 different occasions in the second and third quarters. And then Melbourne came home with the wet sail, so they played the role of the comeback team, which Collingwood's so used to playing. They kicked 3 goals in the final term, but in the end, they were left to rue a number of missed opportunities. They kicked 7 goals, 11, including a handful of other shots, which didn't register a single score. Melbourne had 32 more inside 50s, and in the end, they lost the game by 7 points. The big talking point, and plenty of the postscript will be dedicated to this incident between Brayden Maynard and Angus Brayshaw. It was Brayshaw who was running out of the centre square, trying to kick inside the forward 50 in his kicking motion. Brayden Maynard left the ground trying to smother, hands outstretched, and he ended up in the landing spot of Brayshaw, made contact to his head. Brayshaw hit the deck and was concussed. Of course, has a series of head injuries, wears the helmet, as he has done for many years. Maynard got up, was jeered for the rest of the match, but it'll be a big talking point, I'm sure, as the Magpies look forward to the preliminary final. He was on Channel 7 post-game, the host broadcaster with Abby Holmes a short time ago. This is what he had to say.
The incident with Gus Brayshaw, talk us through that moment.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to say too much, but it's a footy act. I came forward, I jumped to smother the ball, and unfortunately I just got him on the way down. So, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see what happens, but it's all love. I absolutely love that guy to bits. So, it's shattering what happened. Does it make you nervous as players? Obviously in finals you know what's to come, but when incidences like that happen, it is quite stressful, isn't it? It is stressful, but you sort of got to move on. It's a bloody intense game. It requires a lot mentally and also physically. So that's why we're built for this. It's finals.
So that was Brayden Maynard's thoughts a short time ago.
Yeah, it's pretty honest, isn't it? I think you could tell he was devastated after the incident, Brayden Maynard, and there was a few spot fires after it, but he was really concerned about Angus Brayshaw. So that was nice to see, and I think he's right. It was a weird football incident. So let's hope that first and foremost Angus is well and recovers really well over the next couple of weeks. That's really important.
That's the challenging bit. He might have to go into the concussion protocol, then he's out for 12 days. So he might miss.
Well, he'll definitely miss next week's game. But I think the main thing around Angus and his head is that they do the right thing by him long term, and no doubt they will. They have the best interest at heart with him. But if he misses the rest of the final series in terms of his own health going forward, so be it.
Players, their paths always overlapped, and such is the nature of this. You're never quite sure of the background of certain guys and where they come across each other. They were both Hampton Rovers junior footballers, played in the same junior team, grew up, played for Vic Metro together, got drafted together in the same year. And it just so happens there's an accident, as we often see on the footy field, Brayden Maynard colliding with Angus Brayshaw. One guy ends up concussed, and for Maynard, his team's through to a preliminary final, but he'll have a nervous wait. Mitch Cleary, as we touch on all the time, the best newsbreaker in footy, is with us again in the Collingwood rooms. Mitch, just on that incident, obviously you cover these things very closely. What's your read on it all?
My read is that it's going to be either 0 or 3+ weeks. There's no middle ground on this. If the tribunal or the match review officer firstly agrees with Brayden Maynard that it was simply a footy act, it'll be thrown out. It'll be ticked off as something that happens as an accident on a footy field that Brayden Maynard had no control to overturn. That'll be 0 weeks. If the tribunal sees that it was in Brayden Maynard's breach of a duty of care, it will be given a 3+ week sanction. That is because it has to be graded as severe impact. There's either severe impact or it's nothing. So that'll be on the chart that we often refer to when it comes to these incidents. It's a 3+ week incident, and that will be referred straight to the tribunal. So keen to see how this goes over the next 24 hours. Michael Christian and his team will come to a result by this time tomorrow, even pre-game before the Carlton-Sydney game. And as Lids referred to earlier in the night, there was an incident in the Under-18 Victorian League this year where it was a very similar incident, originally given a 4-week ban before it was taken to the tribunal and overturned. So honestly, I don't know which way to call it. It is a flip of the coin. My read and my gut feel at this stage, if you were to press me, would be that it would be sent to the tribunal and Maynard would be then asked to argue his point that way. But, it's going to be very hard to call and a very delicate one tomorrow for the match review office.
Brett Delidio picked it up in the moment. Mitch spoke about Jacob Van Rooyen and said, wasn't sure about that when past the footy, made contact with the head of Dan McStay. Good news for Melbourne fans and for everyone involved in footy that McStay was okay, passed the concussion test. Should Jacob Van Rooyen be nervous?
He should be. 5 years ago, I would have thought no, because an incident like that, it was more built on outcome, and the fact that Dan McStay played on 5 years ago would have been a good result for Jacob Van Rooyen. But now it's more about the action, and the fact, as you said, he went past the footy, elected to bump and still made contact. I think Jacob Van Rooyen is in some hot water going into next week's semi-final. And as you guys alluded to at half-time, it could open the door for Brodie Grundy to be recalled. Van Rooyen has been the second ruck in recent weeks behind Max Gawn. Could we see Max Gawn and Brodie Grundy reunited in a final at the MCG?
What a storyline that would be. It's the gift that keeps on giving, the Grundy.
Massai would be just frothing down there at these stories, wouldn't he?
Murph,
just imagine him.
I've spent enough of my last fortnight committed to chasing Brodie Grundy around, so what's another week?
Yeah, exactly. Could be a few more trips out to Casey, I'm sure, in the coming days. Anything else to report from down there, Mitch?
Not really. Just getting back to that flag. So Jack Ginnivan sort of referred to it. It's a flag hanging up. It's taking up quite a chunk of the room. It's got every Collingwood premiership over its history, all the way back to 1902, referred to. And as Ginnivan said, it's one... got a little hole ready for 2023 if they get that far. Last year, Craig McRae had the theme of the State of Origin Queensland team. That was what he built September off, and that you often saw players getting around the club in Queensland State of Origin jumpers. That was their theme. They wanted to leverage off heading into last year's finals campaign. I think we'll learn over the next few weeks what this theme is, but it is something that Craig McRae's building his side on as they chase that elusive premiership.
Mitch, we love having you with us. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Cleary in the Collingwood rooms. Tomorrow night, of course, it is your Blue Baggers, Murph, Carlton against Sydney to see who plays Melbourne in next week's semi-final. So they end up on that side of the draw, which means a preliminary final, if either of those teams advance that far, would be in either Adelaide or Brisbane. Blake Acres is fit to go, so he's going to play. Meanwhile, Sydney have recalled Lewis, Melican, Robbie Fox and Ryan Clark have both been omitted, with one of them you'd expect it to be the sub. Now, there was a lot of talk about when this game was going to be slated, so whether the Collingwood-Melbourne game would be Thursday night or Friday night. And we thought at one point Carlton might open the final series on Thursday. It's gone the other way. I imagine Melbourne's pretty happy right now after that kind of a game, Murph, that they get the extra day's rest.
Oh, my word. That was a physical game, and all finals are, but Collingwood and Melbourne both play a really brutal, physical style of game, and they'll have to lick their wounds, the Ds, over the next coming days and just recover as best they can, because next week, whoever they play, whether that's Sydney or whether that's Carlton, it's going to be another bruising affair because both sides like it physical. So, it's the tough way through, isn't it, when you lose this first game initially, and that's why it's such an important one to win.
Possible hail on the radar, and yet, or on the forecast, and yet Pitternet comes back in, partner DeConey, Mackay's playing. You a little worried about how big the Baggers are tomorrow night?
Oh, look. A little bit, but who knows? The hail might clear up and it might be beautiful out there after hopefully 6:30, 7 o'clock. But they are very tall and they wouldn't want it to rain too much or hail.
Confidence levels?
Confidence levels still high.
Still high. Tomorrow night we'll be on air just after 7 o'clock here from the MCG for the first elimination final, and then of course the second quali and the second elimination final to come on Saturday. Just on a couple of those other team news that came through earlier tonight. So Tom Jonas out for Port Adelaide with a calf injury. Travis Boak's going to be the sub. Lincoln McCarthy's back for Brisbane, and in the second elimination final, Seb Ross and Max King both recalled. Liam Stock has been dropped, and Sam Taylor's been named for the Giants.
What does Simon Goodwin say to his Chargers lids as they leave tonight, knowing they had 32 more inside 50s and kicked 7 goals, 11?
Kick a bloody goal. I don't know what he'd say. He'd just be saying, boys, we need to get need to do some work on our connection. I think that's going to be the key, and get some more support. They got outmarked quite a few times too down in their back end, which is very surprising for the Demons' defence. So
well, on a wet night, there's only 9 goals kicked. They kicked at least a couple from marks inside 50. So. Yeah, that's very uncharacteristic for a team which has Mayan Lever and doesn't ordinarily happen. Obviously, Angus Brayshaw won't play next week in the semi-final. At the very least, obviously, a series of concussions in the past. We'll see if they can bounce back. Before that, we've got 3 finals in week 1 to worry about. Collingwood through to a preliminary final, which they'll host at the MCG. You'd think on the Friday, of preliminary final week as the number 1 seed. It's been great working with you both. Once again tonight, finals footy, we're underway. What a start.
Got a cracker.
Thanks to Brett Delidio, thanks to Mark Murphy, thanks to Stu Baker, our tech, to Aaron Bryans back in the studio, to Matt Clench. You'll hear from him, of course, throughout the weekend and from 12 noon on Saturday on The Lead. Thanks to Ben Cameron and Mitch Cleary. My name's Corbin Middlemass, signing off. Collingwood, the first team through to a home prelim. They win by 7 points. Good night.
Want to immerse yourself in sport and stories of athletes from across the Pacific? Well, join me, Bobby McCumber, alongside some of the most talented journalists and sports commentators from across the region for Fresh Off the Field. Each week, we'll bring you interviews with Pacific athletes leaving their mark on the international stage and those aspiring to do the same. From cricket to netball, athletics to rugby, and everything in between.
Fresh Off the Field, Thursday nights from 6 on ABC Sport Digital.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.